Good morning and happy Thursday. Welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. And man, we got a good one today. I think we have a good one today. Man, the things you guys probably have heard about this already, but I made a little slideshow for you guys just so that we can get really into the nitty gritty. Carolyn Levitt just went live on a press conference, so I will go ahead and play that for you as well. But good morning, happy Thursday. One more day. One more day. Every day seems to be getting tougher and tougher and tougher to entertain you guys and give you some news and new perspectives from a migrant who has become an American citizen. So proud of that. I really am proud of that. Let me go ahead and open up a browser here so that I can follow the chat. To entertain you guys. There we go. Okay, you know how it goes. I know. I should have had this ready already, but I don't know. Sometimes my brain is just all over the place. I'm thinking about doing this, but I'm doing that, and you know how it is. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy, man. It's just crazy. All right, I gotta make sure that I mute that so we don't have an echo as I am keeping track of you guys. Let me do a refresh. Yeah, okay, that works. Okay, good. Robert, and the first one in line here. Good morning, Robert. Donald, how are you? Good to see you, brother. And it looks like you have been having some conversations on here before I got here. Damn, that's what I like it. Damn, Dennis is never on time. Man, I'm telling you, man, sometimes, maybe one day, Dennis won't even come on at all, ever, again. That's just how it is. Meg Vic, how are you? What are we complaining about today? Same thing we complain about every day. Corrupted politicians. Corrupted politicians and the libtards that follow them. That's what we complain about every day. Docino, talk about New Jersey admitting to illegal voting. And now CBS wasn't going to report it. Mm-hmm. You guys are ahead of me. But I have a different story. A different story to cover. We will probably get into everything. You know how I do. We do the live streaming. I go find all the video clips, all the news reports, and all these articles, and we talk about it. I show it to you, and we talk about it. A lot of people that come into our chats, they're not patriots. Let's be honest. They're not patriots. Probably most of them are not Americans. You can tell when you have an American on the chat. For example, you guys, oh man, Mark Cooper says Ilhan Omar pled guilty to fraud. I wish. I hope that's true. I wish. I haven't heard anything about it, but I will look it up. I will look it up for sure. Man, somebody got blocked already. How is it that somebody got blocked already? Another day of Russia propaganda. Das Bedania, the rock shaman. Ew, Green Substance, good afternoon to you, sir. Good morning to the rest of us here on the West Coast. Amanda Panda Moran is in the house. Good morning. Elizabeth Wilson. Not only are politicians corrupt, not all of them, but the majority. But the news is also corrupt, and not just in our country. And I agree with that. Listen, one of the reasons why I listen to Fox, everybody has a different way of thinking, okay? We have a different mentality. Like there's a lot of people that think the way that I do. Now, what do I mean by that? We grab the news as it is, and then we make a diagnostic of it, and then we make an opinion, and it fits. It's common sense. It just fits. And it feels like everything that I agree with. A lot of people that think like me also agree. Let's just be honest. A lot of people on here, subscribers or members, they don't agree with me with everything. Why should they? I don't agree with some of the stuff that I say sometimes. I have to correct myself. But I am never wrong when I speak with conviction. I will argue a point when I know that I have the facts. And if I make a mistake, I will openly admit it, and I will correct that mistake. The problem is that there is a lot of people with a leftist mentality that just can't make that change. You know, like for example, for me as a person in a friendship, in a relationship, it's always been, I don't change for nobody, right? I don't change for anybody, and I'm always myself. But there is times to where I feel like, this is actually worth fighting for. This is actually worth making some changes. I can put up with this, yes, because I think that this is worth it. And so I have a hard time changing my mind, but when I do, I go with it, and my mind is set that I already know what the faults are. I already know what the imperfections are. I agree to accept it as it is, and I go with it. And you know what? It works for me. But when the other side changes their mind, that's what they get me to fight against them. I know probably 99.99999% of you guys didn't understand what the hell I just said, but believe me, in my brain, it makes sense. Brian, good morning. What's up? Maybe next time I'll have like a zoom in on the camera and just be like, what's up? It's an old joke from the late 90s, guys. It's an old joke, an old beer commercial. Let's see, who else do we have in here? How much does Putin pay you? Well, unfortunately, the Russian coin, I guess it's not that good because I can't pay the electricity with the Russian coin. Putin's got to start paying me with some dollars. You know what I'm saying? American dollars is what we want. Lois says, crikey. Australian. Let's hope it's Australian. Let's see who else do we have in here. Green Substance says, I just removed it. Shaman the chill, brother. In and Out in the house is already campaigning for the Dennis Herrera for governor of Washington State. Man, that's crazy. That's going to be I'm going to tell you right now, man. That is going to be some crazy-ass campaigning. I'll tell you that right now. Listen, I'm not going to be doing any rapping. Like Pratt over there in California. I'm not doing none of that shit. I'm just going to tell it like it is every single day. And if it works, it works. And if it does work, the people here of Washington State are going to be amazed of how great this state could have been from a long time ago with the right leadership. This morning, before we continue, I was talking with a group of Latinos. They work at this one company. Let's just try to keep some of that, what do you call it? Anonymous. And I was talking to them, and there's a couple of them from Honduras and a couple of them from Mexico. And I was telling them, I said, I have this show, and there's some Americans that come in there, and mostly is Hispanics that come in and hate on my channel. And I said, because I am pro legal immigration, and the guys are looking at me. And, I can tell 3 of them are giving me that, yeah. So are we. And then one of them is like, a little bit, I don't know what to say about that. I don't like it. Maybe I don't like ICE. Yeah, I don't like Trump. Fuck Trump. You know what I mean? That kind of mentality. But I was talking with them and I said, I don't understand. I mean, I understand why some people will give me some hate on the Hispanic side. And I said, but you know what they don't understand? It's that this is not our country until they tell us that it is our country. You know what I'm saying? And they're like, yeah, well, that's true. That's true. I said, because I try to explain to people, I support ICE. I support the president. Well, this is the United States of America. This is their country. And they're like, yeah, that's true. And I'm talking with them and I said, one of the things that people always ignore in my channel is that I always tell them, listen, if you are here legally, fantastic. I said, but if you are here illegally, listen, if you're here legally, behave. But if you are here illegally, behave even more. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like you have to really watch what you do. What the? Got a little mosquito Mosquito snuck in here. And so, and I said, but if you are here illegally, you tell these people, behave, be on your best behavior. Don't drive drunk. Don't be violent. You know what I'm saying? Like, stay under, stay down low. You know what I'm saying? Keep it on the down low. And they're like, yeah, that's true, 100%. And even the Mexican guy that was kind of skeptical to agree with me, he was agreeing with me. And I said, we're not here to call and look at every Hispanic and be like, oh, that's an illegal immigrant. No, I said, no, that's not what I say on my channel. I want people to respect everybody. But what I say is this. If ICE is coming for somebody, get the hell out the way. You know what I'm saying? Get out of the way. Let them do their job. This is their country. And I pointed out to the Honduran guys, like, we did the same shit in Honduras, didn't we? We kicked out 300,000 Salvadorians. 300,000 illegal Salvadorians from Honduras, didn't we? They're like, yeah, that is true, And I love it. I love it because every time that I speak with the Hispanic people, they always agree with me. Somehow on the chat, they don't. But in person, they always agree with me. I will say this. There's a couple of things that I am very, a little bit upset about. I'm a little bit concerned about with ICE. I love ICE, but they fucked up. They fucked up very recently. And there is a story about I think the man was from Colombia, okay? The Colombian guy was arrested by ICE. This is the stupidest thing that ICE can do. Now, listen, if I was an ICE agent, I have the authority, right? I have the authority to determine which course of action I should take. Now, let me go ahead and place this scenario for you. This Colombian migrant, he had already talked with a judge. He was going to leave this country willingly. So he was self-deporting, okay? He was self-deporting, but ICE caught him and detained him. Now, there is a period that when you self-deport, they give you 30 days. The judge had set a date for a specific date in June, okay? Now, here's the problem. Okay, so the guy waited an extra month, and this is why he's in trouble. The guy was at the airport. Ticket has bought. He was going back home to Colombia, to his home country. The ICE agent detained him when he is about to leave the country. If I was there and I was the ICE agent, I'd be like, hey, bro, it's fucked up that you messed it up. You were supposed to leave a month ago. But you know what? You're going back home. You're self-deported. Good luck to you, friend. Do it the right way. Go to the website. Like, I will even go and give them advice. Go to the government's website and apply for a green card. And when you get called, you know what I'm saying? Just have that process in there. Apply for it. And that's it. So I think in that case, I think that ICE was a bit of an asshole. Listen, I seen CBP, I seen ICE agents, I see federal agents. There's different departments, there's Homeland Security and all that stuff. But the CBP, the immigration agents, right, the federal agents on the immigration border, they have this thing where they can interview people if they deserve temporary asylum, and they have the authority to make a decision. If they believe the story of the person, they allow them to continue through the application process, get the fingerprints, take the picture taken, blah, 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 get all the verification things going. They do a criminal background check, all that stuff. And so on the same level, it's like this guy is about to leave the country. He's self-deporting. He's leaving. Let him go. Let him go. There's no reason. There's no point. There's no common sense tells me that there is no point on bringing him back, wasting more American taxpayer dollars to contain him. The guy has a ticket on his hand. He is ready to get on the plane. Let him go. You see what I'm saying? Common sense, man. Common sense. And I'm telling you, it's one of those things to where like, yeah, you know what? They shouldn't be here illegally in the first place. But this is one of those cases where you have to say, hey, bro, you can't be doing that shit, man. You know, these people running away from cops, they get shot as well. They get shot because when they're driving away, they drive recklessly. They put other people's lives in danger. And that's why they get shot. Some of them get rammed until their vehicle crashes and flips over, and sometimes they die from the crash. That's what happens when you run. I gave you guys the example yesterday about the Mexican that was here on a visa, on a tourist visa. The media puts out the ICE agents encounter killed this guy. And it's like, come on. The guy ran across on a busy street, got hit by a fucking truck in the trailer. Why are you saying ICE did that? ICE is doing an investigation. That is their job. It doesn't tell me anything that ICE was being violent or, doing anything illicit, corruptive. Nothing. So I like to believe that I am a fair man, that I always find the middle. I want justice. That's it, justice. So I'm going to say something when something is not right. But I'm always going to defend my federal agents. I'm always going to defend the police. Listen, I don't know about you, but I wish that you sit down and you watch these videos, cop chases, immigration checks, border security. Go watch these shows, and you tell me how you would react. Yeah, exactly. Why would you run? We covered that yesterday, but I just wanted to kind of retouch on it, right? But I want you to watch these shows and watch what happens when they give too much leniency. There's a story that I watched the other day. There was a man, I guess in June, a police officer. I don't know if it looks like it was a European police officer, maybe in the UK. I don't know. But the police officer was arresting this guy. Now, these are supposed to be Muslim guys, right? So he is arresting a person on the ground, and another one comes from behind and just stops stabbing him, kills him. Well, he just got convicted, to life in prison. He's not getting out. And so when you see police officers trying to do their job and people don't cooperate, that's when things go south. They get a warning. Hey, listen, for your safety and my safety, this, and that. Fuck you, pig. Hey, fuck you, pig. They start cussing up the cops and blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, bro, just collaborate. Just collaborate. If you have a problem with the police, you take care of that in court, right? Everybody plays the victim, and it's very unfortunate because they don't act like a victim. They act aggressive. They're fight police. They you know what I'm saying? It's like they're making it harder for law enforcement to be nonviolent. Now, I'm gonna tell you, man. I sometimes think that I want to be an ICE agent or maybe a police officer because I can, But I don't know. I can't do it, man. When I hear I am chasing a man that just beat up the crap out of a pregnant woman. I'm chasing them. I pull them over. They decide to run away and do this and that, and I see all the things that they're putting other people in danger and stuff. By the time I get to them, I want to beat the shit out of them. I just don't. No, stop fighting. Boom, boom. You know what I'm saying? Grab the baton. Boom. Get your hands behind you. Get your hands behind you. You know what I'm saying? I'll probably be like the most violent police officer out there. Listen, my buddy just got killed because of a jerk like you. Knock it off. Put your hands behind you. I am not resisting. I'm not resisting. I don't know. When somebody doesn't resist, I don't know. It looks different to me. Maybe I'm just overreacting, but it looks different to me. And when I see police officers being punched, kicked, thrown to the ground, wrestled, etc., a beatdown is in order in the Dennis Herrera justice book. This is just so they can learn a lesson, This is because they haven't been spanked when they were kids. This is the time to get that ass whooping in there. You know what I mean? Otherwise, they will just never learn. Green Substance, welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. Good to see you on here. Scott Barron, my favorite Canadian, eh? Good to see you on here, man. I got some Canadian jerks last night or yesterday that were coming in here telling us how shitty America is, the United States of America is, and how great Canadians are, and how Alaska belongs to Canada now, as it always should have been. And I had to remind them, Alberta they want to separate. Vancouver wants to separate. Canadians are not happy with their socialist Muslim government. It is what it is, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Patriot says, you only know about Abbott's because it was daytime. I don't know what the hell that means. I'm sorry, buddy. I don't know what that means. I'm not here to decipher comments, man. You got to make your comments short and sweet, or at least readable. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. I thought the U.S. bought it from Russia. That is true. That is true, McVick. That is true. Yeah, Alaska belongs to the United States of America. Canada is not bad. They have a lot of bad people like we have here in the States. And I'm telling you, it seems like it's always the same mentality. Their brain just doesn't click. I don't know. Why is it that they're always defending criminals? Always. It's like some disease. It's like some disease that has caught humans to think like a criminal, behave like a criminal. You guys know, what's the guy's name? He's Mole Cop. Remember Mole Cop? Everybody watch that? Brat something. What's his name? He was Mole Cop, the big guy. He makes movies with Adam Sandler. He's a comedian. What's his name? I just watched a movie, and anyways, who cares? I just watched a movie last night, and the movie was about, he is an ex-cop. He decided to quit the force to be a henchman. Now, the wife knows about it. She doesn't say anything. The daughter is just turned 18, right? So she's an adult. She still can't curse in the house. Their son is like an 8, 9, maybe 10 years old kid, right? Very smart, it looks like. But here is what's wrong with this. The family, and I know they probably try to mean it like in a joking kind of way. Yeah, the King of Queens guy, that guy. Yeah. Paul Bart, yeah, Mole Cop. Yeah, that's the one. Oh, you guys are awesome. You're paying attention. Anyway, so I'm watching this movie, right? And he feels bad because he's a henchman. But the dream of him and his wife is to own a diner, right? So when the time comes, he wants to quit. So they get the diner, and they're excited about it. Kevin James, I think you're right. I think that's his name. And so some mob, right? So these guys they're criminals, okay? And the thing is, like, they call themselves, I'm a nicer criminal than that guy, right? Therefore, it's okay for me to be a criminal because I'm a nice guy. I have a code. No, crime is crime. No one is above the law. We know this, right? So anyway, the movie makes it look like it's okay, just like any other action movie. We love the bad guy, right? Because the bad guy is the smart guy. He's a thief, but we like the guy, sort of like the Italian Job. You know what I'm saying? Like that. So, and so I'm watching this. Turns out that the wife, it's actually looking for revenge. The guy that is trying to hurt her husband, that's the guy that she's after. All of a sudden, this little weak 5'6", skinny ass white woman just kicks ass. I mean, she's bringing down a 6'5" guy, bigger than me, muscle, kicks the shit out of him, flap, 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 just shanks all of them, like, shoots everybody. Like, she's a professional assassin. And all of a sudden, Kevin, or Paul Blart, he sits there like, he's supposed to be this badass guy, right? Which is really, it's really corny that he's the badass guy. But, it's like he sits there and he doesn't know what to say. Like, oh my God, you mean you're a badass too? But you're my wife. How come you never told me about this and that? And all of a sudden, it's like the woman just outdid everything that he was doing. And it's just such a horrible acting job. Such a horrible acting job. And I'm just like, what the fuck? This is a 2025. This is last year when this movie came out. And I am just like, I get the sarcasm. I get the jokes. But the acting is horrible. Horrible acting. I don't recommend it. Don't even ask me what the name of the movie is. I will not recommend it. But anyway, but this is the mentality of this generation that we have today. This is their mentality. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's the problem with our society. Now, with that being said, let's go ahead and get into today's show. Let me open. I thought I had it open. Of course, I never do. Let me grab my PowerPoint. I made a PowerPoint for you guys. You guys ready for this? All right, I made a PowerPoint. Come on. Let's see if this works the way I think it's going to work. Let me see. Okay, let me put it here. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it's working. Looks like it's working. All right, so let's see if I can shrink this a little bit. There we go. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here with you. Let me see. Make sure I got the right screen size for you. You may have heard about this already. You should. You should know about this already. All right. Check this out. So I made this slideshow just for you, okay? Just for you. Now, this was on the Smithsonian Museum. You guys know this. Hopefully you can read that, okay? I apologize if it's not good enough for you there, but look at this. These are the talking points. This is at the museum. This is what Trump and the administration has been having a hard time about. And don't worry, we're going to go ahead and hear some of the things, from the actual director of the museum. Check this out. They want you to believe that white people are racist, that white people are oppressing everybody else. Now, what I want you to understand is, look what they categorize as white supremacy. You guys ready? Here we go. Check this out. Aspects and assumptions of whiteness. Just the title. And white culture. I don't know why that is called white culture, because this is a culture that has been implemented in many, many different ethnicities. It's just, sometimes you're successful and sometimes you're not. This is why this is the greatest country on earth. With that being said, this is what it says. White culture in the United States. White dominant culture, or whiteness, refers to the ways white people and their traditions, attitudes, and way of life have been normalized over time and considered standard practices in the United States. And since white people still hold most of the institutional power in America, we have all internalized some aspects of white culture, including people of color. This is the first slideshow. This is the first slide. I want you to pay attention to this. Their traditions, attitudes, and way of life have been normalized over time and are now considered standard practices. Now, they say normalized. They didn't say we have evolved as a civilization. We have become more self-aware. We you know what I'm saying? We have accountability. We're individuals who are independent. We're thinkers, self-starters, etc. So to me, it's a good thing, right? And they call it whiteness for some reason. I call it education. I don't know what they mean by this white. I call it education. All right, check out the next slide. Right. So one of the things that New York, Mandami in New York, it's fighting is he cancels individualism. Now, at the museum, this is part of a whiteness problem. Well, here it is. Guys, you can't make this up. You cannot make this up. Rugged individualism. Wow. Check this out. The individual is the primary unit. His self-reliance. How dare these white people teach us these things? Independence and autonomy highly valued plus rewarded. Damn, these white people. Man. How can white people dare to say this to us? Individuals assume to be in control of their environment. You get what you deserve. How dare they? Mandani doesn't like this. The family structure. This is what we believe, America. The nuclear family has to have a father, a mother, and an average of about 2.3 children is the ideal social unit. Democrats want you to have 2 dads or 2 mothers and adopt children to corrupt their mentality as well. That's why they don't like us. But the white people, how dare you follow God's law? The husband is the breadwinner and head of the household. The wife is a homemaker and a subordinate to the husband. We can talk about that. We can talk about that. Children should have their own rooms and be independent. How dare you tell me that each one of my kids got to have a room of their own and that they need to learn to be self-reliant? These guys, white people, you are so corrupted. How dare you? The emphasis on scientific method, their objective, rational, linear thinking, cause and effect relationships, and quantitative emphasis. White people are evil. How dare you tell us to be a better society? How dare you tell us to have common sense? That is crazy. But wait, there is more. History, based on Northern European immigrants' experience in the United States. Well. Talking about settlers coming in here and making this country better. Yeah, we should really bitch about that. How dare you white people make this country better? They are heavy focus on the British Empire. We'll leave that to Canada. The Canadians, they still bend the knee to the crown, apparently. We don't. But nonetheless, let's be honest. Parliament, all that stuff, yeah, that's a big influence in the courts, the justice system, legislature, Congress, etc. That is true. The primacy of Western, Greek, Roman, in parentheses there, a Judeo-Christian tradition. How dare they build this country under Judeo-Christian traditions? Look at this. Their Protestant work ethics. These guys are idiots. And White people are guilty of teaching this. Hard work is the key to success. How dare you insult my laziness? Work before you play. White people are crazy. No, you got to have fun. You know what I'm saying? You got to have fun before you go to work. That is crazy. If you didn't meet your goals, you didn't work hard enough. Crazy talk. None of that. Unbelievable. White culture is crazy. Whiteness is just, no. It's so harmful. Whiteness is so harmful to the United States of America. So far, we have to work hard. We got to work before we play. We got to be self-reliant. We are created under Judeo-Christian values. Oh, it is crazy. It's crazy to think that I have to work to make a living. Screw that. Long live socialism and communism. Buy baldly. Go feed your family with your EBT welfare card. They can't handle the truth. But don't worry. I'll take you to the website where they actually show you this. So don't worry. Don't worry. You'll get there. You think I have time to write all this shit? Hell no. Man, I spent some time getting this, but these things are, this is what they had at the Smithsonian, at the museum. So, yeah, don't blame me for this. This is what they blame white people for doing, okay? So far, I want to be white. Besides the sarcasm, right, of blaming white people, but if you don't understand the sarcasm, you're screwed. But I'm just letting you know how fantastic it is to have this mentality. Now, what's crazy is that this generation of children, they are being corrupted. They are being taught that all of these things that I'm giving you are bad for you. To have good morals, to have good ethics, to work hard so that you can be rewarded. You know what I'm saying? They are saying that all those things are bad. It's unbelievable. I know. I don't believe it myself. Religion. Christianity is the norm. Anything other than Judeo-Christian tradition is foreign. But it's true. No tolerance for deviation from single God concept. So, single God concept, to me, remember, the forefathers didn't really believe in the Holy Trinity. They have a hard time saying that three persons can be one at the same time. But that's because they are mentally, they're thinking with the human mentality. Your thoughts are not God's thoughts, and God's thoughts will never be our thoughts. That's just the way it is. But I believe in the Holy Trinity. Our forefathers didn't, but they did acknowledge the Father, the Creator, was here, and that Jesus Christ was the Son of God, died for our sins, and God is watching over us and helping us every day. They just don't call it a Trinity, but it's there. Look at this. The status, power, and authority of whiteness. Unbelievable. This white people make me sick. Look at this. If you have wealth or worth, you have whiteness. You are living under whiteness. Your job is who you are. You respect authority. I must be very white. I must be very white. Heavy value on ownership of goods, space, property. They plan for the future. Delay gratification. Progress is always best. Tomorrow will be better. They follow rigid time schedules. Time is viewed as a commodity. So that's whiteness. So I gotta be lazy, not have any self-worth. I shouldn't have a job. I shouldn't respect authority. I should just allow anybody to take my property. I shouldn't plan anything for the future. Tomorrow is going to be what tomorrow is. Tomorrow will never be better than today. Unbelievable. This is how the ghetto communities live. No. Look at the aesthetics. The United States of America is not based on Islam, Middle Eastern cultures. It's not based on Arab cultures. It is based on European culture, what we call the Western civilization, something that Islam will never accept. I mean, some actually do, like Qatar, Saudi Arabia. Maybe they're just lying. Maybe they're just faking it. But at least they're listening to some of it. All right? We love steak and potatoes. Steak and potatoes. Bland is best. A woman's beauty is based on blonde, thin, or Barbie-like. Well, I mean, you can't go wrong with that. We have evolved some. We like big booty Latinas as well. All the white girls got the back now. White, black, brown, all got the back. Everybody, all the females be working the back. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's taste is different, but for the most part, yeah, everybody wants a woman that looks very nice. A man's attractiveness. Well. Men's attractiveness is based on economic status, power, and intellect. Here is, I just want to point this out. A lot of women out there, they don't want to have whiteness, because it's teaching them that a man has to have a means to support them. Economic status, power, intellect. They got to be smart. And so what they do is they're trying not to be white. So they go and find this ghetto dude who smokes weed, smokes crack, hella low IQ, violent, irresponsible, doesn't really have a job, and has a big bad rap sheet with the police. They're definitely not white. You know what I'm saying? They are not white at all. Ghetto is definitely not white. They missed that message. Holidays are based on Christian religions, not on Muslim religions. Based on white history and male leaders. Well, they are the settlers. You can't blame them for that. You got to give credit where credit's due. The justice is based on an English common law. Fair enough. They protect property and entitlements. That means that your neighbor cannot go and take your property away. That means that you don't live on stolen land. Man, keep sick. This Russian Honduran guy needs to get a sip of his white and black coffee. Oh. Salud, my friends. Today I'm spoiling myself with a special made drink. Don, Mitch, and Robert have given me enough money to spoil myself, to reward my hard work of the Dennis Herrera podcast, and have given me enough money to go and indulge on this special made drink. Oh, thank you guys. Thank you guys for the support. Thank you for that. Competition. Here we go. What does it take to be number one? 'Cause 2 is not a number, and 3 nobody remembers what is it. Oh, never mind. I said I wasn't going to rap. My bad. I apologize. Some of the ghetto side of me came out from the early 90s. You know what I mean? All right, here we go. Competition. Listen, we all compete to be number one. Democrats compete to get a participation trophy, meaning you don't have to get ready for nothing. As a matter of fact, if you want to be a police officer or if you want to serve in the military, don't worry. Don't worry. We're going to lower the standards for you so that you can make it. But whiteness, they tell you to be number one. Dominic, man, you're the man, bro. Thank you, brother. Man, you know what? I'm going to tell you this. Not because he just gave me $20. I know, Donald, you know, when I hug you, brother, you know I love you. And the reason why it's easy for me to love you is because you love this country. And I love people that love this country. Do you know why? Why do you think that I love people that love this country besides me loving this country myself? Why do you think that I love people that love this country? Well, it's very simple. The people that love this country want to protect it and want it to be prosperous. And that means that my children will have that when you have people like that. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, we want to be number one. Now we know when we lose, we get second place, third place. I get it. I'm not always going to be number one, but I have to strive to be. I got to work hard for it. And if I make it, fantastic. If I don't, well, I gave it my best, and I wasn't lazy. So I have worth, self-worth. You got to win at all costs. Well, President Trump certainly is white because that guy was cussing people out. He was making fun of everybody, and Marco Rubio's mouth water problem and low energy jab and all. You know what I'm saying? Like, the guy was playing dirty, but it was legitimate. It was allowed. It was the way to do things. And you can see how great he is by the way he treats those who were once his competitors, his competitions. I think it's a great thing to have. You know, Democrats believe never try or never fail. For us, no. We have to try or we will never know. You know what I'm saying? We have a winner-loser dichotomy. We are action orientation. We are master and control nature. We want to be our own boss. See, the socialist Democrats, they don't want to follow the rules or policies. They don't want people to tell them what to do. They want to be the boss, but they don't want to do anything to be the boss. And so that's something that you have to understand. If I don't like somebody telling me what to do, for example, here we are. I don't like telling people to tell me to shut up. I can't talk about religion. I can't talk about politics. I can't talk about this. You know what? I don't want to work there. And if I can find a job that pays me better or I'm going to be happier at, I'm going to be my own boss. I'll be my own master. I want to be in control. So I seek success. Of course I do. I seek reward. I work for money. I don't work for free. It takes money to pay bills. But I have an incentive. I want to be in control of things. I want to be able to, be my own boss and do my things, right? A lot of entrepreneurs out there. You guys know what I'm talking about. Democrats teach you to just take from somebody else. Socialists, communists, they just want to take it from somebody that has already sacrificed. The problem with that is that once that's gone, there is nothing else to grab from. You know what I'm saying? And that's a problem. No, you know what the problem is, Mar-a-Lago Spectrum? The problem is that you don't understand what you just said. Mar says, it's sad that you still cannot grasp the concept of we the people. I don't know if you're talking about me, but if you're talking about me, let me tell you who I believe we the people are. They're new to my channel. American citizens are we the people. Not everybody that's here in the country. American citizens are we the people. What the fuck? The stupidity that the left have. that they think that somebody from another country can come over here and tell us what to do. It is the stupidest thing I ever heard, and I will never get behind. Be the people. Yeah, then you're a fucking moron, Mara. Illegal immigrants are not we the people. Tourists are not we the people. Permanent domicile, green card aliens, those are we the people. You know why? Because they fall under the full jurisdiction of the United States of America. Everybody else has an allegiance to a foreign government, a potentate, or a king. That's why they don't fall under the full jurisdiction of the United States of America. You see how moronic the people on the left are? I'm sorry. They, them have a bad idea of what we the people are. Anywho, we must always do something about a situation. Aggressiveness and extroversion. We get things done. We are decision makers. The majority rules. When whites have power. Let me tell you something. If the socialist Democrats, the leftist retards that we have, really believe majority rules when whites have power, so the majority rules as long as they are in power. Tell me, if they are not white, why do they want to have the power? See, they hate you for having success. And yet, they wish they had that success as well. Can't make this up. Here we go. Last slide. Man, this is great, isn't it? The King's English rules. You got to speak English, man. You got to speak English. Unless you know how to speak Navajo. Does everybody here know how to speak Navajo? Ayate. Etne. Who speaks Navajo in here? That means good morning. Your choice. Exactly. So if I speak English, everybody understands. There you go. The written tradition. Oh, you mean we need to learn how to write, read, and speak English. Now, that's a good rule. I love you. This one means fuck you. Man, it's too much fun, man. Too much fun. I am sure that I'm going to learn a few more words in Navajo when I go to Arizona to my Navajo Nation family. Listen, we avoid conflict with our partners when we can because we believe it affects our intimacy. In a marriage, we want to live happy. We want to have good intimacy. We want to be able to have a good family. You know what I'm saying? Most likely, men and even women, we don't show emotion to protect our children, to teach them to be strong. You know what I'm saying? Well done, Mr. Reed. Well done, sir. Oh, man. I don't know we can do that with smoke signals, but I'm sure we can actually get some drone action. You know what I'm saying? We can definitely get some drone action and put that up in the air. Put Democrats and put the big smoke, as Mr. Reed says. Don't discuss personal life. Well, myself, I'm an open book. You guys know pretty much everything there is to know about me. So if you wanted to crucify me with criticism, you know, you can. You got all the tools. You got all the tools in the bag. And we also believe that we should be polite. It's just, oh my, white people, how dare you? How dare you impose on us to be polite? Racist. It's all racist. Man, you can't make this up, bro. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen, you're welcome. That is the little slideshow that I put together for you. Now, I want to show you where I got the slideshow from, and I made a list. Let me see where is my Smithsonian link? Oh, man, I got some stuff for you guys. Oh, man. Let me see if it's this one. Nope, not that one. Oh, man, did I not get the link? Smithsonian. Man, I think I didn't save the link. But anyways, here we go. I think it's this one right here. Hold on. I think I have it. It has to be this one. Hold on. There we go. Let's see. Yep, this is it right here. All right, here we go. Watch this. Here it is. You can still find this on the Newsweek later. On Newsweek. Let me make this bigger for you guys here so you can see it better. Oh, that's too much. There we go. Okay, there you go. In Smithsonian race guidelines, rational thinking and hard work are white values. Oh my goodness, bro, you can't make this up. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Listen, we're going to watch Carolyn Levitt in a little bit. I'm having too much fun right now. Hold on. So this is where I got the slideshow from for you guys. Rational thinking and hard work are white values. Hey, listen, don't be white. Don't accept those values. You know what I'm saying? Woo! Oh, man. Can't make this up, folks. Just can't make this up. All the libtards are being careful right now. They're being careful. They're just checking it out, and then they're leaving because they know that I'm right. Oh, no, Carol. No. There is more. Man, if you haven't been to the Dennis Herrera show, welcome. My name is Dennis. I speak the truth on everything that I say. You understand? No, it's not my truth. It's just the truth. I have opinions, but then there is the truth. You guys ready for this? Let's go. I'm sure you guys already heard all these things, right? It can't just be me paying attention. You know what I'm saying? It can't just be me paying attention to what's going on. Anyway, so there you go. Newsweek, you can look it up. You can look it up by typing... What I type? Well, just look it up. Just look. There. Just look at the title right there. And Smithsonian Race Guidelines, Rational Thinking and Hard Work are white values. Well, let's get into it. Here we go. I got some clips. I might be having some repeating here. So I have a list of things that we're going to go through. Let me make sure I double check everything before. I don't want to be repeating shit. Okay, yeah, let's get rid of that. No, there's one more. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Why don't we watch the first clip? The first clip is going to be from, let me change this real quick. Whoo, man, the truth shall set you free. I'm going to tell you that right now. Let's address this museum corruption. Here we go. Let me go ahead and get this screen set up for you guys so that you can enjoy. Here we go. Now, there was a hearing about some of the bad things that were going on at this museum, and, well, you judge for yourself. I read you what they actually had at the museum. Okay, you don't want to believe it. You don't want to believe it. That's fine. But here you go. Oh, wrong ear. Here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this hearing and to the witnesses for taking the time to travel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Hartig, how many children visited the National Museum of American History last year?
Hi, good morning, ma'am.
Answer the question, how many kids?
Good morning, ma'am. Since we don't charge,
Are you the director of the museum?
I am, ma'am.
Okay, and you don't know how many people visited the museum last year?
2 million.
How many of those were children?
Ma'am, I don't have
even
those
know.
exact figures
Okay.
for you, but I'm happy to
Do you
take
agree that
back.
educating children about American history is a core duty of the museum? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
And are images of sexual fetishes appropriate for children? Yes or no?
So, ma'am,
It's a simple yes or no. Or is
understand.
sexual imagery, provocative sexual imagery, appropriate for kids? Yes or no?
Ma'am, we strive to represent all Americans.
You strive to represent
fullness of
queer,
American
pedophiles, indoctrination, grooming of kids at an American History Museum. And it sounds like you're proud of it. You won't answer the questions, probably because you're ashamed. And as a woman, I really can't believe you will sit here today, and you can't even admit that sexual imagery, like this behind me, they tell me, my staff tells me, this little trinket around the penis, this is BDSM, in a setting where children are walking through. That's disgusting. Like, what kind of message are you trying to send to kids with BDSM imagery? What are you trying to tell kids? Are you sexualizing children? Is that what your motive is for the museum? Why?
So that specific two-piece
Do you know how many
item-
kids get raped by adults every year in this country? This kind of thing, when you are dressing men up as women, drag queens, you're putting this kind of crap in front of kids, sexualizes them and makes them more vulnerable to people that want to rape them or abuse them. Or when we have men and women's settings that want to do harm to women. You talked about the girlhood exhibit, and you didn't want to answer the chairman's questions earlier, but it was a diary featuring a 6-year-old. A 6-year-old that reads, everybody was talking about getting boobs in their period. I pray to God every night for my penis to grow. Dr. Hartig, can you tell me, look me in the eye, and tell me that that belongs in an exhibit for kids?
Does it?
Ma'am, Girlhood, It's Complicated was not an exhibit designed for children.
I know, you had the
diary-
little disclaimer thing, which is sort of
The diary was of a 13-year-old going through puberty.
Okay. Do you think that's an appropriate thing to put in an American History Museum where there are children walking through? We're talking about American history.
Right. So Girlhood, It's Complicated is...
Okay, I'm moving on because you
Lord.
I don't know how much money you spent on getting prepped for this hearing. They did a good job because you're filibustering and not answering a single question from a single Republican. Today, do you believe that men can become women?
Ma'am, as the director of the museum, that's not relevant in this case.
It's very relevant. You've got men dressed up as women, and you have them on displays in front of kids. Do you think men can become women, yes or no?
So RuPaul's Drag Race, which is the upper...
It's a man. RuPaul is a man who dresses
Right.
like a woman,
Right.
literally.
Correct.
What is a woman, Dr. Hartig?
As a director and as a historian, it's not my opportunity.
You sexualize the American History Museum. So this is a fair question. What is a woman?
So at the museum...
What is a woman?
We strive to represent and not categorize all Americans.
Okay, I have another question for you. There's a glossary at the museum that informs visitors that while American culture traditionally recognizes 2 genders, other countries recognize 3 or more. So enlighten me this morning. How many genders are there?
Ma'am, which glossary?
This is a display, and it has a glossary that says other countries recognize 3 or more genders. So I would like you to enlighten me today. You're the director of the American History Museum who has sexualized things in front of kids. I want to ask you, how many genders are there?
So first of all, I'm happy to get
How
back
many?
to you about the glossary.
How many genders are there?
Sure.
And what are they?
I'm not sure which glossary you're speaking of.
Of course, I know that you don't. You know exactly what this hearing was about today. One of your exhibits at the American History Museum says sometimes gender isn't revealed at birth. So when is gender revealed?
So
When was your gender revealed to you, Dr. Hartig?
I don't really think that's relevant to the
It is relevant. You have a display at the American History Museum talking about gender isn't always revealed at birth. So when was your gender revealed?
So
They don't even know who they are. They don't know what they are. It's crazy, right? It's crazy. What is a woman? Man, the root of all of America's problems and the world. Why does it have to be a woman? Why does there always have to be a woman? What the hell is wrong? Eve, you fucked it up for all the women in the world. Now nobody knows what the hell is a woman. I'm telling you, man, you can't make this up. Now, the next clip, I tell you, I don't know what to say about this man. I love this guy. I don't know, there's something about this man. I feel a little gayish right now. A little gayish. I love this guy so much. I feel he's such an American, such a great father, a better father than I could ever dream of being. That's how I look at this man. I have nothing but love and respect for this man. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Representative Gill, the Superman of our time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this hearing and to the witnesses for taking the time to travel all the way out here. Director Hartig, thank you for being here. Would you say that the goal of history, even if it's not properly carried out, would you say that the goal of history is to be objective?
thank you, sir, for the question. You know, I think that there are many goals of history, and certainly as you collect, as we do, examine evidence, create
Is
scholarship.
objectivity one of
interest
the
in-
goals of history?
We strive to be objective and nonpartisan and not based on any
So
ideology.
it's one of the goals. Doesn't that seem a little bit concerning? It certainly does to me, because as part of this white supremacy document that your organization has promoted, objectivity is a core and defining aspect of white supremacy culture. Do you think that it's the goal of the Smithsonian Institution to promote white supremacy culture?
Sir, do you mind sharing with me which document?
White supremacy culture right here. This is part of the mass action toolkit that your organization has promoted for several years now under your leadership. Are you promoting a white supremacy culture at the Smithsonian?
Am I promoting a white?
Ma'am, is this a difficult question?
No, sir, I'm just thinking about the mass action toolkit. We didn't develop it, but back to your question, no, we're not promoting any ideology.
Does it concern you that your goal is objectivity, one of your goals is objectivity, and your mass action toolkit references objectivity as a defining characteristic of white supremacy culture?
It's not our toolkit.
It is your toolkit. You've been promoting it for quite some time,
We did not come up with the toolkit, sir.
but you've been promoting it.
It is used as a reference, I believe, probably in 2019, 2020.
Yes, under your leadership, it has been used as a reference. Is Mickey Mouse racist?
Mickey Mouse is not racist.
It's not racist. According to the Smithsonian Institution, one of your exhibits referenced Mickey Mouse as representing, quote, vestiges of longstanding traditions of blackface minstrelsy. Would you describe that as racist?
No, the historical trajectory of the origins of Mickey Mouse tie directly
So Mickey Mouse
to-
is rooted in racism. Is that your
No,
testimony?
sir, it's rooted in minstrelsy.
Minstrelsy, you don't think that blackface minstrelsy is racist?
It had certain obvious racial overtones that have been well documented.
You
in
think
our
that that's
regrettable-
problematic, that Mickey Mouse also has those racial overtones?
It's not for me to determine what's problematic, it's determined to me what's accurate.
Is that right?
Yes,
Is
sir.
it important to be polite?
Excuse me, sir?
Is it important to be polite?
Yes, sir.
It's also interesting because the same mass action toolkit that your organization has been promoting references politeness as a defining characteristic of white supremacy culture. Ma'am, are you a white supremacist?
No, sir.
You're not. Can you help me square why your organization says that being polite is part of being a white supremacist?
I'm not exactly familiar with that passage of the Mass Action Toolkit, which is not
I can show you the
one that we
passage. It's right
developed.
here.
I don't, pardon me?
I said I just read you the passage from it.
And then your question was, sir?
We're going to move on. What is Latina power?
What is Latino power?
Latina power.
Latina power would be the forces derived from being a Latina.
Do you think that it's appropriate for the Smithsonian Institution to sell Latina power paraphernalia? Hats, mugs, other things that say Latina power?
I believe that the merchandise our store sells
I'm asking you if it's appropriate.
tries to reflect the richness of the communities.
So your testimony is that it is appropriate?
Those are your words, sir.
I'm asking you, is it appropriate to sell Latina power paraphernalia? It's a yes or no question.
I don't have control over what is sold
I'm
in our
asking you if it's
stores.
appropriate. I didn't ask you if you have control over it. Is
I
it
understood you,
appropriate?
sir. Yeah.
Yes or no?
Again, we strive to represent all Americans, and including
Is it
in our
appropriate? Yes or
merchandise.
no?
We strive to represent all Americans in our museums, including in our merchandise.
Is that right? My
Yes,
time's
sir.
up.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Jack from Georgia.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate
You don't represent our ancestors. Neither do you, bitch. What's the problem? What's the problem? Neither do you, bitch. That's what I have to say about that. That's what I got to say about that. You don't represent our ancestors, he says. Who the hell are you? If you make a statement like that, you better back it up. Back it up, and you have no backup. Now, this one is going to be a little bit longer, but it's on subject.
Isn't that...
Hold on, before we get started. Now, if you missed the beginning of the show today, I want you to go back. I had a little slideshow. I explained everything that I'm saying today, and now we're just going through the clips of the hearing so that you guys can see that I'm not making stuff up. Here we go.
That just a polished way of saying that you intend to use a taxpayer-funded national museum to push a racial narrative that divides Americans by their skin color and by guilt?
I grow, I think, increasingly confident that history can be a tool.
So you're using
for
taxpayer-funded
social
dollars to divide our country by racism and guilt. You changed the museum's mission away from preserving and presenting American history toward empowering people to create a more just and compassionate future. Who gave you the authority to turn the National Museum of American History into a vehicle for progressive political activism?
Co-chair, recognize Ms. Bobert from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Hartig, you've said that history is a prime tool of social justice, and that the museum works to reframe the traditional celebratory narrative of U.S. history. Isn't that just a polished way of saying that you intend to use a taxpayer-funded national museum to push a racial narrative that divides Americans by their skin color and by guilt?
Good morning, ma'am, and thank you for the questions. I have said in a number of my talks that I grow, I think, increasingly confident that history can be a tool.
So you're using
for
taxpayer-funded
social
dollars to divide our country by racism and guilt.
No, ma'am. I'm using the power of history.
Madam Director, you changed the museum's mission away from preserving and presenting American history toward empowering people to create a more just and compassionate future. Who gave you the authority to turn the National Museum of American History into a vehicle for progressive political activism?
So the Smithsonian is a nonpartisan institution. We're very proud of that.
Who decides what is just, ma'am?
I hope we can all agree that we want a just and compassionate future. We do so by preserving and sharing the stories of the past.
And are you rewriting that history? Or
No, ma'am.
No. So you are the one who is over all of this. You are the director.
I am.
And it seems that you have the authority to decide what is just and what is compassionate. What about the tens of millions of aborted babies, the babies that have been killed in America? Where's the justice and the compassion for them?
Ma'am, I believe in a just and compassionate future.
Is it just and compassionate to abort tens of millions of babies?
I'm not here at this hearing to discuss that.
Where's their history?
I am not here at this hearing to discuss that.
Is that not a part of our American history? Did that not happen?
I am
Or is it
not
only what
here
you
at
care
this
about?
hearing
Is
to
it only the
discuss
issues that you
that.
care about and you being cushioned by white privilege and being propped up by your whiteness, as you claim? I'm paraphrasing. Is that what you care about, just racism and making people feel guilty?
No, ma'am. I care about the full richness of the American past. Since 1776, there's an estimated 3 billion people who have been here. So it is an honor of my life.
There's over
to
50
try.
million babies that have been aborted.
It's the honor of my
American.
life to do my best to tell the American
Director, you've said that loving America is very complicated. Is it complicated to love your country?
I love my country unconditionally, ma'am.
And okay, so the 250th anniversary of the Declaration, you said that that should be problematized.
Yes, I did, and when historians use that, it means to add new stories.
What about when you
think
use
about
it?
it different ways? Pardon me, ma'am?
What about when you use it, Director?
When I use it, I mean to add new stories and think of new objects to tell the American story in all its richness since 1776.
But you're not going to include the babies that were killed? We can't think of those stories, those new stories to share with American people?
Ma'am, we are going to use the 2 million objects in our collection to tell the American story as fully as we can.
There's over 50 billion more you can add to that. When I believe when the director of America's History Museum finds it complicated to love her country and wants to problematize its founding, I believe that that's the definition of undoing our shared national story. Would you agree?
No, ma'am.
Your museum has minimized or contextualized the founders primarily through slavery and exclusion while elevating narratives of conquest, systematic injustice, and resistance. Is there any version of the American founding you consider worthy of uncomplicated celebration, or is the entire project irredeemably tainted by your view?
So the founding era of the nation occupies 25,000 square feet in our museum. So I'm incredibly proud that we tell the stories of the founding.
Is there any part of it that is uncomplicated, or
Oh, some of it's
can
incredibly
we celebrate without complication?
Absolutely, ma'am.
Okay.
Time's up.
Chair,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
ask for unanimous consent.
I'm going to show you guys something else. Let me get it set up for you. I'm going to show you Tim Burkett plays a video of his Smithsonian official giving land acknowledgments. Ah, man, I love this one. I can't wait. Land acknowledgement. Guys, we all live on stolen land. Well, let's take a listen. to the Smithsonian Museum of History.
I want to welcome everyone. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time, and I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Before I do so, I'm probably out of order here, but I have some friends of mine from the Tennessee State Senate. I've spent 12 years in that body, and they actually do a lot of great things for the great state of Tennessee. So thank you all, gentlemen and lady, for being here. You're very welcome. Good morning. We're here to find out about how a once proud American institution fell victim to ideological capture and how to rescue it. The Smithsonian Institution's National Museum of American History was opened in 1964 to instill in Americans and foreign visitors alike an appreciation of this nation's distinctive heritage and to celebrate its singular story as a beacon of freedom and opportunity. But the museum has strayed, I believe, from the original purpose for which it exists and receives federal taxpayer support. I feel like it's become infected by a woke ideology that's seeped into public displays, educational materials, and planning documents. The American story is the birth and growth of a great nation founded on powerful ideals on which we aim to fully achieve. But in the museum's current telling, history is just an ongoing power struggle between oppressors and the oppressed. Only the oppressed are celebrated, especially illegal immigrants. The museum promotes educational curricula that recommends teachers to avoid using the terms illegal alien and illegal immigrant, while instructing them how to use the terms gender fluidity and gender nonconforming. It hosts staff discussion groups on how museums can be used to foster social action against white privilege and heteropatriarchy. A museum display even accuses Mickey Mouse of having racist origins. The many examples of politicization of the museum are well documented in the comprehensive report the White House Domestic Policy Council recently issued on July 4th, the nation's 250th anniversary. The report makes clear that the museum's woke exhibits and materials reflect a broader vision held by the museum leadership, particularly its director, Dr. Aletha Hartig, who is here today with us. Dr. Hartig proudly takes credit for changing the museum's mission statement, which no longer uses the term American history or refers to the infinite richness of that history. The museum is now guided by an interpretive plan that ensures all topics focus on the core issues of our time. And do we want to guess what they are? Race and identity, gender and sexuality, environmental change, immigration and migrations, and economic inequality top the list. Also, a Center for Restorative Justice at the museum, created under Dr. Hartig's watch, hosted a decolonization working group to investigate historical harms that result in ongoing systematic oppression. To remove any doubt about her intentions, Dr. Hartig, in her own words, states that she views history as a prime tool of social justice. Here's a brief telling video. The director of Museum of American History, in her public remarks, repeatedly implies Americans are illegitimately occupying their own country.
Before we begin, let us pause to acknowledge with gratitude the Native peoples on whose land we gather today. These are the ancestral homelands of the Piscataway people, joined by the Nacotchtank and the Paumanki tribes, and of course their descendants. We acknowledge the Native peoples more broadly of the Americas. Wherever you are, at this moment, give thanks to the first people on whose land we live, love, struggle, and work. At this moment, give thanks to the first peoples on whose land we're honored to live, love, struggle, and work. Wherever we're viewing this, let us acknowledge and give our respect and gratitude to Native peoples for the opportunity to work and live in their territories. Wherever we are today, let us acknowledge and give our respect and gratitude for the opportunity to work and live in their territories. And we're deeply grateful and want to acknowledge and give our respects and gratitude to them and to their ancestors for the opportunity to work in this territory. Let us join in acknowledging the layered complexities of our place, give our respect and gratitude to Native local peoples and the opportunity to live and to work and to study in their territories. So wherever you are at this moment, give thanks to the first peoples on whose land we're honored to live, love, struggle, work, preserve.
You know what's funny to me? It's I ignored everything else that she says, but all this, what the fuck is she talking? All these natives that she's talking about. Let me tell you the biggest Native Americans, the biggest tribes, the most conquering tribes here in the United States was not monkey paws. No monkey paw tribe. Monkey paw tribe. What the hell? What country has monkey paw tribes? I don't know. I don't know what the hell she's talking about. But the strongest tribes in here was the Comanche. Superiority. The Comanche, the Apaches, the Cherokees. Those were tribes of power. They own African American slaves. That's right. Native Americans owned African American slaves. I don't know. Maybe they made a tribe called Monkey Paw. I don't know. Just throwing it out there. Just throwing it out there. I never heard of a Monkey Paw tribe here in America. That is a new one, even to me. That is a new one. All right, guys. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys already watched this, you already watched this. But we're going to go ahead and listen to Carolyn Levitt. She has a press conference. Well, she had a press conference this morning, about an hour ago. And, now that I have covered all of these lies from the Smithsonian Museum, man, welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show, man. I love this, man. Facts, truth, unmasking the evil libtards that we have in this country. I am aware, it's sad, but I am aware that we're not going to be able to show the truth to everybody. Very little people will understand the truth. Most of them, they just act like demons when they throw holy water on them and start exhorting them. They look like we're doing some sort of exorcism with holy water on them. Behave, be polite, have work ethics, be responsible, have accountability. Always strive to be number one. No! Reminds me of Luke Skywalker when he screamed when he found out that Darth Vader was his father. Yeah! You remember that? Oh, man, that was so funny. Anyways, without further ado, let's get into it. Let's get Carolyn Levitt. Come on over here, you sexy blonde girl. Brains. Can you imagine this? Blonde, Barbie-like body. Man, how can you not love this? I love being white. I got all the characteristics of whiteness, apparently. This is why I'm so grateful to have my white privilege card. Bam! Oh, man. Let me tell you something. Before we start. If America is a white supremacy country, which white supremacy doesn't exist, it's just civilizations who have learned to have a better life. That's the only thing that happens. We evolve into better humans. The libtards, they don't want to evolve. Technically, they could be the monkey paw tribe. We're going to call Democrats the monkey paw, I can't even say it, the monkey paw party. Monkey paw party, monkey paw party, monkey paw party. There we go. The Democrats are the monkey paw party. You guys don't want to evolve. Want to stay like monkeys. You cavemen. That's right, Sean. The Cherokee Nation was so powerful. They really were. Actually, they really were, man. Let's see what you say. At one time, that every other native tribe feared and hated them because they were warriors that conquered other tribes. Absolutely. That is true. But so were the Comanches. The Comanches were so strong, but you have to understand, the Spaniards kicked their ass. The Comanches were so strong, they actually conquered, or they ruled, I believe it was over the middle part of the United States of America. You know, what's crazy is that the Democrats, they created the Geico commercials just for them, but not the Gecko one. I think it was Geico, right, that did the commercials. It's so easy, even a caveman can do it. Is that the insurance commercial? Anyways, that's the Democrat Party. That's the kind of stuff that they like. That it's so easy that even Democrats can do it. You know what I'm saying? Man, that's the new slogan. That's the new slogan for the Democratic Party. We cheat on elections. It's so easy. Even Democrats can do it. Oh, man. That's funny. All right, let's go ahead and get to it. Let's go ahead. Carol Levitt.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good to see you here today. Good morning, Gabe. We'll begin today with a few scheduling announcements. Later this afternoon, President Trump will welcome the Los Angeles Dodgers back to the White House to celebrate their second consecutive World Series championship. Tomorrow night, the president will attend the White House Correspondents Association Dinner Round 2, celebrating free speech and the First Amendment alongside all of you, members of the media. The president looks forward to finishing what he started before a despicable assassination attempt derailed the original event back in April, as we all know. And I encourage everyone watching tomorrow night to tune in for what promises to be a very entertaining and memorable evening. Looking ahead to next week, on Monday, President Trump will travel to Michigan to deliver remarks on the economy. On Tuesday afternoon, the president will deliver a tribute honoring the life and legacy of his dear friend, Senator Lindsey Graham, at the National Cathedral. And next Friday, the president will host the 13th cabinet meeting of this term at Camp David, which will be a lot of fun and something different for the cabinet to experience together. Turning now to the economy. A little more than a year after President Trump signed the Working Families Tax Cuts into law, this historic legislation continues to deliver on its promise, unleashing a genuine boom for American workers, families, and small businesses. The numbers speak for themselves. This was the biggest tax refund season in American history, with the average refund exceeding $3,400, an 11% increase over the last year. American families and workers claimed $82 billion in direct tax relief, and 97% of filers received a tax cut. More than 29 million workers claimed no tax on overtime. More than 35 million seniors claimed no tax on Social Security. And nearly 8 million workers claimed no tax on tips. Thanks to the other pro-growth provisions in the Working Families Tax Cuts, like making the 20% small business tax deduction permanent and delivering 100% expensing for new factories, equipment, and research, the Trump administration is setting up American manufacturers and workers to thrive like never before. Just this week, the National Association of Manufacturers, which is the largest manufacturing association in the country, released a detailed report showing exactly how these tax cuts are driving investment, job creation, innovation, and long-term growth in all 50 states. In fact, I'd like to take a moment to highlight just a few of the real American businesses that this law is helping. Pivot Manufacturing in Arizona made the largest equipment purchase in company history after the Trump tax cuts gave them the long-term certainty to invest with confidence. Winton Machine Company in Georgia is on pace for the best year in its history. Ketchy Inc. in North Carolina was able to purchase new machinery and expand its workforce by 25%. And Juergens in Ohio expanded its brand new facility to increase production. And they're also paying their workers even more thanks to the no tax on overtime provision. These are not just great statistics. These are American businesses with the confidence to grow, hire, and invest right here at home rather than offshoring their jobs. And a business opening or expanding in this country means more opportunity and higher wages for American workers. It means a chance for the American dream for young families, and it means restoring the belief that we can make and build things right here at home. This is what President Trump promised, and it's exactly what he is delivering with the help of Republicans in Congress. Democrats throw around the word affordability a lot, but when they had the chance to vote for the largest middle-class tax cuts in history, they refused. If Democrats got their way, it would have meant the largest tax increase in history, $4 trillion. 90% of Americans would have seen their taxes go up, and it would have been a complete disaster for our economy. That's the Democrat solution to, quote, affordability. It is raising your taxes. So I hope the press will cover more of the massive success stories resulting from the working families tax cuts and point out that every single Democrat on Capitol Hill voted against every single common sense provision that put more money back into the pockets of the American people. Finally, on the energy front, after this briefing, President Trump will participate in a historic ratepayer protection pledge event at the EPA headquarters down the street. The president will expand the ratepayer protection pledge to governors, state legislatures, developers, and power providers to ensure that everyone involved in building and powering data centers pays their own way, instead of passing those costs on to hardworking families. The president will be joined by Energy Secretary Chris Wright, EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, and several governors who have already signed on to this pledge, and it has already proven to be remarkably successful. Nearly 200 additional stakeholders have signed on since it was first announced, including utilities, data center developers, public power authorities, co-ops, and state governors. As a result, the pledge now covers 80% of all the power delivered to American homes and businesses. President Trump's bold leadership is turning data centers from a source of concern into engines of growth and opportunity for communities across this country, all while cementing America's dominance over China in the global AI race. The president is ensuring the American people are never left footing the bill so private companies can benefit. Instead, President Trump is leveraging the data center boom to deliver real, tangible benefits for working families and small businesses. So we have a busy day here, rest assured. I'll take some questions. And here in our new media seat, we have Cam from Town Hall. Cam, thank you for being here. Why don't you kick us off today?
Thank you. Two quick questions. One on Congress. First off, Speaker Mike Johnson passed a continuing resolution earlier this week. John Thune said he wants to work with Democrats to find a way to fund the government. What is the White House's stance on the best way to keep the government funded?
Well, the White House's stance is that the government needs to be funded. This president and Republicans on Capitol Hill from both chambers, as you just mentioned, the House and the Senate Republicans want to keep the government open. We want to work together to find ways to do that, and the White House will continue to have discussions with Senate leadership on the best path forward. I don't want to get ahead of those conversations, but the most important thing for the American people to know is that this president and this White House wants the government to remain open, unlike the Democrats in this town who have been acting as obstructionists. We've seen time and time again, they have chosen to block this administration, to block Republicans in Congress from keeping our government open, which does not help anyone, and it especially hurts the American people who depend on our government remaining open so they can access the critical services that our government provides to so many Americans across the country. So these conversations are continuing, but I think I just made the president's position quite clear.
Thank you. And then on the Saudi Arabian nuclear deal, what steps is the U.S. taking to get Saudi Arabia to sign the Abraham Accords?
Sure. Well, the president himself has spoken on this many times. His Truth Social post this morning, and I will read it for those at home who missed it. The civil nuclear deal, there will be no enrichment of material, an important point being made between the Department of Energy and Saudi Arabia, which pertains only to non-military use. will be approved, but is totally subject to Saudi Arabia joining the very respected and successful Abraham Accords. The United States is not opposed to civil nuclear facilities, as we all know. Look, this is a condition that the president has spoken about many times with our Gulf and Arab allies. He wants to see these countries sign the Abraham Accord. It was one of the most historic accomplishments of his first term, and it continues to be a long-term goal of his to expand those accords to ultimately come to a place where the Middle East can be a peaceful and stable region. And yes, this deal with Saudi Arabia, the energy deal, is contingent on this condition as far as the president is concerned. So we'll continue to talk with our Saudi counterparts to get the deal finalized and hopefully see them joining the Abraham Accords very soon. Thank you. Gabe.
Caroline, thank you. With regards to the Saudi nuclear deal, why was that condition not mentioned yesterday when the Energy Secretary announced it?
Well, look, the president is always the final deal maker, as you know, and this is something that he has mentioned on numerous occasions going back. I can provide you with those statements, and he has said if they don't join the Abraham Accords, the deal is off. So we'll continue to have those conversations with our Saudi counterparts moving forward.
So the deal is dead if Saudi Arabia doesn't join. And have you any
No.
indication that Saudi Arabia is even considering this?
Again, the president has spoken directly with the Saudis about this in numerous conversations in the past, and the administration will continue to engage in those conversations.
Will Saudi
Alexandra.
Arabia be exempt from international inspections as part of this deal if it moves forward?
I don't want to comment on the specifics of the deal, as we're still, again, as I just said, talking especially about this very important condition that the president raised this morning. Alexandra.
So good to see you now that you're back.
You too.
So Treasury Secretary Bessent voiced concern this week on China potentially distilling or stealing AI technology from the United States, kind of manipulating it as their own. Anthropic said that the largest distilling attack happened last month. Do you think this will come up when the president meets with President Xi in September?
Well, I have had the honor of being part of some of the meetings and discussions between President Trump and President Xi, and I can tell you there is always a wide range of topics that come up. I would imagine this would be something. It's of high importance to the president and of this administration to obviously ensure that America remains dominant in the AI race, and we're obviously tracking the particular situation that you mentioned.
I have one more, if you don't mind. This week we've seen some major players in Democrat politics voicing or alerting really on how much influence socialism, communism has had now on kind of mainstream Democrat politics. Is there any chance that the president would be interested or is considering working with left of center Democrats to push back on this?
Well, unfortunately, we don't seem to have too many of those left in the Democrat Party. We have literal self-proclaimed communists who are winning elections and who are claiming to be the new leadership of the Democrat Party. I think the vast majority of Americans understand the dangers of communism. Just look at countries all over this world. As an example, Cuba right now is a country that is about to be a failed state because of the communist policies of the past several decades. Communism should never be allowed to lead this country, and the president obviously is strictly opposed to it and all the dangers that it reaps. We've seen it happen across the world. Meredith.
Just to continue on the Saudi nuclear deal, do the Saudis agree with this interpretation since it wasn't part of the initial agreement? And has the president talked to MBS since this new condition was announced?
As you know, the president just put out this statement a few hours ago. I don't believe he's had a call with MBS in the hours since. However, this is something that he has raised in previous conversations and has also said many times in the past. John, in the back, go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. In regards to this deal, in the past, the Saudi government has said they will not consider entering into the Abraham Accords unless and until there's a Palestinian state. What makes you think that they're going to change their minds on their position regarding that?
Again, I won't get ahead of the president's conversations, but this is something that he feels very strongly about and has spoken about it in the past and will continue to uphold.
Can I ask you one other question?
Sure.
Just playing devil's advocate, why does Saudi Arabia get a civilian nuclear deal, but Iran doesn't get a civilian nuclear deal?
Well, again, this agreement is still being worked out. Well, it will eventually, hopefully, be finalized with the condition that the president spoke about this morning. But this agreement in particular, as it's been discussed thus far, does give priority access for American companies in the Saudi nuclear energy program, which will ultimately benefit American industry workers and supply chains. So the deal that has been discussed thus far and will continue to be discussed absolutely puts America first, and that's obviously very important to this president. Ed.
Thanks, Caroline. So Friday, the Section 122, the 10% global tariff, goes away. Is the president going to ask Congress for an extension, or what's next?
Well, I know the USTR, our great Jameson Greer, trade representative, will be having an announcement on that very soon, later today. I don't want to get ahead of him, so I would just tell you to stay tuned for more details.
Okay, and then one more on the president's going to have some big utility companies at this event later on today. We're now a year and a half, so to speak, into his pro-energy policies. Is he going to pressure those executives to lower energy prices, not just maintain the prices?
Well, look, as I mentioned earlier, the Ratepayer Protection Pledge, that is a novel idea drawn up by this president, his team, to ensure that data centers in communities, where those communities want data centers, that these big CEOs and energy companies are picking up the tab for the energy costs in these communities, so the American taxpayer not being fronted with those bills. And the pledge today is being expanded to acknowledge all elements involved in building and operating data center, the governors who appoint the state regulators, who set the power prices, the utilities and the co-ops that sell the power, and in addition to the tech companies that have already signed the pledge. So you'll continue to hear more about that from the president in a few hours at 2:30 when he goes over to the EPA. Sophia.
Have you spoken to the president about what he wants to do about Chinese AI models if they are found to have stolen American IP? Does he want to sanction them? Or what actions can be taken without undermining broader U.S.-China trade talks or cutting off American startups that are increasingly reliant on them?
Sure. Well, I won't get ahead of the president on any potential actions, but obviously these conversations are taking place, and again, they're of the utmost importance, not just for our national security, but to ensure America remains dominant in this space. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions. Has President Trump spoken with FIFA President Gianni Infantino about his interest in nominating him for UN Secretary General, and can you explain his interest there? And secondly, just a minor point of clarification on the Saudi nuclear deal. Did Prime Minister Netanyahu request this provision?
Not to my knowledge, no. Again, as I told you, this was an idea the president has long had. It was the president and his team in the first term that began and signed the Abraham Accords with several countries in the region, between those countries and Israel. And the president obviously wants to expand on that historic accomplishment from his first term. To your first question about Gianni Infantino, I don't know if he and the president have discussed that. I haven't been present for all their conversations. I know they speak quite frequently, and the president has a lot of respect for Gianni and what he has done with FIFA. As we all just saw, the World Cup was a tremendous success here at home. It not only was hugely beneficial to our businesses and our local economies across the country, but I think it showed that America is the greatest country on earth, and the president is grateful to Gianni for all of the efforts that he had to make that dream a reality here in the United States. Danny.
Thanks, Caroline. Is President Trump or the administration, do they have any plans to intervene in the extradition process for the Tate brothers?
No. We've already answered that question. Elizabeth.
Thank you, Caroline. Secretary Mullin said that election officials that knowingly allowed non-citizens to vote could be prosecuted and fined. Is this option being considered in New Jersey after the governor revealed that thousands of non-citizens were registered to vote there?
Well, for any prosecutions, obviously, I would always defer you to the Department of Justice. But what I will say on New Jersey and this governor, the fact that she just all of a sudden decided to put out a press release saying President Trump and Republicans have been right about non-citizens on our voting rolls is not a coincidence. I think this governor is saying this because she realizes this administration is serious about getting to the bottom of illegal aliens voting and being on our voter rolls in our country. The Secretary of Homeland Security, as you know, sent a letter to several states, including New Jersey, requesting that non-citizens that are on their voter rolls need to be reported to DHS and need to be removed from those voter rolls. So that's why all of a sudden she is speaking truth about the fact that this does take place in states across the country. It is completely unacceptable to have non-citizens on American voter rolls voting in U.S. elections. And she says it's 6,600. We suspect it's a heck of a lot more, not just in New Jersey, but in states across the country. The president is hell-bent on getting to the bottom of this, and it's also why we need to pass the Save America Act to ensure that only U.S. citizens are voting in U.S. elections. And I understand the House had a great accomplishment yesterday with passing the budget resolution, which has as much of the Save America America Act is possible, and we encourage the Senate to move forward with passing that resolution into law so the president can sign it into law by the August recess. It's of the utmost importance to this president, but also to the American people who support this bill overwhelmingly. Mary in the back.
Two questions, one on Sophia Cunningham and then on self-driving cars.
Sure.
Sophia Cunningham in the WNBA has been attacked as a MAGA Barbie for saying it's common sense for men to not be in women's sports and locker rooms. Is the president following this story, and has he reached out to her?
I don't believe he has reached out to her. I know he is following the story. As you know, this is something the president feels strongly about as well, and the American people do too, that men should not be playing in women's sports. It's completely ludicrous that anyone could support that. It's even more ludicrous that you do have Sophia Cunningham, a female athlete herself, very accomplished in her own right, coming forth and speaking that truth that men shouldn't play in women's sports. We want to protect women and girls, and the backlash she is receiving from Democrats and left-wing figures across the country is astonishing. They are clearly very out of touch with the American public on this issue, which again is an 80-20 issue. It's common sense. It's rooted in basic biological fact that men should not be competing against women on playing fields across the country.
Thank you. And then really quick on self-driving cars. There's legislation right now to ban China's self-driving car technology from U.S. roads. Does the White House have a position on this? And broadly, how does the president feel about self-driving cars himself?
Well, you know, the president did have a red Tesla here at the White House for quite some time, so he's a supporter of them. I know he's purchased some self-driving cars for his family members, his grandchildren, so I think he supports them and Americans who want to drive them. But with that said, I don't know about the specific legislation. I will check in with our Legislative Affairs Office and we'll get you a statement on that. Reagan.
One question for you on Thune and then one on Darlene Graham. The president seemed yesterday frustrated with Leader Thune when he was speaking in Georgia. Is his patience running out with Leader Thune? And then the president recently endorsed Darlene Graham right after her appointment to Senate. What caused him to endorse her so quickly?
The president met with Darlene and thought she will be a great representative for the great people of South Carolina and will carry on her brother's legacy of public service in that beautiful state. So the president is fully supportive of Darlene and her honorable decision to run and, again, to continue her brother's legacy. With respect to your first question on, remind me?
Leader Thune, his patience is running out.
Look, the president spoke about this directly yesterday. His patience is running out. He wants to see as much of the Save America passed as possible by the August recess. He knows that's what the American people want to see passed. He was just traveling on the road yesterday, spoke about this, and there was a very loud applause from the people in the audience, the everyday Americans, because voter ID is common sense. They want proof of citizenship in our elections, and the president feels very strongly about that. And I would just add, you know, the American people elected overwhelmingly Republicans to lead not just this White House, but also the House and the Senate. The House did its job. The Senate needs to do its job too. I know it's a brief briefing today, but you're going to hear from the president directly twice today at 2:30 and also at 4:30. And we will see you all tomorrow night at the Correspondents' Dinner. Thanks, guys.
You heard it, folks. You heard it. This is the what they had earlier on the press conference. What the hell? There we go. I'm trying to give you guys some more information. There you go. That's some of the summaries that we have in here. Let me read a couple of things here that you may have missed from President Trump. And this is from my X account. You guys can follow with me here. Let me place it on here so that you can follow along. There we go. All right, let me see if I can put that there. The civil nuclear deal, there will be no enrichment of material being made between the United States Department of Energy and Saudi Arabia, which pertains only to non-military use, such as the ones that Iran and the UAE and others already have, will be approved, but it is totally subject to Saudi Arabia joining the very respected and successful Abraham Accords. The United States is not opposed to civil, non-enriched nuclear facility. Thank you for your attention, President Donald J. Trump. I want to read this because it's important. One of the reporters asked a question to Secretary Leavitt about Saudi Arabia. And the whole thing is I think Grant Reed, Sergeant here, told us, we don't want to accept anybody saying death to America to have a nuclear capability in any level. We're done. We're over it. In Saudi Arabia, well, they're not saying death to America. It's not like they're our best friends, but they're also, they're in check, and as long as they adhere to the Abraham Accords, I think it should be fine. All right, with that being said, I have another one here for you. A year ago, the United States of America attacked very powerfully the Houthis for their interference with commerce and trade by shooting at ships. Since that time, and during our conflict with Iran, they have acted very responsibly. Unfortunately, now they are starting again. People just don't get it. They're starting up again, shooting at 2 Saudi Arabian ships last night. Please let this truth serve to represent that if they do this again, the United States will hold Iran responsible and that the Houthis are a surrogate and or a proxy of Iran, and major military punishment will be inflicted upon Iran. Of course, the disappointed within that they have, until now, acted very professionally and smart. Thank you for your attention. I also want to say, what is that bill? Bill BD what is that bill? There's a bill that just passed for our military to use. Let me see if I can find it. I hope I kept the track of that. Let's see. Before we get to other news that I want to give you, let me see. Did I not grab it? Oh man, I didn't save the link. I saw some information on there, but I didn't save it. My bad. That was my fault. I have some more information to give you on that. Here, I wanna open this link here. As I was doing some research yesterday, you see this right here. I want to show you guys so you guys can see what I'm reading here. Okay. Let me see. All right, here we go. I want you to understand how important it is that we have a nice budget for our military. Let's see. I want you to read this with me. Hopefully that's big enough for you there. Let me see if I can get a little bit more. Okay. So you guys know, as I was talking to you yesterday, and I was talking about the United States is the strongest military power force on earth, blah, blah, blah. Well, I want you to understand this, okay? I want to read this to you, and I'll give you some more information, okay? The United States is the most powerful country in the world by military strength, dominating globally military rankings. The U.S. combines the world's largest defense budget, nearly $1 trillion, technological superiority in air and naval power, and unmatched global reach through a vast network of alliances and overseas bases. It is very important that Congress continues to support our military. Do you understand? Do you want to have a prosperous United States of America? Support the military. Do you want to have a free people? Secure the borders. Support the military. Every freedom that we have today, every right that is granted to us today, has been thanks to their military power. And I believe, let me just point this out, and if you guys were with me yesterday, $4.5 trillion every year. $4.5 trillion gets used in socialist programs. Let that sink in for a little bit. Let that sink in. $4.5 trillion on socialist programs. I'm not saying get rid of it. I'm not saying that. I think it's needed. They're good programs. I'm just pointing out how much it costs for you to enjoy those things, like Social Security. It's one of those things. But it costs a lot of money. If we don't support our military, who, come on, our men are sacrificing their lives. When they go to war, they can lose their lives. But not just going to war. In training, they can lose their lives. So, they need a raise. They need to get paid well. They need to have better benefits for housing. And we need to make sure that they're taken care of. As long as Congress keeps fighting and demonizing a large budget for our defense of this country, we're going to continue to have problems. You understand? All right. I just want to make sure that we understand. The United States holds the number one spot due to unmatched funding, and that's what I'm just talking about. Unmatched funding and extensive aircraft fleet and advanced technology. Second place is Russia. They possess a vast manpower, significant nuclear capabilities, and massive tank divisions. China features the world's largest active duty military by personnel. They got billions of people. How can they not? And rapidly modernizing naval and anti-access systems. The libtards, this is why I go hard on you guys, because you guys keep becoming obstacles in our way. It's not waste of money. If we don't have a military defense, you have no country. You understand? You will have no social security, no welfare, no health care. You will have nothing if we don't have a military power in the house. You understand this? Russia attacks who they think is lower than they are. You know why China doesn't attack the United States right now? Because they can't. They would lose the war. Russia doesn't attack the United States of America, not because they're good friends. No, because they will lose the war. North Korea does not attack the United States of America, not because they don't want to, because they would lose their whole fucking country. I want you to understand that. I want you to understand that. Without military power, the United States of America is screwed. So we can allow that. We can have it. We can have it. The United States military has nuclear submarines. Man, I'm so proud of being an American citizen. I'm going to tell you that right now. Let me see if I put this on my list here. I forget, what was the name of the bill, guys? You guys remember the name of the bill? Let me see if maybe... no, nobody responded to my comment. But listen, the bill, what is the name of the bill? The bill that they were just having hearing has been approved in Congress. This is the bill that I believe that Pete Hegseth and General Kane were asking Congress. I believe the bill has passed. This is to rebuild, maintenance, create new carriers, a new planes, for new technology, defensive stuff. So the budget has been approved, as far as I know. Let me just look it up. Let me look it up. Oh my goodness, what was that, man? Let me see. I might have it on my phone. Let me see. Oh, Dennis, you deleted it. What a fucking idiot. Let me see. Maybe not. Maybe I still have it. What an idiot. I deleted it. Oh, yeah. The NDAA bill. No. This is that what it's called? Let's see. The House narrowly passed a $1.5 trillion defense policy and spending package along mostly party lines. Yeah, I think that's the one. The National Defense Authority Act, right? National Defense Authorization Act. Yep, that's right. NDAA. Thank you guys for your help. I appreciate you. See, I was there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was there. I saw this. I looked into it. And what I looked into was how do I get this? Let me see. I'm just gonna look. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. Let's do the NDAA bill. There is a link. There should be a link in here somewhere. There's a link that actually shows me the bill. Where is the bill? The bill. I want to total funding. The legislation authorizes a non-presidential 1.5. Man, you know what? There was 7 Republicans. I don't have it. I don't have it here. I apologize. I don't have it here. But there was 6 Democrats who voted yes, and 7 rhinos who voted no. That's crazy. We have 7 rhinos, even though we have the majority Republican in the House. These rhinos make it very difficult for America to continue their agenda. But I'm going to tell you something right now. This bill passing, I think it only passed through Congress. I'm not sure. Can somebody check that? Congress. I think it has to go to the Senate as well, right? Yeah, so we don't want to join wars until we're forced to. We don't want war. We war because we have to. That is a good point. That is true. That is a good point. It is what it is, guys. It is what it is. Let me see. Let me go to the Congress, congress.gov. Yes, I am human. I am human. I promise I am human. All right, here we go. So here is, let me see. It's so small to write. It is the H.R. 8800 to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2027 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction, there we go, and for defense activities of the Department of Energy to prescribe military personnel strength for such fiscal year and for other purposes. I believe one of these things in here is going to be a raise of about 3-point-something%. Let me see if I can get to it. Mr. Rogers from Alabama, for himself and Mr. Smith of Washington, not me, introduced the following bill, which was referred to the Committee on Armed Forces. On June 15, 2026, reported with an amendment committed to the committee to the whole House on the State of the Union in order to be printed or strike out all after the enactment clause and insert the part printed in italic. See copy of bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year, blah, blah, blah. You know what? I fucking hate reading documents. Legal documents are a piece of shit. Why can't they just make it simple, straight, direct, that everybody can understand? Be it enacted by the Senate and House Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled This act may be cited as the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2027. Let's see, Division Department of Defense Authorizations, Military Constructions, Department of Energy National, and other authorizations funding tables. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Let's go down. Let's see. Temporary unavailability for amphibious warfare ships. These are just the sections of research development. It is a whole list of things. I'm going to tell you that right now. Holy smokes. Military, medical, everything. Housing, funding for modifying facilities, etc. Guys, it takes a lot of money. I wish we were using at least $2 trillion on our military defense. I do. I wish we were having at least $2 trillion. And I wish that Democrats would get on board and try to bring back, instead of having a global economy, bring back our national economy. Bringing back our local economy. I understand. I understand greed. I understand that we have to, get more money. We got to create more wealth. But I really believe that we should incentivize a lot of business corporations to come here to the United States of America. I'm going to tell you why. We are still building the Golden Dome. China is not happy. Russia is not happy. You know why? If they try to shoot some nuclear weapons, nuclear missiles at us, the Golden Dome is going to shoot them up in the air. Now, if I know correctly, even if you shoot a nuclear missile up in the air, it could still cause a lot of damage, okay? And then plus you have the radioactive problem and all this other stuff. But the facts are that they will have to do an world destruction event, man-made world destruction event, and war. And they don't want to do that, because then they will also be destroyed. I mean, we have a lot of movies where we self-destruct each other. I get it. We self-destruct humankind. But those are movies. We live in reality, and we can make changes. We can make better decisions. All I can tell you is this. There is a lot of people that want to kick my ass. Now, very few can, but there's a lot of people that want to hit me. You know why they don't? Because they know that I'll fuck them up. That's simple. You think I'm going to walk up to Mike Tyson and be like, bitch? No, he'll kick my ass. I'm not going to go pick a fight where I know I'm going to lose. I'll fight when I know I can win. And if I'm going to lose, I got to make peace. I got to make peace with that. Hey, City, thanks for stopping by, bro. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, yeah. It's my channel, so no, you're not allowed to fucking talk to me like that. Anywho, nuclear deterrent, I like that. That is exactly how it is. Good Game says, you're 50 years old. You're not kicking anybody's ass. I know, but I do have a box cutter. You know what I'm saying? I got my box cutter, and I have this hole puncher. I call it a 9mm hole puncher. Yeah, man, I'm telling you, I don't have to fight with fists anymore. I'm just telling you right now. So what I say is this. I wouldn't go to the mailbox and collect the check. That shit better be direct deposit. You know what I'm saying? Man, I come from El Barrio, man. These people don't know me. I'm a nice guy, but I can be the worst enemy that you can have. I just let you know the truth. I'm here giving you facts, giving you the truth. Try to look up some articles that I don't really recollect much, but the truth is out there. You can get it. All you have to do is search for it. Okay? Search for it. Let's see. Trump's administration put on a security masterclass for FIFA World Cup. I don't care about the FIFA anymore. It's done. It's finished. Oh, man. Yeah, that's the thing about the Second Amendment right. You can be 70 years old, you don't have legs, you know what I'm saying? You're in a wheelchair. Well, you still have a gun that you can defend yourself against criminals who want to hurt you. It's that easy. It's that easy. You know what I'm saying? Pow, says Lisa. She knows what I'm talking about. All right, H.R. 8800, NDAA, the NDAA bill. Let's see what else I can find here. I believe that it passed Congress. Has it passed the Senate? I think the Senate has to sign too, right? All right. So the NDAA has not yet passed the Senate. These morons on the Senate better sign that thing up. Congress, listen, as much as I don't like Congress, at least they're doing their job. Some of them. A little bit more than half of them are doing their job. The rest are just fucking morons who serve as obstacles for America's continuing greatness. Anyways, I have Laura Ingram, who also has something to say about the Smithsonian director. This is our American history. Let's see what's going on here. What does she have to say about the Smithsonian director? I'm beginning to think that Thune is just a piece of shit. That's just what I'm beginning to think. After he blocked Scott Presler from coming in to one of the meetings, which he knew that he was going to come in, I trust him less and less and less. Reed says Dennis is a great American and YouTube is attacking his channel for truth. It's okay, brother. It is what it is. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. Don't worry about it. I know that the leftists get more traction. It's okay. What I care is to attract more patriots than I do libtards. I'm not here to, attract more libtards, but, hopefully they don't become, or they don't stay libtards. Hopefully they become American patriots again, and hopefully they can see the truth of what it is. Like the Clyde. The Clyde likes to suck ass. So for that reason, he is leaving the channel. Thanks for stopping by. Nah, I'm not on Rumble. I have an account on Rumble, but it's just a waste. There you go. My favorite troll, Javier Hernandez, back in the house to remind us that from Tijuana down, it is the Gulf of Mexico. From Tijuana up, it is the Gulf of America. I got you. Gulf of America. The Ingram angle. Let's see what's going on here. Tell us, Laura, what's going on? What's going on in the United States of America?
The Smithsonian unmasked. That's the focus of tonight's angle. All right, we're just talking about this, but I know you've all been wondering this. How did we get to a point in America where more young people are becoming enamored with what they think is socialism? And why are fewer Americans describing themselves as deeply patriotic? Well, for the second day in a row in hearings on Capitol Hill, we've learned that the taxpayer-funded Smithsonian Institution is a big part of the problem. The National Museum of American History not only curates exhibits about America, but it provides classroom materials to millions of students and teachers across the country. In the Smithsonian's educational programs, America is often portrayed as the oppressor and subjugator of the weak and the vulnerable. So traditional approaches to showcasing history have generally been jettisoned in favor of what they now call restorative history, in order to feature what they call the voices of harmed communities. So the Smithsonian is platforming what they then call community-based knowledge to define the best path forward. Well, it sounds like activism to me, but the museum's director, Anthea Hartig, denies it.
Do you believe that one of your roles is connecting research and scholarship to advocacy and activism?
No, sir, I do not.
2020 University of California, Riverside virtual lecture, which you said that one of your roles is connecting research and scholarship to activism and advocacy. Has your position changed on this topic?
I thank you. I better understand your line of querying. I think what's important for me is that
Not what's, I only have 5 minutes.
one of the key things a historian does, especially at the National Museum of American History, is to tie threads together.
I'm gonna just note you're filibustering on the answer.
No, well, look, the truth is, for Ms. Hartig and her colleagues, America is something we need to overcome with activism, not celebrate with enthusiasm. And you bet they resent having to answer to the people's elected representatives because they think, you can see it in their faces, they think that our entire system of government is inherently racist, anti-woman, and corrupt. Academics like Hartig are used to operating in kind of a protective bubble. They run their own fiefdoms where, through careful curation, the cause of migrants, of trans people, and pro-abortion people are championed, while conservative causes like the pro-life movement or the longest-running march in U.S. history, the March for Life, well, those are admitted altogether.
You the authority to turn the National Museum of American History into a vehicle for progressive political activism. What about the tens of millions of aborted babies, the babies that have been killed in America? Where's the justice and the compassion for them? Where's their history?
I am not here at this hearing to discuss that.
Is that not a part of our American history? Did that not happen? Or is it only what you care about? Is it only the issues that you care about and you being cushioned by white privilege and being propped up by your whiteness, as you claim? I'm paraphrasing. Is that what you care about? Just racism and making people feel guilty?
If we're going to discuss dark sides of U.S. history, is not a difficult part of U.S. history? 50 million babies gone? Well, of course, academia and their comrades at the Smithsonian, they despise the idea of traditional Americans, people of faith, standing together to protect the unborn, or any group of Americans gathering to just celebrate the greatness of the country. They prefer to celebrate other things.
Can you tell us what a crotch harness is? We brought a picture. Tell the audience what a crotch harness is.
So, ma'am, if I may answer your question about girlhood, it's complicated. And the questions that you had.
No, just tell us now. I'm moving on. What is a crotch harness? You chose to make a display of it.
Girlhood, it's complicated was designed to help celebrate the centennial.
The display of a crotch harness in a public museum. You chose to display the fetish attire of a very small subset of Americans with weird sexual proclivities, and you welcome children to these exhibits.
Yeah, but the 45% of Americans who are pro-life, they don't get anything. But the crotch fetish does. Whatever. This is just sick. The hearings also featured Trump-hating historian David Blight. He's Yale University's director of slavery and abolition studies. So how smart a man is he?
The first person to legally own a slave in the United States.
I'm not sure I can give you a name.
Well, you should know this. You're the scholar that has researched all this. Anthony Johnson. Why would you not know that?
Oh, that's shocking. Anthony Johnson had been an indentured servant himself, but he was also the earliest documented black slaveholder in the British colonies. But the Yale professor didn't know that? Do you believe that? Or this?
We do not write woke history, whatever that is, but we do try to awaken citizens. In recent decades, we sowed the wind with new kinds of history. Here comes the whirlwind. If we're not careful, we will end up with what the great writer Toni Morrison called statist history, and it will create what she called sanctioned ignorance. That's what's at risk.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streamed.
Oh, man. Sometimes my spirits go down a little bit. And I can't help but to how the hell did we get here? I mean, I know how. How have we allowed this activist communist to take over our universities and colleges and schools and high schools. Unbelievable. I have other things that I was looking into, so we're going to switch gears a little bit. I touched up on the Smithsonian director, all of the garbage that they put in there to indoctrinate our children into sexual perversions, putting our children's innocence at risk of being raped and abused. The libtards don't care. We saw the candidates. You saw that trans candidate. Remember that guy? I feel bad for him. Mental problems. Transgenderism is a mental problem. It is a big deal. I feel bad for them because they don't love themselves. They want to be approved so bad. They want to be acknowledged. We acknowledge you. Just be an American citizen. Respect the law. We appreciate people that make this country better. But these people don't even know who the hell they are. That's the problem. In society, you have two genders, men and women. We pick what we want to be in life, yes. But you can't preach confusion. You can't preach insecurity as a good thing. You can't teach somebody to hate themselves. Man, that's crazy. Hassan Piker. Let me see. I think I saved this on my... Is that my... What? So this black woman looks like my ex. Hold on. Even the black nuns, even the black nuns dressed in white are being detained by ICE agents. Unbelievable. It's getting out of control, people. Out of control. Out of control. Unbelievable. All right, let me get logged into my Facebook account here real quick. I think I have a clip. I think I shared the clip of, what's his name? Hassan Piker. You guys know him. You guys heard of him. He is the Muslim Nazi. The Muslim Nazi that the Democrats love to support. Don't worry. You know, you can hate me or love me. It's up to you. You can hate me or love me. Huh, what is this? Interesting. All right, check this out. I'm going to share this with you. Now, I got to make sure that we got the right information before I say that this is true. But check out this report, this post. Rush Babe, if you're still here, have you seen this? That's right, Mr. Reed. We got to say it like it is. Governor Bob Ferguson, Democrat here in Washington State, won by 433,550 votes. Let's confirm that. Let's confirm. Let's grab this from, see if we can get some deep AI information on here. Yep, it is true. Okay, so Bob Ferguson won in 2024 Washington gubernatorial election by a margin of 11.23% points. Now, that's 433,550 votes against Republican candidate Dave Reicher. According to the certified election results, Ferguson secured a 55.5% of the votes. Here we go. So, Washington processed 427,038 duplicate registrations. I don't know what that means, but sounds fishy to me. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Let me ask another question. No, let's go back to that. Let's see. It's just so interesting looking for information, isn't it? Huh. All right, let's see what they say. Because, you look at a post like this and you'll be like, oh, my God, what the hell is going on here? You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to grab this and call it. Here we go. So it says, the Washington Secretary of State office manages voter registration data. According to their information, the state uses automated voter registration database to identify potential duplicate registrations, which are then reviewed manually by county election staff. Official sources provide information on the process for managing voter registration data and potential duplicates. Would you like to view voter registration status or read about the resident? Yes. Let's continue to dig deeper. Bye, Lisa. Thanks for stopping by, sweetheart. Appreciate you. Additionally, Washington enacted a Senate Bill 6084, signed by Governor Bob Ferguson, of course. The law clarifies the state's absolute ban on double voting. The emergency legislation addresses interstate double voting by explicitly defining any vote cast on the same day, even across different states or jurisdictions, as the same election, making a punishable Class C felony. Official resources can provide further context on local voter rolls and election policies. Interesting. Official resources can provide further context on local voter rolls and election process. Huh. It doesn't give me a number. Let's keep asking the question. Here's what it says. There are zero duplicate votes counted in Washington's elections due to automated tracking systems. Interesting. While a voter may accidentally or intentionally receive more than one ballot packet, such as a replacement ballot, the state of Washington utilizes a single database called Vote Washington to log every voter. I love this. You don't even know why I'm laughing yet. Once an election official scans and verifies a voter's unique signature on their first received ballot, that voter's profile is instantly flagged as voted. Any subsequent ballots submitted by or under that same individual's name are automatically rejected and not tabulated. Official investigations and historical reviews by the Washington State Association of Counties consistently demonstrate that actual instances of successful double voting are exceptionally rare and typically isolated to individual clerical or interstate errors. Now they say there was zero duplicate votes counted. They also say this is due to an automated system. They also say that they are tracking people who have voted. Meaning, if I take your vote and you get a replacement, I can vote for you without knowing, and you can't do a damn thing about it. Because once I put my vote through, which of course I'm going to do first before you do it, because you got to wait for your new replacement. I make sure mine gets in there, registered in the system. How easy is that for me to steal your vote? And you go and put your vote in, your ballot, and say, I voted Republican. How did we lose? Well. Zero duplicate votes counted. I would have felt better if they would have said 1%, 2% duplicate votes. There is a scandal There is a scandal. Exactly. But the name, the profile is registered. If that person's name comes in, if what you're saying, I don't know if I'm understanding what you're saying. If that person's vote comes in and the signature doesn't match, does that mean that they are going to take the time to see which one is actually the real ballot that they want? I'm going to tell you something. They don't do signature verification. Lord, give me patience to put up with the stupidity of the libtards. Why did you allow them to get so retarded? Anyways, here is what I'm laughing about this. Here's what I'm laughing about this. They don't do that. By the way, the DMV, it's crazy. The DMV, which, by the way, you guys that are not here from Washington State, you got to understand. Bob Ferguson used to be an attorney, a lawyer. In the same building, office next to his, well, not really literally next to his, but, in the same building, was the DMV's office. And anybody that came to register or get their tabs for the vehicle or whatever, showed ID. Even illegal immigrants showed ID. They were automatically registered in the system to vote. There was no verification, proof of citizenship, just a regular ID that any illegal immigrant can get. That's how stupid Democrat states are. So Shiloh Marks, allegedly, he says that Washington State gave Bob Ferguson the win by 433,550 votes. And then he claims that Washington processed 427,038 duplicate registrations. As I look and research, it says there has been 0 duplicate votes counted. Now, a registration is not the same as a vote counted. But you can't deny that the number of 433,550 is the exact number of duplicate numbers, of duplicate registers. That is crazy. No proof, just like Trump. Boo. Shut the hell up. Fucking retards, you guys don't get it. The truth is right in front of you. You could at least question it. I said allegedly. You should at least question it. Joshua, what happens when you register to vote? What happens? What happens when you register to vote? Go ahead and answer. Here we go. Here we go. I'm going to wait for Joshua to reply. He's been replying very quick. Joshua Campbell, tell me, what happens when you register to vote? Nope. That's not what happens. Maybe there's a long delay. Your state ID, driver's license from the state you registered to voting, that is a form of ID, but that doesn't prove citizenship. So, in order to register to vote, you have to prove that you're an American citizen. You have to say, I'm an American citizen, right? Bam! I'm glad you asked. Oh, Kelly's girl, my American passport says I'm an American citizen. I'm glad you asked. Don't delete her comment. Don't delete their comment. Right. So when your name goes on the voter registry, what happens next? Oh, man. I think I'm going to have to make some coffee here real quick. I'm going to have to make some coffee here real quick. Yeah, that's the problem right there, Charlie. All right, so you registered to vote, however you did it. The whole point is this. So when you register to vote, right, they grab your name, your license number, etc., right? Then there's people that register to vote in America are legal citizens. It is a fact that literally less than 1% are illegal. How is it a fact? I'm going to go ahead and tell you how registering to vote works. My name is Dennis Herrera. And I promise you, I'm Dennis Herrera. You're going to say, well, where's your ID? I give you my ID. Joshua, fucking hold on, okay? Hold on. You didn't answer shit. I will tell you how you answer. I will teach you how to answer questions. I give you my ID because you don't believe that I'm Dennis Herrera. So I show you my license. Now, I tell you, I'm an American citizen. And even if I didn't have this goofy accent, what would you ask for? Huh? What would you ask for? Proof of citizenship. You better believe it. You should. Absolutely. Ask me. Proof of citizenship. Ask me. You got to get it. Now, I'm going to tell you something. If you think this passport is fake, it's a very good fake to be able to go out into international countries when I travel. You better believe it. So I ask you, what's your name? I don't believe you. Show me your ID. Are you a citizen? And you say yes. Prove it. How do you prove that you are an American citizen? Don't play stupid. How do you prove it? Registering does not prove citizenship, dumbass. How do you prove that you are a citizen? See, these places are not doing their job if they don't make you prove it. They should be rejecting you and say, nope, you got to prove citizenship before you register to vote. So you say, Dennis, you are not a citizen. Bam! Yes, I am. Are you a citizen? Yeah? Let's call ICE. Bring ICE. Let's go ahead, bring DHS, ICE, CBP, and let's find out what happens. I'll bring my passport, proof of citizenship, and then you bring your license. That's it, just your license. When ICE asks you to prove citizenship, what you gonna do? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys. Go ahead, tell me. How will you prove your citizenship to an immigration agent? Boop. Passport. It says Dennis was born here on this date. Passport was issued here. USA passport. American citizenship. Bam! And guess what it says on the top? Let's see if the light is not too bad. What does that say? You probably can't see it because I don't have it in auto. But what I want you to know is there is an American bald eagle. Hold on. We, the people. It says, we, the people. Now tell me, who can get an American passport? Who can get an American passport? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Policeman, give me no break. All right. You will never beat me because I have the truth and I have the proof. But anywho, this is what happens when you register to vote. Matter of fact, I just did it at the Department of Licensing. I want to register to vote. I bought an enhanced or real ID. That enhanced or real ID is proof that I am an American citizen. Why? In order for me to get that license, enhanced or real ID license, I have to prove whether a birth certificate, an American passport, and a second form of ID besides my license to prove that I am who I say I am and that I live at the address that I say I live. That simple. Now, the problem that has happened with democratic cities and states is that they've been giving licenses and IDs to illegal immigrants. So, with that being said, when you register to vote, you don't just show ID and register to vote. That shouldn't be it. You got to show that you're an American citizen exercising your rights to vote, a privilege that every American citizen has. The second thing that happens when you do that is you get the ballot mailed to the address you provided with your name. You don't exist on the voter registration. Think with logic. But once you register, now you exist. So, why is it a problem to not check proof of citizenship when you register to vote? Joshua Campbell, your retardation, it's uncurable. There's no cure for stupid, and you are stupid. You have more privileges than me? Joshua Campbell, bro, you got to be a kid. I think you're a kid. All right, you got to be a kid. There's no way adults are that stupid. You got to be a kid. What is it? I bet you $100 he doesn't have proof that illegal immigrants voted. Is that right? Attorney General from Seattle, Washington said yes, they have. I want the $100. I want the $100. I'll tell you what. Send it to the Everett Police Department. Mail the $100, please. Only cashier's check. $100. Cashier's check, please. Mail it to the police department in Everett. I don't care which one. Everett. And then mail it. Remember my name, the Dennis Herrera Show. Just like that. Just Dennis Herrera. Just put that on the cashier's check. And then have them call me. And then I will go over there and I will show them my passport. I will show them my enhanced license. Prove that I am Dennis Herrera. And then they'll give me that cashier's check and they'll give it to me. Oh, man. Prove it to me. Let's see. Prove it to me. Now, if I prove to you, listen, why would I go in and do all this work for you? Huh? You don't do shit for me. Oh man! All right, hold on. let me go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and search it just for fun. Just for fun. Let's see. Attorney General of Seattle, of Washington State. I should say Washington State. I gotta find it. Come on. There we go. Let's see what this is. All right, so he makes this video. He makes this video after he got caught saying that yes, an illegal immigrant had voted, but he said it was extremely rare. So your bitch ass better be sending me the $100. Oh, let's listen to it. Here we go. Let's listen to it.
I'm Attorney General Nick Brown, answering some of your questions about our mail-in voting system and directly addressing some of the misinformation that we've heard. Washington's voting system is safe, secure, and accessible. And as we see more attacks from the federal government on our system, it's important we remind people about how our system works. Here's the first concern that people have raised, that non-citizens are voting in our elections, or that people are casting ballots for people that have died. Here are the facts. To register to vote, the Washington Secretary of State verifies you are who you say you are through records through the Washington Department of Licensing.
I'll let him finish.
And the Social Security Administration.
Okay. So he says that they verify that you are an American citizen before you register to vote. That is a lie. That is not what they did for the election. Let's continue. Oh, and they also said that they check Social Security. Bullshit. Bullshit. I have never had to show my Social Security number to prove that I am an American citizen. They don't go to the Social Security system. You owe me $100, biatch. But let's continue.
The state updates this information every month with state and federal records. At the national level, repeated studies have shown only a minuscule number of cases of non-citizens voting in an election. Tens of millions of votes are cast every year, hundreds of millions every 2 years. And yet, with some of the most powerful people in the world, including the president, encouraging people to look for fraud,
wait.
on average.
Don't change your answer. You said no illegal immigrants voted. One is too many. And then you put on my chat, it's very rare. Where it doesn't change any results, so do you get Trump is like, no, I don't. The fact that whether it changes the election results or not is irrelevant. The fact is that it has happened.
There's only 3 cases a year of non-citizens voting. Just for comparison.
Oh, guys, there's only 3 cases a year. It's no big deal. No need to up our security. yeah, it's only 3 a year, guys. Forget about it. Now, the reason for that, okay, the reason that it has been, the reason for that is because the DMVs in Democrat cities and states like California and Washington State and Oregon, they have given enhanced IDs to illegals. They're not supposed to. So, if you have an enhanced license, you have one of these, or a birth certificate that proves that you were born in the United States of America. I didn't say that it made a difference. Nobody's saying that that's why he became governor or that's why Biden became that. Nobody said that. you brought in saying illegals don't vote. He just said the Attorney General from Seattle, from Washington State, just lied and say they use our Social Security. Bullshit. They don't. That's a lie. The fact that he says only 3 a year. Really? Only 3 illegals a year vote on our elections. 1 is too many. Nothing to do with the outcome of the votes. Nothing to do with that. The fact is, I wanted 100% proof. Why do you make a big fuss? If you are a proud American, the fuck's the problem? Let me put it very clear to all you pussy-ass Americans, if you even are American. For all you pussy Americans, before I came to this country, I had to wait 10 years. Before I became an American citizen, I had to wait 2.5 decades. I paid the fee for the green card. I paid the fee for my citizenship. I paid the fee for my passport. I paid the fee for my enhanced license. I have proof of citizenship. I have driver's license. I have paid and made no excuse to prove my citizenship. And your entitled little bitch ass, if you were born in this country, prove it. How would you prove it? All right, that's enough time for you. That is enough time for you. Oh boy, hey man, that's it, man. That's the hearsay, right? But that's why we do the research. That's why we do the research. Whoa, what is this? Oh boy. Ay, ay, ay. Here we go. Seattle street preacher attacked at Pike Place. Why doesn't that surprise me? Why? Why doesn't that surprise me?
So nobody wants to help us. Nobody's going to call the police for us because we're Christians. Because we're Christians. Get the out of here. Get the out of here. Get the out of here. Go to another corner, bro. I'm serious. Go to another corner. Go to another corner. No, we're not. In the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus. We're not leaving. We're here in the name of Jesus. I'll beat both of you niggas up right now. We're not leaving. If I hear that one more time, I'm coming out here and I'm slapping you again.
Hey man, why do we gotta talk like that though, bro?
Go to another block.
Peace in the name of Jesus.
Wrap this shit up, bro.
Hey, I want peace, brother. I don't want you to be
You don't
angry.
sound peaceful. Shut the up with that.
Hey, it is peaceful to tell people about heaven.
We want peace. Peace, man. Peace in the name of Jesus.
I love you, brother. I love you, brother. I love you, bro. I'm not going anywhere. Talk to me.
Hey, bro. Hey. Hey, police. Bro, come on, man. It's all good, brother.
Get the out of here.
We call for peace in the name of Jesus Christ.
I am like Peter. I would have fucked him up. I said, come on, bad boy. I would have fucked him up. I'm telling you, man, I got so much respect. So much respect for Christians who are tolerant, who have a clean mouth, have a good spirit. A lot of respect for those Christians. Let me worry about my salvation. I will fuck that dude up. You know why? Not because he was talking, not because he was hating on him, but because he laid his hands on him. That's a big no-no. And he kicked him on the ground. You saw that. And we'll forgive them. We will forgive him. We will forgive him like Christian people that we are. But we want to whoop his ass so that he learns a lesson. Yeah. Absolutely. Let's see what else we have in store here for you guys. Oh, yes. The peaceful left. Anti-ICE protesters who was removing a section of barrier is shoved to the ground by the state police officer. How dare they violate the human rights of these peaceful protesters? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The peaceful left, yeah, the ones that don't want to have proof of citizenship. Now, this guy's name is Herrera, not related to me. Don't go picking on him. Oh, let's see. El Dude says, you're MAGA, so you ought to forget about salvation, says the demon that supports children's mutilation, says the demon that supports transgenderism, who is a demonic mental problem, says the demon that worship is abomination, says the demon that doesn't care about saving and protecting children. Shut the hell up, El Dude. Fuck out of here. You see, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. These little bitches, they think because somebody says Christian, they're going to get away with shit. Nah, not with me, bitch. Not with me. You're talking to the wrong Christian. I am not your kind of Christian that you like to pick on. Yeah, I'm not that kind of Christian. You got me fucked up. You got me fucked up. The tolerant left, the beautiful Democrats, those who support violence, those who support Antifa, those who support an abomination, come to try to judge my soul. I rebuke your demon in the name of Jesus Christ. Snakes, you vipers, you're the scum of the earth. Nope. There is your coward Democrat right there. That is the spit image of every libtard that comes into my channel. Ah, man. Yeah, it's an ideology. Yeah, they don't exist. Antifa doesn't exist. Ah, man. That's poor little retarded bastards. Poor people. Unbelievable. I'm going to tell you what. I need to recharge my energies. So I'm going to have to recharge my spirits. So you know what that means. I need to get a dose of my American people. All right. The people that love this country. The people that are fighting for this country. Marco Rubio, please. I want to hear the voice of a real American citizen. Because all these illegal immigrants on my chat, all these entitled little bitches call themselves Americans and they don't know what it's like to be an American. Let me refuel my energy tank of patriotism by listening to an American's voice, especially one that is Spanish descent, just like me. Here we go.
Hey, what's up?
Have you made any progress on Ukraine today?
What's up with you?
Russia serious about peace this time?
I mean, you think we settled the war in Ukraine in our 30 minutes in there here in Asia? That's not the way it works. Look, we had a good conversation, a frank conversation. I'm going to tell you what we talked about, because these diplomacy doesn't work well when you run to the microphones afterwards. Suffice it to say, I'll tell you what I told you yesterday. The United States, the president's been clear that we want, if we can, we are prepared to play a constructive role in bringing about an end to a senseless war. And we're ready to do that. And we, of course, expressed that, and we've expressed it in other means. So we talked about other things as well, though.
Did you talk to him about Russia sharing information with Iran targeting U.S. troops?
Well, who says that they are?
Are they not?
Who says they are?
Peg said the knowledge that Russia was enabling in some ways, Russia and China.
Yeah, but that's a different question from what you just asked me. Who said that they're doing
There's
that?
been reporting that there's
Reporting in the media?
Yeah.
Oh, then it must be true.
So is
it's
it
in
not
the
true?
media. It's a leaker. I'm not going to, let's imagine that were true. I certainly wouldn't discuss it in the press. I've already told you guys yesterday something, and I was very clear about it. Nothing that Iran is doing, nothing that anyone's doing to help Iran is in any way increasing their ability to target Americans. What you need to all understand, because we've explained this repeatedly, is Iran has spent the better part of 20 years not just sponsoring terrorism, but building long-range rockets, short-range missiles, and drones. And they were intending to build them a lot more. They were intending to double their stockpile of the stuff you're seeing them use now. They were going to double that. And they were going to use that and hide behind that to say, we're untouchable. We can now do a nuclear weapon, and you guys can't touch us or we'll overwhelm your air defenses, which is why the president had to address this threat. And he did, and he should have. And other presidents should have done it earlier. The world will be a safer place because we addressed it. Unfortunately, in the short term, it creates disruptions. But you know what's really disruptive? A nuclear weapon in the hands of these radicals.
In Ukraine, do you sense that the momentum is shifting a little bit in the conflict? And if so, does that manifest itself?
I think it's a bloody war. I think it's a very bloody war. I think, Russia's now suffering strikes deep in their territory. That's something you didn't see. At the end of the year, the winter's still going to hit Ukraine, and they're, obviously going to have to defend their airspace. People suffering every day. I think it's the only conflict, I've been told, it's the only conflict that anyone in the military can recall where the killed in action rate is higher than the casualty rate. That's how bloody it is. The Russians, I believe, are losing upwards of 5,000 to 6,000 soldiers a week. That's a staggering number.
Does Lavrov sort of express that? Or
Well, look, guys, I mean, when I have these talks, these things don't work well unless I come out here and characterize what the other side is saying. Suffice it to say that I think it's obvious to everyone that this war is very bloody. And look, Ukraine's paid a tremendous price as well. I mean, we've seen, civilian deaths, strikes in Kyiv. We've seen some of that increase. Certainly, I mean, this war has not been good for Ukraine either. So I think both sides should have an incentive to bring it to an end. That's been the challenge, is an end that both sides can accept. And we've tried and we'll continue to try to see if we can, find a middle ground that brings this about. And we're prepared to play that role if the opportunity presents itself. We expressed that today and we've expressed it in the past.
Mr. Secretary, launched live fire drills in the Taiwan Strait.
Yeah.
And apparently used water cannon on Philippine vessels near Scarborough Shoal.
Yeah, those are two separate incidents.
Two separate incidents, right, as your Chinese.
Yeah, look, I mean, they know where we feel about those issues. Obviously, we publicly expressed ourselves on the missile launch. It's a destabilizing event. And on what's happened with the Philippines, obviously we saw that too. The whole world saw it, and it's disturbing, and these challenges and these claims of sovereignty over territory are a growing challenge. That's why we continue to reiterate our commitment to our treaty partners, but also our commitment to freedom of navigation and respect for territorial rights in the region. And it's one of the cornerstones of our engagement in the Indo-Pacific, and especially via ASEAN. And I made that point in every forum that we've had here.
Sir, President Trump, he said on Truth Social that the U.S. is going to bomb and destroy a bridge or power plant every time that Iran targets a ship in the Strait. Is he talking about civilian infrastructure there? And do you think that is an effective?
This is what he's talking about. Iran is begging us, okay, both directly and indirectly. Let's do a deal. Let's talk. Iran is begging every day. The problem with Iran is every time they make a deal, the people that are in charge there, they either break it or they want to change it. So it looks like they're not ready to make a deal. So they're going to continue to pay a price. And every night the price gets higher and higher and higher. And that's what's happening now. And until maybe in a few days, they'll be ready to make a deal once they realize that this is not a winning proposition for them. And that's what the president is outlining. The idea that this is going to continue, it's not going to continue this way. The price will continue to get higher every single night until they come to their senses. Right now, apparently they haven't come to their senses. And so the president doesn't see a lot of utility in responding to their overtures at this point, because frankly, Iran is clearly not ready to make a deal, at least not one they're willing to live by.
Mr. Secretary, yesterday you were saying you were hoping that there would be de-escalation in the Red Sea, and the Houthis now attacked two Saudi ships. What is your reaction to that?
Yeah, look, I hope that they'll stop. They shouldn't really do that. They got suckered into this by the Iranians. The Houthis largely were smart and stayed out of all this. throughout the conflict. But they now apparently have gotten themselves suckered into this, going after Saudi Arabia and their ships. And by the way, that's, I was reading reports a few hours ago that there's actually a Saudi fuel ship that's flagged Chinese. It's a Chinese ship. Are they going to blow up the Chinese ship? And this becomes a problem for China. This will become a problem for the whole world. But I hope that will de-escalate, because I think the Houthis, frankly, got snookered into this thing by the Iranians, and they were smart to stay out of it, and they should stay out of it, and they should stop. We'll see what happens there. Obviously, it's not a positive development. We'll see what happens.
Secretary, what prompted the easing of...
I'm sorry, man. I love his little court reporter thing. It's cool. Why didn't the rest of you guys have this? This guy's the smartest guy here. Look at that. I know he is. You better catch up. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes. What prompted the easing of sanctions on Hong Kong last week? In terms of letting the executive order expire?
Yeah, no, there wasn't easing of sanctions. The executive order expired. The conditions underlying some of those elements no longer existed. There remain other individuals that remain sanctioned nonetheless, despite the executive order is a partial expiration on certain individuals, but not on others. It just depends on the light of it. And the justification and rationale behind that original executive order had the circumstances had changed in the president's judgment. But there are individuals, there's still a significant number of individuals in Hong Kong that remain sanctioned, that were not covered by the executive order, and that remains in place. And obviously that was raised with us yesterday, but we don't see a change anytime in the near future on that.
Mr. Secretary, the Russian readout of your meeting also once again mentions Anchorage proposals. Can you please clarify what those proposals are and how relevant are they today?
Yeah, I mean, there was proposals, we know they've been reported about. They call it 3+2, the trading of terror, but those failed. You can't have a peace deal unless both sides agree to it, and the Ukrainians would not agree to it, and so that's why that effort didn't work. So we'll have to find new suggestions and new ideas, because certainly that one, it was not acceptable to Ukraine at the time, and I don't think it's acceptable to them now either. In fact, it's probably less acceptable to them. So, when peace comes, it'll be because of some new idea and some new concepts, and we're prepared to offer some of those in the right setting and forum if the opportunity presents itself and the conditions are right. We're prepared to play that role in a positive way.
Will the president make this strategy in assisting Manila in terms of putting more strategy in terms of the EDCA sites, in terms of freedom of navigation operations? Will you be conducting more of that soon?
Yeah, I mean, look, we're a treaty ally. I mean, the United States and the Philippines have a treaty, and so we'll live by that treaty. We're committed to supporting our treaty partners, and obviously we've already done quite a bit. In fact, there was a U.S. Coast Guard vessel in the region at the time that this happened, and actually helped stand between the two sides and allowed the individual who was injured to be rescued and brought back for medical treatment. So we're already here, we're already present, we have a role, and we're not going to abandon our allies. We've made that abundantly clear. We're going to have a good relationship with China. Okay, these are the two most powerful economies in the world, two large militaries, two nuclear powers. We have to have a relationship with China. We want it to be as positive as it possibly can be. But that won't come at the expense of our allies and our partners in the region or our presence here either.
Sir, it's been a day since we asked you about the Saudi nuclear agreement. Have you had it?
Well, let me refer you. I know that was in the press the last few days, but let me refer you back. I think it was in November of last year when the Energy Department entered into this agreement. So the details are there. Obviously, even when the official announcement is made, it will have to go through a congressional notification process, and then we can talk more in depth about it. But suffice it to say that the U.S. is always looking for agreements with allies. I mean, Saudi Arabia is a strategic partner of the United States, and I think, without speaking in specificity about that deal, but in general, we're not the only country in the world that offers nuclear technology. And when countries decide they want to pursue a peaceful civil nuclear program, we'd prefer them do it with us than do it with some other country. It allows us to have influence over the direction that it goes. It allows us to make sure that there are safeguards in place, things of this nature. And in the case of Saudi Arabia, they've been an important strategic partner for us, so it would make sense for us to enter into such an agreement. But obviously the details of it, once it's released, you'll see it, you'll be able to understand it, and more importantly, it'll go through its congressional review process, which is a key part of this, so there'll be a lot more questions answered at that time.
Would you be comfortable with Saudi Arabia enriching and reprocessing uranium?
I'll let the agreement speak for itself. Suffice it to say that any agreement that we're going to make with any country in the world on civil nuclear energy is going to be one that will have safeguards in place to ensure that it can't be turned into a weapons program. And one of the best safeguards is to make sure that American technology and American companies are the ones that are involved in doing it. If, on the other hand, a country pursues nuclear technology with another country, well, then we don't really control those safeguards. So, again, Saudi Arabia is seeks to have a peaceful civil nuclear program. Other countries do as well. We have a similar agreement in place now with the UAE, and U.S. companies are the world standard in providing that. And so we are always looking for opportunities, by the way, not just in conventional reactors, but in small modular reactors, which is an area that we are increasingly around signing MOUs all over the world to help do as well. To countries that are exploring civil, peaceful nuclear energy, the United States wants to be their partner of choice, and we're always looking for opportunities to be able to make sure that our technology and our companies are the ones that are providing that. Does anybody over here have questions? Because this side is really lopsided. Go ahead.
The U.S. put sanctions on China's Moonshot AI for apparently distilling.
I don't have any announcement on that today. Go ahead.
The Saudis agreed to the additional protocol. It's sort of the gold standard. And if the administration is trying to stand up to say that non-proliferation is a problem in the Middle East, shouldn't that be the basis?
Any agreement that we would make on civil nuclear energy with Saudi Arabia or any other country is going to have safeguards in place to ensure that those cannot ever be turned into a weapons program. I mean, that's the gold standard. And obviously, we live in a new era. There are competitors that we face, so we'll have to adjust individual deals to that reality. We're not the only show in town, but we're the best show in town. But we want to make sure that it's our companies they're picking. So again, we understand any deal we enter into with any country will have to go through a congressional review process. And so we will ensure that in order to get congressional approval, we're going to need to have those safeguards in place, whether they're structured differently how they are from other deals in the past or not will depend on the individual deal.
On Cuba policy, you said in recent...
I'm in Asia. You're asking me about Cuba. It's far.
But you said yesterday you're the main guy on Cuba policy, so we should ask.
No, I said I'm most of all. You guys were asking me a question about people that are involved in Cuba policy,
Right.
so no one's more involved in it than me, so go ahead.
This is a good question for you. So you said in recent months that the economic system can't improve unless there's a change in the political system. But you've been very vague about what that change in the political system would entail. Can you give us some more details with the Communist Party staying in power but a different leadership, with the Castros still be in power?
So you want me to give you details on our plan?
Yeah. Just,
okay, not today. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to tell you this. No, here's what I told you, and this is the truth. The people who are in charge of the country don't know what they're doing. They don't know. They don't know how to fix their economy. They don't know they don't understand basic concepts. And I think the challenge that Cuba has faced for the last 15 years is they want to somewhat improve their economy, but they're afraid that if they improve it too much, they'll lose political control over people. That's the challenge that they face. So I think for us, we're looking for an opportunity to influence the direction that goes, because it's 90 miles from our shores, and we want Cuba to be prosperous. We want Cuba to be free. But in that sense, on the level of detail you're asking me, suffice it to say that as long as the people that are in charge think the way these people think and act the way these people act, it's going to be difficult for them to make the changes that need to be made in order for Cuba to have a better future. Because they just really, they don't understand it. Some of them are incompetent, and some of them just basically don't understand, and others are just so recalcitrant that they'd rather destroy the country than ever walk away from a failed ideology, although I think the number of people in that category is less than it's ever been. But for the most part, it's just people that don't know what an economy is supposed to look like. They really don't. And because they've always relied on foreign sponsors. That regime has survived on subsidies from the Soviet Union and then from Chavez. This is the first time they don't have a sponsor that's giving them subsidies for free. And they don't know what to do with themselves because all they've done is freeload off these countries for all these years. The people of Cuba deserve better than that. Did you have a question? Somebody? Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the appropriate defense spending for allies like Japan and the Philippines?
What is my opinion on
defense spending, appropriate defense spending?
Well, we've communicated that to them, but look, at the end of the day, I still think that these are partners and allies, but we want countries to assume more responsibility for their own security. And for the most part, I think the countries in this region agree. And the U.S. will continue to do its part. But by the same token, we're now in many cases dealing with advanced and wealthy economies who have the ability to spend more on their own defense, and they should. I think the primary responsibility of any government is the national security of their country. So, but I don't think it's a point of conflict between us and the region.
My other question.
Yes.
Secretary of South China Sea, are you looking to at least step up this support that you've mentioned, especially near the Ayungin Shoal where the U.S. Commission BRP Sierra Madre is stationed?
Yeah, look, again, we have a treaty agreement with the Philippines that we intend to keep. We have a treaty agreement with that we intend to live by. And we have had a long-standing defense partnership. We don't view that as a hostile act towards anybody. We view it as keeping our commitments to long-term allies with whom we have many shared values, shared history, and we hope shared future.
Venezuela, you said that next month, I think, they're going to start this transition
First week of
talks.
August, yeah.
Yeah, between the interim government and
The 2015 Assembly.
The 2015 Assembly. Is there going to be a direct role for Maria Corina Machado and her opposition movement that won the
Well, that's up to the Venezuelans to decide. I'm sure she can play a role if they allow, if they want her to. But the 2015 National Assembly is the government that we recognized up. That's the government we had recognized up until these changes when we have these interim authorities. But we think it's a really good development. In the end, I would say that in order for Venezuela to have the reconciliation that country requires to move forward on all these other projects, every element of Venezuelan society needs to be represented. And obviously Maria Corina represents an important element of that. I mean, she's got supporters there and people that are supportive of her. And there are others as well. But a reconciliation process, we are there to facilitate it, not to dictate it. And we will certainly provide guidance and support in the direction that it moves forward. We think it's important for the country to do that. And there's a lot to work on. I mean, if you think about in a country like that, that's been under a regime now for 20 to 25 years, political parties have to transition from being street protest movements to electoral forces. You have to have a free and open press so you can communicate it. You have to have an electoral council that actually accurately count the votes. You have to have enough security in the streets to ensure that the ballot box is safe and people aren't being intimidated. There's a lot that goes into an election. Then creating the infrastructure for an election that really was not invested in for a very long time, and in some cases they were hostile towards. So there's a lot of change to happen. But what it requires is patience, persistence. We have to stay on top of it because these transitions do take some time. They don't need to take a decade or even 5 or 7 years, but they take more than a few weeks, especially when you're dealing with something that's been in place for 25 years, unfortunately, for the people of Venezuela.
There's some prominent Republicans who have said they want you to take over the Iran negotiations. They trust you. They think that you will prioritize Israel's interests, and they're attacking Vice President Vance.
Who are these prominent Republicans?
Senator Xi, the Wall Street Journal opinion page. There's people.
Well, that's not Republican. That's a newspaper.
Well,
you're a troublemaker with these questions.
It leans right.
No. Look, guys, listen. Here's the bottom. You know who the lead negotiator is? His name is Donald J. Trump, the President of the United States. That's who dictates our policy. He has a team of people that work together on this. We all have a role to play, depending on what the topic is. We have very good negotiators in Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. We have the Vice President of the United States, which is the second highest ranking official, which tells you how the importance we've given this file. Obviously, I have a role to play. The Department of War has had a role to play. That's how we approach it. This doesn't, I mean, it's a combined effort, and it always should be.
Do you wish people didn't endorse you to take over the talks yourself?
I mean, you're telling me about that, but that's not how our system works. That's not how this administration works. It starts at the top. The president is in charge, and he has a team of people that provide counsel and provide advice, but ultimately whose job it is to execute on the president's directive. We have a great team that works very well together. On that topic, we will work well together on a number of topics. We work together as a team on Lebanon. We've worked together as a team on Venezuela. We've worked together as a team on the Thailand-Cambodia peace agreement that was put together. We've worked together as a team. We have a really good core team that works on foreign policy and national security. And oftentimes it's a multi-agency effort because there's a role for Treasury to play. Sometimes there's a role for energy to play. That's how these things work. It's not one person. It's all these different elements of our government that have to work in conjunction and in concert to execute on the president's directive and on the direction that he's giving us.
Mr. Secretary, Secretary, you've argued that the ICC threatens the sovereignty of the United States and its allies. How do you reconcile that position with the need for an international mechanism to hold perpetrators of war crimes and crimes against humanity accountable?
Well, here's how I reconcile it. We're not members of the ICC. We never signed that treaty. We never joined it. And they somehow claim that they have a right, nonetheless, to go after non-treaty members and put heads of state and others in jail. We've long had quarrels with them, and we have lunatics and crazies involved in the ICC that are talking about charging members of the U.S. military, maybe even the president or a future president, with crimes. I mean, it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. We are not members of that court. We never signed on to that treaty. They need to understand that. If people want to sign on and be a part of that stupid organization, they can. But we're not going to be a part of it, and they're not going to apply their jurisdiction to Americans. That's just not going to happen. We're not going to tolerate it now or in the future, and we've warned them about it repeatedly. And now they're going to see the consequences of ignoring us.
Mr. Secretary, can I come back to Ukraine, please?
You want to go back to Ukraine? Oh, as a question, you're saying.
As a question,
okay.
yes.
Yeah.
And you're meeting with Mr. Lavrov. The Russian Foreign Ministry issued a statement saying that Mr. Lavrov told you or asked you or said to you that the U.S. needs to stop arming Ukraine. What was your reaction? And there's a statement. They said that.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I don't know what their statement say. I know what happened in our meeting. At the end of the day,
what did you say?
Well, first of all, the U.S. position on it is we don't We sell arms.
Yeah.
We sell arms via Pearl, which is an initiative we have through NATO. And that's what we're involved in. There's been no change to our policy in that regard. We want a peace deal. We want the war to end.
Yeah.
We're prepared to play whatever positive role we can to end the war. And that, in order to end this war, will require something that both Russia and Ukraine can agree to. That's not going to happen at a press conference. That's not going to happen in one meeting here in the Philippines. That's going to require a lot of work. We've invested in the past in it. It was unsuccessful, or at least unfruitful at the time. If conditions and factors have changed to make that possible, we're ready to go. The president's committed to that, and every single day, if we identify an opportunity to make a difference in that, we will. Because in the end, what the president most cares about is not the stuff people are, well, here's what he most cares about: that people stop dying, that people stop being slaughtered, that Ukraine no longer, you can go on and live in peace, and Ukrainians can move back to their country and rebuild it, that young Russians aren't being killed at the tune of 5,000 a week in the battlefield. He thinks it's a stupid war. He thinks it's a senseless war. And if we can play a role in bringing it to an end, we're going to use the power and influence of the United States to do so. And we're prepared to do that if the opportunity presents itself, and I hope it has, and I hope it does. And that's what we've communicated consistently, to both sides, by the way.
On that line, Mr. Secretary, you said that you are open for new ideas. Now that you've met with Lavrov, are you and the President prepared to sit down with your counterparts, Ukrainian counterparts, if they visit Washington next week for the funeral?
Well, I don't know if they're coming next week or not. I think President Zelensky had expressed an interest in coming. We've met. I mean, we just saw. We'll meet with them. We've met with them often. We talk to them often. In fact, we saw them 2 weeks ago in Turkey. I would argue we've probably met with the Ukrainians far more times than we've met with the Russian side, and I'm sure we'll meet again in the future. Whenever that is, we're always open to meeting with them.
On Trump's statement about the bridges and the power plants, just want some clarification. Do you rule out striking civilian infrastructure?
I think I saw, guys, I saw Arachi, their foreign minister, who the other day say or something about their policies, an eye for an eye. The president's policy is a head for an eye. I mean, honestly, that's what it's going to be. I mean, they will pay a very heavy price for the things they're doing. They're already paying a very heavy price. You guys don't know it because you don't cover it. You're not in Iran. You're not in the street. They don't have a free media. But they're going to continue to pay a very heavy price. Their industrial base has been decimated. Their defense industrial base has been decimated. They're losing launchers. They're losing radars every single night. They are suffering billions of dollars in damage, and their economy is a disaster. But despite all that, okay, these people who are calling us every day, begging, let's do a deal. They send us messages through other countries, third countries. I mean, they're running out of countries to send. Even I had countries here coming up to me, oh, I just spoke to the Iranians. They want to do a deal. The problem is, every time these people do a deal, they either break it or after they make it, they want to change the deal. So they're probably not ready to do a deal yet, but they will be soon, because the price they're paying is very high, despite their tough talk and their flowery language and their stupid Lego videos they put out. I've never seen them, but they put these things out on social media. Despite all that bravado, they are suffering tremendously, and they're going to suffer more until they come to their senses. They're not there yet, unfortunately.
Which countries came to you?
Oh, I can't tell you who told me that. I mean, then I'd be betraying the confidences. There's some of them that are here, yeah, and every day I get a text or a call or a signal message from a foreign minister. Oh, so-and-so called me. The Iranians want to talk. The Iranians want to talk. But the problem with these guys, and in addition to the fact that they're probably fighting with each other, is they make a deal, they agree to something, and then they decide, oh, let's change it after they made it. Or they agree, or they decide, oh, I know we made a deal, but we're going to violate it. I mean, these people, unfortunately, they aren't ready for a deal. I think they'll be ready soon, though.
Do you think there's going to be a big escalation by the United States in the coming days?
That's the president's decision to make. They're going to pay a price. They're already paying a price every single night. I mean, you can't do the stuff they're doing for free. They're going to pay a price.
On Russia and Ukraine, did you talk with Wang Yi about any influence that China might be able to exercise to help bring that war to an end?
We didn't discuss in our meeting. No, we didn't discuss Russia and Ukraine. We had a lot of other stuff to talk about.
Secretary, did you discuss with Wang Yi the issue of technology and whether that will be on the agenda for the September leadership?
Well, that's a broad topic. Technology, like what?
AI,
What do you mean?
AI
Oh, AI. Yeah, look, I think that they've expressed they'd like to see some global governance about what AI is governed by. Obviously, I'm not sure we're aligned on that point yet, but that topic has come up. I think they've expressed an interest in discussing what the rules are going to be for how AI is used in the future, and I think that's going to have to be an international conversation. So, we have some ideas about what that should look like and what those standards should be, and maybe they're different from theirs, but we didn't go into great depth on that topic. But it's an issue that came up in Beijing as well.
Mr. Just final point on Iran. What is Iran's off-ramp? Is diplomacy running out of time?
With Iran? I just don't think they're serious about making a deal. These guys, I mean, the more the president's gotten to know them, the more he's come to that realization. I mean, he said it yesterday, I believe. He gave a speech in Georgia. These guys, the problem with them is you can't make a deal with people unless they're going to keep it. And these people make deals and then they break it almost immediately. Or they decide, oh, let's change the deal. That's not how deals work. I mean, they violated the MOU within days of it being implemented. We kept our end of it, so now they're paying the price for it. And maybe they'll change their mind here over the next few days as they continue to suffer great losses.
Mr. Secretary, you know the Senate better than most anybody. They're debating the new military policy bill right now after the House passed it. One of the more controversial topics is about fusing the U.S. and Israeli military when it comes to co-production on things. Do you have any sovereignty concerns about that? If there are situations where the United States wants to send weapons, Iron Dome came up with Ukraine when the Israelis...
You asking about NDAA? Yeah, I mean, that largely the Department of War manages that legislative portfolio, so I'm aware of the provision you're discussing that involves cooperation on technology. And look, at the end of the day, the truth is we do that with countries all over the world, right? I mean, if somebody, well, I haven't read the specific provision in terms to tell you in detail. I understand I understand the topic, though, because it's not new. You know, on air defense, for example, we've long cooperated with the Israelis. Look, if we have a breakthrough in our system or they have a breakthrough in theirs, we could share that in a way to improve our own systems as well. So if they've come up with some novel way of defeating drones, for example, of course we would want to have that and benefit from it. By the way, they're not the only country in the world that we would do that with. We do that with other countries as well. So I think that's the provision you're referring to, and that's something we're already doing. I mean, that's something that already exists. But I don't think there's any, that's different from sovereignty. I mean, it's not like U.S. forces are going to come under the command and control of a foreign general or anything of that nature.
But when Ukraine was asking for Iron Dome, the United States and some lawmakers, including Lindsey Graham, wanted the U.S. to send Iron Dome battery that was in the East Coast. Netanyahu vetoed that. That was the co-production.
Yeah, but anytime you enter into co-production, we have those restrictions too. I mean, if we provide weaponry to a country as part of an agreement, they can't transfer that to a third country without our approval. We do the same thing. And Israel's not the only country in the world that does it. Other countries do it with their systems as well. That's just a normal way. When you do arms sales, part of the restrictions is you get to veto them passing it on to a third country. That's not just us to do it or Israel, it's every country.
Is President Trump coming to Manila for the ASEAN Leaders Summit in November?
I think he'd like to. I don't know what the schedule looks like, yet. I can't commit him to that trip because I don't control his schedule, but he was there last year, and I think that's something that we're going to talk about. It's an important forum, and I think APEC is a few days after. So, but I can't make scheduling announcements for you today.
Secretary, would you rule out running for president in 2028?
Do what? I'm not answering president questions. Come on, guys.
Do you think this visit has eased concerns about declining U.S. engagement in Asia?
Are there eased concerns about our engagement in Asia? I mean, we're engaged in Asia every single day. I mean, obviously this is a conference. We're here. We're participating. But we're engaged in Asia every single day. The Department of War is present all over Asia. The Department of State and our embassies are involved every single day in Asia. We have strong partnerships and economic ties to multiple countries in the region. Virtually every country represented here in ASEAN is someone that we deal with every single day. So there's a lot of competing interests in the world, so I think there's always going to be a concern that America is so focused on one place that it can't focus on another. But one of the great things about our country is that it is a large, powerful country. It has the ability to be present in the Western Hemisphere, in the Indo-Pacific, in Europe, in Africa, in the Middle East, and anywhere else where our interests are vital, including the Arctic, by the way.
Do you think it would be easier to make a deal with Iran if the United States didn't wipe out so many layers of their leadership? Trump often mentions that they're on the third tier now. Do you think it would be easier
to do what?
To make a deal?
Well, I think the first two layers weren't necessarily the nicest people on earth. So I don't think that, we'll just keep going down the layers, I guess. But I don't, the first two layers were not like reformers. These were not like Renaissance men. You know what I mean? So I don't think that the layers are the issue here. They're just, look, the system is at the end of the day, it's a country run by radical clerics. I think they have political people in their system. I wouldn't call them moderates, but they at least understand like that hyperinflation is bad, high food prices is bad, gas shortages are bad. But I think when you get to that clerical level, these guys are just oblivious to all of that, and they're destroying their country. These are the people. Understand, Iran is a rich country. Iran could be the richest country in the Middle East if they want it to be, but instead, they take their money and they use it and they give it to Hezbollah, they give it to Hamas, they give it to the Houthis, they give it to Shia militias, they give it to sponsor terrorism all over the world, they give it to try to kill people all over the world, they build drones and missiles and pursue a nuclear weapons program. That's what they spent their money on. If they had spent their money on their people and on their economy, today Iran could be probably the richest country in the region if you want to know the truth.
So how many layers do you have to hit? Is the U.S. seeking a regime change in Iran or just change in its behavior?
I think the U.S. is seeking a denuclearized Iran. that we'll never have a nuclear weapon. The future of Iran, that's obviously, it would be easier to have people in charge that don't want nuclear weapons, but in the end, that's our interest. Our number one interest and the threat they pose to the world, is these lunatics in possession of a nuclear weapon. And that's not going to happen, not as long as Donald Trump is president. I don't know if some future president, or I know some past presidents have made some bad deals, and others just haven't dealt with the problem. But our issue and our concern and our focus is denuclearizing Iran. They can never have a nuclear weapon. I don't know how many times the president has to say
But
that.
this group of people who you describe as lunatics, I mean, if they decide to make a deal, the United
Well, some of them are
States is okay-
lunatics, some of them are evil. Some of them are evil lunatics. You can be both.
So the
you know.
United States is okay, comfortable leaving these evil lunatics in place.
They just can't have a nuclear weapon. They can't have a nuclear weapon. I mean, imagine what they would do to the world.
What changed between now and the beginning of the war when the president made it sound like that was not going to be the case, that regime change was one of the goals of the war?
No, he never said a regime change was a goal. From the very beginning, like from day one of the operation, it was very clear that we were going to degrade their missile launchers, their drones, and their factories, and their Navy. Their Navy no longer exists. There is no such thing as an Iranian Navy. What they have left is a handful of Boston whalers, but they don't really have they don't have a Navy. They don't have an Air Force. Their air defenses are crushed from the very beginning. Now, what the president has pointed to is the fact that the people of Iran deserve better leadership, and they slaughter their own people by the thousands. They shoot them in the head, they slaughter them in the streets. Yeah, we don't like that. I mean, we don't think that's good for Iran. But our goal and our national interest in Iran is they can never have a nuclear weapon. And that's what they were going to try to do if they had been able to hide behind double the number of missiles, double the number of drones. That's where they would have been in about a year had they continued on the pace of construction. Even though their economy was suffering, even though their people were suffering, that's what they were spending their money on, even though they had sanctions. The money that was coming in, they were spending it on those things. That tells you everything you need to know about them. All right, guys. Thank you. Thanks. That way?
Thank you.
It sounded a little like Joe Biden there at the end. Oh, that way? He got lost in stage as well. Now, for some of you guys on the left side who don't listen and just want to put arguments and this and that, let me just say this. I have a lot of faith. Listen, my whole faith, my whole belief, my whole trust is in God Almighty who watches from above, and He's everywhere, and He is here and everywhere. And this is the God that this country was founded on, which is why we're so successful. 250 years, and we're the most powerful nation in the world. Let me just tell you something. After all my faith, belief, and all these other stuff, let me just tell you. Now, don't confuse this by cursed is the man who trusts in man. This is nothing to do with that scripture or that spirituality. But I'm going to say this. I have so much confidence, okay? Not faith. I have so much confidence in the United States of America military service people. Thousands can die. And I can tell you that they will gladly do it for this country to be free. And I find it very, very disrespectful and distasteful that there is still Americans who side with the enemy. There is Americans out there who support Hamas, who has death to America on their heads. Very distasteful. But I have full confidence that we have more American patriots to continue to move this country forth. Keep moving forward, not backwards. I like to consider myself a realist, but I also like to think of possibilities, whether it be for success or for failure. I like to dissect information, and I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Thank you, Quentin. You know, and I have so much confidence on our Navy, on our Army, our Air Force. Man, you have to understand that the reason why what we are doing with Iran. Somebody mentioned it here, right? Net mentioned it. North Korea has nukes. We made a mistake. And this is why we are doing with Iran what we are doing. We cannot make that mistake again. We have nuclear submarines. We have new technology in submarines. They can't even be detected by radar. North Korea tries to launch against the United States of America. Guess who we're friends with? I'll leave it there. We don't want to discuss too much and give the enemy too much information. But the moment that China steps out of line, they are fucked. Yeah. Since the 1990s, I'm aware that China has, back then in the 90s, had over 17 nuclear weapons pointed at the United States of America. And Russia. And now North Korea. All these retards, mostly they're Middle Eastern dumbass and Somali low IQ African people that come into our channel trying to trigger us. And sometimes because I have fun, I cuss the shit out of them. But just because I like to have fun. But I'm going to tell you right now, our Navy fleet is the greatest. The Senate needs to pass the budget. Congress, it's already done. The budget has passed. This budget, it's so important. We're going to be reconstructing. We're going to be creating new. We're going to be updating technology. We're going to be giving our soldiers a raise for the hazardous job that they have. Every patriot American that stands for the United States of America, thankfully, is on my side. Every libtard and un-American that hate the United States of America, they're not on my side, so it is what it is. Now, I'm going to give you something. You see, the enemy, whether it be China, Russia, or whoever it's thinking 1.5 trillion, it's not that much, but it is good enough. Our enemies think that by making us fight this Civil War II, that we are going to be weaker. But let me make this clear. If American patriots fight for America, even with all the obstacles who we call libtards, all the retarded people that fight against us Americans, all these retards that come and insult us for loving this country so much, we're still going to win the war. Now, our enemies think that by creating a World War II, they're going to make us weaker. But the fact is, we're actually going to be stronger because we will fucking beat every single retard on the communist side. So we will get rid of all the obstacles that make us a weak nation. We're going to be cutting out the weakest link. We're going to be cutting out the disease, the cancer that weakens the United States of America. So let me be clear to any retard enemy that we have out there that think that we are going to be weaker. Wait, what? Why should we pay fucking America? I am going to give you the benefit of doubt on that comment. All the patriots know what I'm talking about. All the patriots know what I'm talking about. We don't We don't talk about Civil War II because we don't want it. We know the libtards are really just dead weight that we're carrying along. None of the socialist programs that the libtards enjoy today would be possible without our capitalist system, without our individualism. Okay, I know you think that I hate Muslims. I don't hate the people. I hate the fucking political movement they call a spiritual religion of peace. I hate Islam, not the people, unless they really are retarded Muslims who are blind to the truth that Allah is Satan and the Prophet Muhammad is Satan's little bitch. Let me give you guys some perspective. Some people have heard of this Muslim extremist. Oh, here's a Muslim in here. You heard of Hassan Piker? Anybody? Anybody heard of Hassan Piker? First, I want to show you this. I want to show you some pictures of what a Nazi uniform looks like. Now, bear with me. These jackets are made, anybody can wear these jackets, but I want you to, I just want to share it with you. Here is a Nazi uniform. I'm going to enlarge this a little bit here. That is a Nazi uniform. Let me go grab my pictures. And I'm going to show you some photos. You be the judge. That is a Nazi Germany uniform. This is Hassan Piker in a jacket that looks just like that. So I thought, well, I mean, the top, yeah, it looks like a German style, but you know, Communist China also has that style of jackets. You know, it's probably just a coincidence. So I decided to take another picture. And I found this. The pockets right here are just as big as this pockets right here. Now you're saying, Dennis, come on, man. Now you're stretching. Oh, Dennis, you're bringing conspiracy theories and, Dennis. So I took one more photo. Yeah, Mao. So I took one more photo, and there he is. Now you have the whole body. And yes, indeed, he has that jacket on. It looks nice. Looks beautiful. Yeah. No, there it is. So he's got the top pockets right there. And then he's got the two bottom big pockets on the bottom. Same neck. Same collar. Just saying. Just saying. Very similar. Obviously, this is an older version, right? Obviously. It is an older version. And let me go ahead and place it right here in the middle so you can see it better. Now, I want you to know something. If you're a Muslim, again, I don't hate you. I hate your fucking dumbass religion. So the one on the left, right here, is the older version, obviously, the Nazi era. Here's the new one with newer material. I know, Mike. I know. It's a stretch. But I'm just saying, too much coincidence. Now, what's really going to blow your mind, it's if you are a new generation and you believe, as a matter of fact, don't cheat. Somebody going to cheat. Somebody going to cheat. But I'm going to start a poll. I'm going to start a poll, and I want you to vote. As soon as you see it, I want you to vote. Give me your honest opinion. I want you to give me your honest opinion. Here we go. You got to vote right away. Don't cheat. Don't cheat. Don't cheat. Just vote right away. Was Hitler a national capitalist? Oh, come on, people. Smile on your brother, everybody come together. Gotta love one another right now. Come on, 27 votes, let's go. 300 votes, let's go. Don't cheat. Come on, you're stealing my thunder. You're stealing my thunder. Thank you, third, for your family. A lot of people died to the Nazis. I'll tell you that right now. A lot of people died to the Nazis. Come on, 46 votes. Let's go. Wow. That is right, Jennifer. But don't put the answer. Just vote yes or no. Euro and Travel says, no, he has his own weird form of socialism, but he hated the traditional socialist. No, he is a nationalist socialist. That's what he was. National socialist. Guess what the communists are? What are communists? When you answer that, that is your socialist Democrats today. Hey, Jeff, what's going on, buddy? Good to see you on here. Oh, Left Freedom Ring. Elon wanted to go to Epstein's wildest party. Well, he was not invited. Only perverts got to go. Elon was not allowed. He thought it was honest partying, but he was wrong. We just lost 90 people because of that poll. Now, what I find interesting is, even though it's only 56 votes in there, 57, only 60% of you people, Americans, this is a problem. This is the problem. If you don't know what the problem is with this, I don't know how to help you. I don't know how to help you. Well, if you think he's a pervert, I've only seen him with grown-ass women. His only sin is to make so many kids. And of course, be a trillionaire, because the leftards really hate that. They really hate that. Well, wait a minute. Let's see. Susan, that's a good question. Freedom of religion. Fantastic. Would you allow any religion to say death to America? Which school did you go to? Which school did you go to? Where did you get your education? So we have freedom of religion. Fantastic. Are you okay with a religion saying death to America? Ah. Just in case you guys want me to prove it, I also have a link to show you that Hitler was Adolf Hitler was a leader of the National Socialist German Workers' Party, commonly known as the Nazi Party. What's a Nazi? Hey, nothing. What's the Nazi with you? You know what I'm saying? What's a Nazi? Somebody put it on there. What's a Nazi? It's the same thing as Hitler. He was a national socialist. Socialism is the same then and today. Socialism goes hand in hand with communism. How dare you speak against freedom of religion? Just like that. Fuck any religion that says death to America. So fuck you if you support that. Any other questions? Don't ask people. Well, well, well. Guess what? Let's see. Well, Hitler killed communists too. He rejected. Well, wait a minute. See, he's a national socialist. It's just the base. He was a racist. He was a racist. But don't worry, my friend. We will get there. I got more information for you. Check this out. The name. Pay attention to the key words. Find out what Nazi is. Nazi is a national socialist. Here we go. The name. The party was renamed, listen to this, in 1920 with a 25-point program that used some anti-capitalist rhetoric and socialist-sounding buzzwords to appeal to the working class. Holy crap! Did you get hit with that as well? Hitler, National Socialist. Nazi means National Socialist. They renamed it to anti-capitalist rhetoric using socialist-sounding buzzword to appeal to the working class. Damn! The truth shall set you free. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. Man, some bitch. That is crazy. Now listen here. I understand. The Democrat Party were the founders of the KKK. Who were the KKK? Nazis. National Socialists. President Trump is not a national socialist. He's a nationalist. He believes his nation comes first before anything else. And he's not racist, which is a big difference. The Act of 1954, the Communist Act of 1954. You guys who are older than me, who were born in America, you were born in America and you learned your history. What does history tell you about Nazis? What does history tell you about Democratic Party? What does history tell you about slavery, racism? What does history tell you? Huh? Why are we not communists? What does history tell you? The reality is that Hitler actively suppressed the left-wing political opponents, abolished independent trade unions, and dismantled the socialist faction of his own party during the Night of the Long Knives in 1934. What this is telling you is that National Socialists, these socialist Democrats that are coming in, eventually will come to reality. It is inevitable. Socialism goes hand in hand with communism. It is inevitable. Listen, they call themselves capitalist. Now, capitalism, to me, is just a system of monies. Any conservative can call themselves conservative, and they can believe in capitalism. But let's not forget that some of these guys, the Democrats, they were really capitalist. They wanted that slave money, didn't they? They did. Oh, man. Graham, let me tell you, brother. By the way, guys, if you guys haven't visited Euro and Travel, he's a young American who supports Trump as well, but not because he's Trump craze, because he believes Trump is a real American that loves the United States of America, which is why I support. So visit his channel if you can, subscribe, and share. You guys, some of the young people in here, go to Euro and Travel, and you guys can go ahead and support or argue with him about being an American patriot. Yeah. So, you know, we have this Democrat Party who used to say they were capitalist Democrats. Of course, everybody loves money, but they were racist. They were racist. In the economics, rather than seizing the means of production, a core, tenet of socialism, Hitler privatized state-owned industries and worked closely with large corporate business elites to build a war economy. Do you understand why it's important for us to continue to help the working class Americans? The socialist Democrats are communists who are eventually going to grab, well, not eventually, they've already done it with all this fraud. All this fraud, billions of dollars going to our enemies. All the libtards and illegal immigrants that come into my chat and all these Muslims that pretend to be these peaceful people, they all side with the socialist Democrats because Muslim countries and our enemies and the terrorists are getting billions of dollars. And they take advantage of the gullible Americans. Oh my God, look at them. Spending billions of dollars in a war. Yeah, trying to make sure that we stay the greatest country on earth. They're spending billions of dollars in war. They could have spent these billions of dollars feeding the poor, helping the homeless issue. But the same sons of bitches are spending $600 million for laser hair removal for transgender confirmation. What the fuck is that about? $600 million. Laser hair removal and boob implants. Just because they want to have some trans-affirming care. Absolutely. Israel deserves our money. They are fighting terrorism every single day. So shut the hell up if you don't know what that means. You fucking libtards, if you don't support Israel, you support the terrorist Muslim regime. Do you understand the difference on that? You got to pick a side. It is very difficult to pick the right side. The corrupted, the destructive, easy to pick. No accountability. No responsibility. Oh, yeah, and fuck the billionaires, right? Right? Oh, and it's Trump's fault. There you go. Fuck Donald Trump. There you go. Now all the libtards are on my side. Fuck Donald Trump. Think for yourself. Don't even believe me. Don't take my word. Go do your research. Please. Go learn some history about communists in the United States of America. Find out what happened with Stalin. Find out what happened with Russia. Find out what happened to Chinese. Millions of Chinese killed by communists. And you know how they started? With socialism. It's unbelievable that I have to sit here. I want some tacos. And I have to sit here and explain to you why it is important that you understand history. Don't get me going about the taxes, bro. Don't get me going on the taxes. Well, listen. Here is a video. Obviously, we're not going to watch it, but I just want you to know.
What an honor to be here.
That there is a speech. Now, interestingly enough, college Democrats of America. I'm going to tell you guys, I am so sorry for drawing conclusions. But this is the same guy that said Americans' red blood should just be all over the ground. That's you, Americans. That's you and me. This moron said that. And who supports him? That's right. Muslims and Democrats. Sorry, Mohammed. You got to change that name, bro. Facts. Look it up. Long live Spain. I love Spain. You see what I'm saying? You say I'm drawing conclusions. I told you. I got proof. I told you what a Nazi is. I told you what Hitler did. National Socialist. But he was a racist. Socialist Democrats. They are communist. The son bitch is wearing a German Nazi-style jacket. A communist-style jacket. Doggone it, never let me buy a jacket like that. Never let me buy a jacket like that. I'll be so ashamed. Hey, no. Lynn, this guy, you think he's popular in his dumbass podcast because he's better than me? Guess where he comes from? Huh? I come from a working class American. He comes from a wealthy family. That's right. He didn't create his wealth. He's just a spoiled little bitch who works for Muslim terrorists and communists. Fact. Communist China works with the Iranian terrorist Muslim regime. Huh? Oh, boy. And here we go. The difference is they're not racist. They're not saying death to America. They're not saying that Americans should lie dead on the street. Elon Musk and President Trump wants to get America to the next level. What is wrong with that? Oh, all my libtards. Oh, they're the haters. Welcome back. Where have you been? Oh, that's right. In 30-minute timeout. I can't believe that I've been here for 4 hours and you guys are still watching. Libtards, leave. Allow me to give the truth to real Americans who want to learn the truth. Here he is. making a speech at the College Democrats of America, wearing a Nazi-style German coat. Unbelievable. Is that coincidence? He is in a Democrats of America college, wearing a Nazi jacket, supporting communists, calling themselves socialist Democrats. Definition of a Nazi: National Socialist. Hitler, National Socialist, turned communist, oppressed the people, killed 6 million Jews. What does he say? Israel doesn't deserve to exist. From the river to the sea, not one Jew alive. Nazi, National Socialist, Hitler, National Socialist racist, killed 6 million Jews, death to America, death to Israel. Shit! They're the same! Oh my God! It's crazy! It's raining tacos from out of the sky. Tacos. No need to ask why. Just close your eyes and open your mouth. It's raining tacos. No, really, I am hungry. I want to go eat some tacos. It is Thursday. Man, I'm getting a new fan today. I need it. Let me go ahead and play and see a couple of the things that he says on here. Let's take a listen.
Thank you so much for having me, College Democrats of America.
It's only 14 minutes. Let's hit it.
It's a great honor to be here in the heart of the American empire, in the belly of the beast, speaking to the future activists of the Democratic Party, but as an outsider currently pushing for an...
To the future activists. I'm sorry. Let's just play the video and see if I can get through it.
Insurgency. To be honest, when I first got the call from this organization, I first said, I don't know what that is, I'll be honest. I apologize. And then they told me they hadn't held a national convention of this size since the Nixon era. So give yourselves a round of applause for that.
I have a Bible that is 2,000 years old that tells me exactly where Israel belongs. Palestine doesn't exist. Shut the hell up. We got a book of history with witnesses who are actually spent time with our great Jesus Christ, the Son of God. You don't have shit. You don't have shit to prove that Palestine ever existed in the history of this world, except for some Romans naming these dumbasses Palestinians. I'm sorry. That was too far. I apologize about that. That was too far. Too far. But the Bible puts Israel where it is today. So shut up. And that's over 2,000 years old. Almost 2,000 years old.
And then I was a little worried. I'll admit.
And you are reading
the Democratic Party were not
by a terrorist. So shut the fuck up and pay attention. Maybe you'll learn something.
So close as of late, as many of you know. I thought to myself, perhaps the Center for American Progress has set up a trap for me. Near attended, are you in the room? I apologize for everything I've said. After all, it's not a secret that there are many, many people in the Democratic Party that wish that I would go away, who wish that this movement would go away. Well, I'm here to tell you, we're here to stay. Now, a lot of people, including probably your future employers or your current employers, they call me a lot of names. They say I'm an idealist, a radical, a terrorist. But the one thing that they don't call me is a liar. And I think that anyone who wants a better future for the world, let alone this country, needs to understand that it is our job to always seek truth from facts. We must always expand our knowledge of the world around us and to use that knowledge to build a worldview, and then we can move on to change the world. And the reason why I stress this is because a lot of people, they see this as a career. And I work with a lot of campaigns. I've worked with establishment Democrats in the past, and right now I'm working with a lot of democratic socialists all around the country. And the one difference that I always see is moral conviction. Moral conviction to always say the truth. And an endless thirst to understand exactly what's going on. We have a lifetime of social conditioning.
Thank you, Bernie, for dropping in the love. Dennis, that is a very sensitive subject with Germany. I don't want to trigger you, what? U-bots? And how to buy tampons for the algorithm sensitivity. We can discuss it in later call. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, brother. You know, what's crazy is that Germany is a great country. We're talking about historical evidence where communism comes from. That's the whole point of it. And what he says, what this guy says just lines up with everything that Hitler stood for. The difference is Hitler was a racist National Socialist. He is a Jew-hating Muslim National Socialist who is a communist. Does that make sense? Same demon, different title. You know what they have in common? They hate Jews. They hate Jews. They killed 6 million of them in the Holocaust. This guy wants to kill the rest. But this is the second round. This is the second round. See, Germany, well, not the Germans, not the Germans. The evil spirit that was fighting the Jews and killing the Jews, the same spirit that was fighting the nations, hates the United States of America and every other Christian nation that stood up against Nazi Germany and beat them. Now, they come in as the form of terrorist Muslims. They come in the fake premise of being a peaceful religion. But in reality, Allah is Satan. You can tell by their fruits, you will recognize them. All the atrocities, all the bad things that have happened in the Bible, in the Old Testament, you have to learn them. This is what comes out of sin. This is what comes out of sin nature. Everything on the New Testament tells you why Jesus came to die for us and how you can have a better life for you and your children and your children's children. And it's there. You don't even have to believe in God. You won't be saved. But everything the Bible tells you, love thy neighbor. Always tell the truth. Don't lie. Don't murder. Love God with all your heart, with all your might. If you love your neighbor, you will tell them the truth. You will show them the righteous path. This guy doesn't even know that this college existed. They didn't know that this, where he's at right now, existed. But he was told what they were about. And he said, yep, that's me. Yep, I'll be right there. How much? How much? And well, guys, let's go ahead and listen to his speech.
That has guided our lives, that has motivated the way that we see the world. Sometimes that means we have a lot of blind spots. But moral conviction is really important because that is what makes the difference between the insurgents and the establishment Democrats that are simply following along. And I think that anyone and everyone here must constantly push for this. This task takes on a new importance today. Lies and disinformation are the currency of our enemies on the right. Unable to compete with us over here in reality, right-wingers instead try to make humanity live in their dangerous fantasy land, constantly finding new enemies in our neighborhoods to position as a reason for why we are all experiencing the same struggles born out of capitalism. But sometimes, I'm a glass half full kind of guy. When the right traffics in lies, the lane for telling it like it is wide open. And whoever can do that, whoever can tell the truth, they will own the future. But people fail this basic test all the time, especially in Washington, D.C. Now, I'm sure that many of you in this room feel the same energy that I do. A feeling shared by more and more people all the time of frustration. Frustration with decades of political ineptitude in the face of rising fascism. Many people in this room have only known Trump, but to the
when you talk about Piker, Sam Piker, what he said, to me, you can say anything you want to say. The only thing I have a problem with is when it comes down to a threat to someone's life.
Yes.
Give your opinion. Hey, I disagree with this guy's a this guy's a that. But when it gets down to that, and then
he's never threatened anyone's life.
When he said capitalist blood, let them die.
I don't know that clip. I need to see the book
Hassan
content.
sat right here, I'm 47, you're 46, I think we're a year apart. You're 79, right? 7K. So we're the same age. So when you sit down with a young guy like that, and we've made some major mistakes in our career.
I talk to Hassan all the time. Don't give your opponent sticks with
Here's the one. Watch this.
The guy is a non-violent guy. He doesn't support war or killing. He just says provocative things.
Property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
I'm sorry, what was that? Your hero? Drippy? That's your hero? I don't have to say it. I don't have to say it. Let him say it. Let him say it out of his mouth. Baby. You, bro. This guy, you just came and cooked yourself, huh? Oh, man. What do you say again? What do you say? What do you say? What do you say? Let me hear that again. Let me hear it again. Hold on. Uh-huh. If it wasn't for capitalists, your sorry ass wouldn't be on welfare. You wouldn't be able to get social services if it wasn't for capitalism, you moron.
War or killing. He just says provocative things.
Property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all.
Yeah.
Property owners. Kill them all. I don't think Trump says kill Muslims in America. He doesn't say death to Muslims. Show me one. Go ahead, put it on the chat.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the...
Bro just called for streets to soak in capitalist blood, and Democrats are campaigning with him. National Socialist, Socialist Democrats, Nazis, National Socialist, Hitler, National Socialist, KKK, Democrats, Piker, a fucking Democrat. Literally saying, kill them motherfuckers. Literally.
The street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
Americans, you should be worried. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. You should be worried that this kind of garbage is in our country. And they are grabbing the gullible, the mentally ill. They don't care. They sacrifice their own children. Do you understand? They praise Hamas, condemn Israel, though Hamas is putting children and women in military facilities and artilleries. You can say whatever you want about PBD. That is a great businessman, and I respect him. I respect PBD. Patrick is a man of common sense. He is a Christian man with family values, loves the United States of America, and appreciates that because the United States of America is what it is right now, he was able to create his own wealth. Let that sink in there for a second. Zinc Roofer, for Pete's sakes. Put the damn Johnny Walker down, bro. One day, come into my live sober. Come into my life sober. I guarantee you speak differently. You got to stop it. Let's listen to these encouraging words to be proud of being an American citizen. Let's take a listen.
The older folks here and also watching at home, think about that for a second. The only politics that people in this room have ever known is shot through with Donald J. Trump. Political life shaped from above by a narcissistic tyrant who enriches himself, his ridiculous family, the Epstein class, as well as the billionaires who were smart enough to get caught, smart enough to avoid getting caught. Sorry. As well as the billionaires who were too smart to get caught, going to Little St. James, and even a billionaire who was uninvited from Little St. James Island because his lives were that atrocious for the pedophiles. Although American politicians have never been much at truth-telling, for over 10 years, the terms of our discourse have been set by a megalomaniacal pervert. The late writer Mike Davis summed up our situation well in his final published essay a few years ago. He said, "Unlike the high Cold War when politburos, parliaments, presidential candidates, and general staffs to some extent balanced megalomania at the top, there are few safety switches between today's maximum leaders and Armageddon. Never has so much fused economic, media, and military power been put into so few hands. To you, young people of America who have chosen to enter the world of electoral politics, I know that you have grown up in this degraded era where bigotry and deceit are so blatantly rewarded in society. An era in which our rulers would rather choke us with wildfire smoke than re-examine how our way of life damages our planet, the only home we'll ever know. This wretched era in which the third world is staring down disaster because of the upheaval caused by ours and Israel's war on Iran. This ridiculous era in which a Supreme Court dominated by religious nutjobs rewrites our laws at will. In this world, I know even just a little bit of truth can feel like a life raft. It's why so many of you are in this room, because you meet other people like yourselves and you talk about these problems together and you feel both less alone and closer to the truth. Now, it's fair to say, as I've repeated over and over again, as you all know, that I am not a friend of many people in the Democratic Party. But that's okay. In politics, if you're everyone's friend, then you're no one's friend. But I am here today because the times have gotten very strange and new political opportunities are all around us. Chances for us to push radical political change through an electoral system that right now is going through a transformation. You can feel the changes with every news story. This sense of backlash that's in the air. Inflation is not under control. Data centers that no one wants are taxing energy grids, fueling an AI bubble that may not really replace you, but will get you laid off regardless. It seems like every week, our masked Gestapo, ICE, kills another innocent person. In all my years, I don't remember seeing this much blood on American pavement.
Well, well, well. Ironic, ain't it? Oh, the Gestapo. The fucking communist Muslim Nazi here says the Gestapo is ICE. Never in my life have I seen so much blood being run through the United States because of the Gestapo. This motherfucker just said kill all of them. Every capitalist. Kill them all, he said. Let the blood of capitalists run through the streets, he says. You gotta be a fucking idiot not to see the truth. This guy. I love data centers. Absolutely. Yeah. I also want them to build their own nuclear power plants. Absolutely. Listen, if you are under 18, you got to go. You cannot be on this chat. You understand? You got to go. And if you are here and you got permission and your parents let you watch this kind of adult podcast, I want you to pay attention so you are not deceived. Don't listen to people who support illegal immigration. Number one, as an American, you got to stand for your country. If the United States of America is not your country, don't be here unless you have permission, okay? Okay. With that being said, this garbage man right here has wished death to America, but he wants to blame ICE for the death of illegal immigrants and those who are impeding federal investigations, who are out there obstructing justice. Don't be deceived by this demon. Somebody asked me if I think that Muslims are demons. Yes. If you worship, well, let me clarify. If you worship Allah, who is Satan, who the pedophile Muhammad is considered the most high prophet, and you call yourself a Muslim and you follow that satanic religion, you are his demons. You are part of his demonic plan. It's crazy. But let me tell you something. Man. You know, God uses even a useless man like me. Even a man with a bad mouth. God uses to bring his message. Even a man that is weak, not very wise or smart, brings a message. Yahweh, the great I am, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the creator of the universe. He has always been, he always is, and will forever be God Almighty, my provider, my strength, the God of Israel, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The one true God and only true God, who sent his son Jesus Christ to come and die on the cross, for we surely were going to hell. But because of the blood of the Lamb, because of the sacrifice that Jesus Christ made for us on that cross, you Muslims, you atheists, you who hear the message of salvation, are given a second opportunity to renew the relationship with our Father, which was once broken by the sin that we committed from Adam and Eve. Jesus Christ is the only begotten Son of God. He was perfect. If you repent from your sins and you promise to fight every single day to do what's right, and you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, it doesn't matter what happens to us here on earth. You are going to heaven to be with God. The Holy Spirit has been sent to guide you, to give you conviction so you know what is good and what is bad. If you have to hide, it's not good. That's not my message. That's God's message. Let me ask you a question. Why is it that with all Muslims, why is it that it's okay to marry a prepubescent child, no matter what age you are? Imagine me, 50 years old, and I come to your house and I want to marry your 6-year-old daughter. Would you welcome me? Would you let me? That's demonic. Why is it that only Muslims continue to say that women are second to men? Why is it that Muslims think that they will be rewarded with 92 virgins, as if women are nothing? Women are meaningless, useless. Why is it that only Muslims do that? It's satanic. Which wife today will say, I want to share my husband with 72 virgins? Not once. Mary was married when she was in her mid-teens, meaning 15 to 16 years old. No man touched her. The Holy Spirit impregnated her. And after she gave birth, well beyond puberty, did Joseph get to know her. Big difference. Big difference. Everything about Muslims is about sex. Not one of them is about loving one wife, one woman, treating her as equal. Not one. The Bible says that if you want to be a bishop or a deacon in the church, you have to be a man of great integrity, a man who doesn't drink, husband of one wife. No perversion, no sexual perversion. That's Christianity. Muslims tell you that when you die, 92 virgins, some gone up as 100. I don't want to get more graphic on how they speak about the women, but I'm going to tell you right now, it's triple X rated. It is disgusting of how they view women. It's demonic. It's demonic. You don't know shit. You don't know shit. And if you do, you are a fucking demon yourself. I know you love your pornography. Of course you do. It's a perversion that you got to fight. Jesus Christ came to the earth and they asked him about divorce. They say that every man who divorces his wife and lays with another one is an adulterer. But if a man is married to a woman and because of adultery, infidelity caused in the marriage, you are to give a letter of divorce. It is pardon. I will always be an adulterer because I have been divorced once. But that's why we continue to pray and say, thank you, God. Why we continue to say, forgive me, Lord. Forgive me. You're not going to believe this. But when I had COVID, I couldn't breathe. My heart was racing 1,000 miles an hour. 104-degree fever. And I'm wheezing. So proud of myself. I said, God, thank you. Thank you for loving me. I was in pain. Body ache. Can't breathe. Suffocating. 104-degree temperature. If you don't know what it feels like, I hope the next time that you get the flu, and you hit 104 degrees, you know how good that feels. But I say thank you. I love you. Heal me if it's your will. See, it doesn't matter what pain I have in my body. It doesn't matter what pain I have to go through in my life. It doesn't matter how I die. It's in God's time. One of the apostles of Jesus was crucified upside down. You know who it is. Another follower of Christ was beheaded. And many others. Some were cut in half while they were still alive. All because of their faith in Jesus Christ. Do me a favor, Amens. Any demon that puts some bullshit on my chat, get rid of him like this anima bullshit. Fuck out of my channel. You may not like the way that I talk, but fuck you. You may not like the way that I talk. And as I said, I admire those with more patience than me and that don't curse. My respects. Let me be me. This country was founded under Christian politics, whether you like it or not. Whether you like it or not. Faith does nothing to those who don't have it. I have suffered in my childhood, but I'm so blessed. Let me get this demon off. I am so blessed. You have no idea. You have no idea. I wouldn't want anybody, not my worst enemy, to go through what I have gone through in life. Let me tell you that right now. Nobody. Nobody. But I'm so blessed that God still gives me the courage to come into this seat and take every single insult from these demons, from these Satan worshipers, from these evildoers, from these un-American people. I never pretend to be this holy Christian man that makes no mistakes. God loves you. Muslims, it's not too late. Listen, even if the Muslim penalty is death for denying the Muslim religion, it is better for you to die on this earth believing in Christ, because you will be resurrected and you will join back with Jesus Christ in his whole glory, than to go to hell living in fear, worshiping Satan and his demons. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father, for your love, your mercy, and your grace. I pray for every single Muslim, for every single non-believer today, right now, in the name of Jesus Christ. I pray to you, Father, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. No other God, just you. Enlighten them. Let your Holy Spirit fill their body, fill their spirit. Show them the truth. Give them discernment so that they may have conviction to choose the truth. I pray in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. And I'm going to tell you something. Let it be done. But I'm going to tell you something. God is calling every single one of you. Every single one of you. And very few will follow. Very few, if any, will answer to the call. But I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to give up on doing what I got to do. We just can't do that. We can't. We can't allow our enemies, we can't allow Satan to control our lives anymore. It's crazy. If you listen to the speech from this demon, he's going to hell. There's no salvation. Who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Paul was persecuting the Christians as well, and he found salvation. So I'll take it back. Let it be God's will. Let's go ahead and switch gears and get into the dirty part of politics. Reality check for Crockett's Argentina claim is under fire. I don't know what she said about Argentina, but I want to hear it. Let's take a listen.
Before we go today and turn you over to the 5, let's make sure we have a reality check. The World Cup may be over, but the political theater is here to stay. And it's coming from one of the usual suspects, the gold standard, Jasmine Crockett. Did you know the final matchup between Spain and Argentina was actually a commentary on racism? Here is Professor Crockett's history lesson during a hearing. This topic was not soccer, not even foreign relations, but the Smithsonian Museum.
All of these people of color that was playing for all these teams. And ultimately, if you recall, the last two teams, it was Argentina and Spain. And it seemed like the vast majority of the world was rooting for Argentina, or actually against Argentina, right? And why was that?
Spain had the best team. Maybe that's why they were rooting for them.
There's also a racist history that exists.
We are not here entirely sure what that was. I've watched it, I've rewatched it, I've analyzed it, and I'm not really sure the point Crockett is trying to make about the racism either for or against Argentina. But I then saw Samuel L. Jackson's Instagram story from earlier in the week, and I thought maybe this is what Crockett was getting at when it comes to Argentina. Jackson wrote, "Dear black people, please do not cheer or root for Argentina to win the FIFA World Cup. Argentina has historically been one of, if not the most racist countries in the world." Others have compared the World Cup to a proxy war, like Mehdi Hassan in a conversation with Spanish actor Javier Bardem.
The Israeli government was very loud and proud about, we are backing Argentina. Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, a bunch of Israeli ministers put out videos today saying, Argentina. In many ways, this game, Javier, Argentina-Spain, was almost a proxy for Israel versus Palestine, rightly or wrongly?
Rightly and wrongly, because also political leaders don't represent their people.
And here you thought you were just watching a soccer game, the World Cup. By the way, Mehdi Hassan had no problem celebrating Argentina way back in 2022, writing, "Blessed to have been here to witness the greatest World Cup final of all time, and Pele is the GOAT, but Messi officially now has to be considered number 2. There he is, all clad in blue, white, and yellow. So, something changed between 2022 and 2026, at least when it comes to the righteousness of rooting for Argentina over Spain. Joining me now is co-host of the Barstool College Football Show and the Big Noon Kickoff with Fox. It's Casey Smith, and I thought it was just the World Cup.
If you're watching that sport, I find it very hard to believe that you have that history lesson. Samuel L. Jackson at least laid it out, but I would say 90% of people watching that game, 95% of people, had absolutely no idea they even had to take that into consideration.
It is not something that you have to do when watching sports. Impose your political beliefs or your worldview on 11 men on each side playing and kicking a ball around, trying to get into the goal more than the other. I get the argument. I understand that the history of Argentina is interesting. The politics of Argentina are different than the politics of Spain, but that doesn't have to inform the way you root for sports.
And the way that Jasmine Crockett said it was that everybody rooting for Argentina must have known that, even though she wasn't even necessarily sure what she said. Okay,
no one is sure of Jasmine Crockett.
Maybe is she sure? I'm not 100% sure. But I do know that therapists are apparently to blame for the rise of adults cutting off their parents. The Wall Street Journal is saying that basically moms and dads are saying, if my adult child cuts me off, it must be because the therapists have said it, because everything becomes trauma.
Incredible and destructive. Therapy, which has been elevated in modern society to the level of religion. Young people treat their therapist as their priest. I truly believe that it has replaced confession. It has replaced the ability to adhere to a moral code other than whatever is self-improvement these days. And I do think that therapy has largely looked at people's individual problems and blamed it outside of their own agency, outside of their own ability, and in more often cases than not, blamed it on their parents. If they're cutting you off from family, you have lost your religion. This is a really sad case for whatever generation is now turning to their therapist.
Well, and then there's also the fact that a lot of young people are using AI as their therapist, which creates an even bigger problem. Did you even know that?
Incredible. No.
ChatGPT is a therapist now.
And what is that going to disconnect you from? Not just your parents.
That's a fact. Okay, Tokyo urges men to wear shorts to work, but some women say it's leg hair harassment, Will Kane. They should not be forced to look at men's leg hair at the office, essentially.
I think I'm with the Japanese women.
Why? Because you think it's gross?
I don't.
The word harassment's a little bit harsh here.
I don't want to see your legs. Not your legs. I don't want to see a dude's legs. Shorts don't belong in the office. Am I wrong?
No.
Shorts don't belong in the office.
I think it depends
I feel
on...
Jesse Waters right now. I feel very much like Jesse Waters. I don't think shorts belong in the professional environment.
I think it depends on where you work. However, if I am a woman looking at a man's legs, I do not feel like I am being forced to look at them. I guess, unless these Japanese women feel like those legs are gross.
All right. We don't want to see your leg area.
Exactly. And then the last one, Japan's prime minister says she gets 0 to 3 hours of sleep and spends free time ironing clothes. When she gets to sleep in, she also gets to iron, wash, and even sew and hem.
Oh, can I just tell you, I'm incredibly impressed by these world leaders, which obviously includes President Trump, that need so little sleep. I don't think people should be bragging about their lack of need for sleep. I think most times guys often use that as a badge of honor. We know you need sleep. It's like healthier to sleep. But if you can pull it off like President Trump, and I don't know the Japanese prime minister, bravo. If it's all you need, bravo.
If you don't need it, that's great. You kind of sound a little bit of a hardo when you say it.
Yeah.
But with her, girl, use your free time to rest, not sew.
Casey Smith from Barstool, always love having you on. Thank you.
Thank you, Will.
And we enjoy you being with us as well. But now it is time for Jesse Waters.
Jesse Waters, no. We're going to bring the five, because there are five are going to talk about Trump rails against communism. You guys watch the speech with me, so.
Is actively trying to destroy our children's future with the disaster known as communism. It's communism. The concept, the policy, it's a loser, and it always has been, and it always will be. With communism, everything turns to.
Well, there you go. That was President Trump out in Georgia, putting the threat of communism front and center in the midterm stump speech. A lot of attention to the Trump accounts today, but also, obviously, he's in Georgia for a reason. So this, as we get a pretty revealing look at the voters fueling the socialist surge inside the Democratic Party. Election guru Nate Silver posting this chart and saying, quote, what's the most Democratic voting group in America? People with postgraduate degrees, but lower to middle incomes. Think about that. And of course, there's one other thing that unites the movement, and that is opposing Israel. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani admitting that he can't actually arrest Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Watch this.
Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal, the architect of a horrific genocide against the Palestinian people. It is clear that we do not have the independent legal authority to enforce this warrant. The federal government, however, does. And I call on them to join the ICC and execute this warrant.
Nope.
And I want to be equally clear. Benjamin Netanyahu is not welcome in New York City.
Abolishing the Senate, replacing the presidency, it would just sort of, the country would be run by workers and Congress, basically. Amnesty for all. The DSA has made its far left priorities crystal clear, but Daily Show host Jon Stewart tells voters, forget all that. It's all about economic populism. Watch.
Generally, their crazy ideas aren't where the energy is. The energy isn't around, like, we shouldn't have prisons or borders. The energy is around a belief that they're economic populism. It's about strengthening a safety net for a country that has suffered too long, overvaluing capital and money and undervaluing labor and work. That's all. That's it.
All right, Kaylee, let me start with you. So Jon Stewart is arguing that the, sort of the stuff that's getting everyone's attention isn't really the problem, and it isn't where the focus is. He says it's not where the energy is either in this debate. He wants workers to be more highly valued, and you heard President Trump talking about what he sees communism doing and what it turns everything to.
And it is communism. It is a myth out there that this is Scandinavian social democracy. It is not that. And I do agree with James Carville that when I showed him the poll at 66% of Democrats like socialism, he said, I don't think they understand what that means. And I think he's right about that. Because when you dig into the DSA's platform, it's all over their website. Communism is everywhere. It's a part of the various factions. They are overt that they support communism. But I do not believe 66% of Democrats understand that or know that. I spoke with Jake Altman, who's a former DSA local leader, and he really clearly put out some of the things that happened in his leadership meetings. In April 2025, he proposed saying to the DSA, their governing board, to demand that Hamas release all hostages. And they would not do that. I mean, imagine that. Release hostages. There were babies that were hostages. There were women. That is something DSA could not get on board with. Fast forward to August of 2025. They voted to remove a provision from the DSA's constitution that barred Leninists from entry. Vladimir Lenin was a communist revolutionary. That is who these people are. They are very well organized. They know exactly what they're doing. So how do you stop this? There needs to be an education of the Democratic Party. There needs to be more John Fettermans. There needs to be more Van Jones, and I applaud him on his courage for speaking out against this. There needs to be more James Carvilles. There needs to be more Henry Cuellars, who says, get rid of ICE, I reject that. Defund the police, I reject that. Open borders, I reject that. Literally went point by point through the DSA's provisions and said, I reject them completely. You might disagree with the names I just mentioned, but I firmly believe that the Van Jones, the Henry Cuellars, the John Fettermans love their country and want to fight the good fight in the Democratic Party to win their party back. And we need more courageous Democrats. And it's very sad that I can count on a little more than two hands the number of courageous Democrats currently out there.
Let's talk to a courageous Democrat, Harold Ford Jr., who joins us at the table. You know, I'm fascinated by the fact that this group is driven by, as Nate Silver pointed out, highly educated, downwardly mobile. I mean, that's every parent's dream, right? Like, send your kid to college and hope that they end up in a downwardly mobile spiral where they want to have a socialist day off. And wouldn't it be just great if every day you could wake up and just do just what you want to do and no more?
It probably would be. I wouldn't necessarily like it, but it's good to be with you. I think that Jon Stewart, the way he framed that there at the end, the economic anxieties, and I think Kayleigh was trying to do it as well, the economic anxieties that so many Americans are facing causes them to flock and to attach themselves to something that, when you really try to understand it, no prisons, no borders, supporting Hamas. I don't understand how that helps us get to where we are. I watched a young mayor give a speech there about how he wants to arrest Netanyahu. I don't understand how that lowers prices. I don't understand how that addresses. I mean, I listened to cab drivers here in this city who said they liked Mandami because he's about getting their rent lower. I don't hear any of them saying, I like them because they want to abolish prisons, they want to abolish the borders, they want to defund the police. We think Hamas is absolutely right, and we should be supporting them. And we should be arresting Netanyahu. That's an agenda of a group of people who are radical, who I believe have no place in my party. The party I grew up in, the party I was raised in. My dad was a member of Congress. My uncles and aunts served in elected office back in Tennessee throughout my entire life. I was blessed to be there 10 years. I don't know any of them. There are Democrats who I disagree with on spending policy and a few things, tax policy every once in a while. I was a blue dog. But there was never anybody who said abolish the police, abolish the borders, abolish law enforcement, support Hamas. We Democrats have to step away from these people. If they want to continue to align themselves with us rhetorically, so be it. I say to Democrats, and I said it on Monday, if we lose in November in a tight race, and independents and some independent-minded Republicans say I couldn't support them because they wanted to abolish the police, they wanted to abolish borders, not that they were going to make things more affordable or not because we think they have a better plan to beat Iran. We will have only ourselves to blame if that happens.
And Jesse, you can see exactly that in the president's speech today. He started off within the first three lines. He talked about communism and the threat of it. You can feel that the Republican Party is saying, great, game on. We now have something that is a defining issue about what it means to be an American in this country that we can dig into. And we do see some of these polls closing. Washington Post poll shows that the, Democrat or Republican generic poll comes in at 48-45. Very, very close.
It shouldn't be that close. It definitely, because you look at history and, you look at gas prices and the war in the Middle East, but they're blowing it. I want to talk about these college-educated, downwardly mobile women, because it's mostly women. The people that I know that got these advanced degrees, their parents paid for it. I mean, these are well-off families that they can afford to get a graduate degree, and then they're networked out so they can get a nice job afterwards. Or they get a PhD and they go into academia or government. They know what to expect. But if you're going to take out a loan to get a degree in the humanities or the social sciences, what are you thinking? You're going to be 28 years old and you're going to have no skills and no experience, and you're not going to take an entry-level offer because you think you have this big fancy degree, that you're worth more. And you don't want to take that entry-level salary because you can't afford to, because you're in debt and you want to live in Manhattan, but you can't. So you're going to have to move in with mom and dad. And that is going to kill your love life. And you're going to look around and you're going to see all your other younger friends doing better because they've been in the workforce longer and they've worked harder. So then you're going to be resentful. And then you're going to get bitter because you're single. And if you're a woman, men don't care if you have a PhD. That is not high on our list of attributes. And if you're a woman and you're looking at a guy who can't provide resources, you're not really in the market. So you're going to get angry. And then you're going to get ugly. And you're going to have a bad attitude. No one wants to hire anybody with a bad attitude. No one wants to date anybody with a bad attitude. But you could dig yourself out of the hole. You could take a job in a totally different field and work your tail off. Or you could move somewhere else. Or maybe, just maybe, you could get it together and find love. And then you could build a life together, because it's a lot easier to do that with someone else with another income, like Martha. But the Democratic Party doesn't preach that. They preach you are a victim and you are owed something and you are entitled to something. And it's not your fault that you can't take care of yourself. So this party is here to give you things and to punish other people who have made it, because it makes you feel better to punish them. But the Republican Party has to say, no, no, no. The American dream is alive and well. If you work hard and you keep your nose clean and you have a routine, it'll all open up when you're in your 40s. You're going to have a great and beautiful life. Because if you preach this other scam, you don't say that to your own son and daughter. Why are you saying that to all of these other young Americans? All right? You have to have delayed gratification, and you have to have a good attitude and a good work ethic. And if you don't want to be a broke Democrat, that is the formula.
Yeah, well, that's just being white. Nobody wants to be white on the libtard side. Everybody wants to act ghetto. Everybody wants to act ghetto. Now, check this out. Speaking of ghetto, you know that Mandani was releasing prisoners from 15 prisons, I think, or something like that. Well, he decided to go ahead and celebrate the World Cup semifinals with some inmates. This is disgusting.
66, you have one star only, you can see it there. And 8% they have 3. The same thing, 26. I'm trying to get... Who you guys work for? On the judge now. This one is over. Everyone? This is the defending champions.
Messi, World Cup, I guarantee you.
I hope that this shares with people who are incarcerated here on Rikers that they too are a part of New York City. The World Cup has been a magical moment for the entire city. These are New Yorkers, and they will be New Yorkers when they get out of Rikers. They're New Yorkers today, and I wanted to make sure that we can celebrate this moment together.
For the first time in this tournament, 5 in the midfield. They really don't want to get beat. They had a dime there before. Exposed themselves wide. They tried to shut that down, and I think that matches against England's fullbacks. Is the other one who controlled the ball and beat.
I met one New Yorker for whom today is his final day on Rikers, and he's heading home tonight. And it was an amazing thing to be able to celebrate that with him. And he was saying he's going to see his mother, he's going to see his daughter, and he's going to get right back to work. He just got certified, and it's a lovely thing to be able to share with someone. Thank you, brother.
So brings it down. Kane trying to get under control. It's blocked out by Julian Alvarez for an England throw. Now consider all the big bodies
very nice, you know what I'm saying? Even though it's not a sports bar, we can't get our drinks on and stuff like that. But that's okay, though. We got to eat on, so that was good, though. You know what I'm saying? So we got the, privilege of drinking stuff, eating food that we don't really get and you know what I'm saying? Like with me, I've been locked up 21 months, so it's been a long time since I had real food like that and drinks and stuff like that in that order. So it was a wonderful experience.
The vibe is real good. I'm sitting at the table with a lot of Argentina fans, but it's all right though. We are having a good time. It's real great, real great. Energy is real positive in here, and I love it.
I thought it was a great game, actually. Great game. And it was a close game, too. Came out to the end. To the bitter end, matter of fact. These two teams are rivals for decades. And can't get any better than this, But like I said, it's going to be a messy World Cup again. Ha ha!
Getting a lot of attention. This,
what I find just crazy is I just sit here and I try to think every single inmate that is in jail, they are criminals. Do you understand the purpose of jails? They are criminals. They give up their society rights when they become criminals. They don't get to vote. They don't have a voice. They don't have any rights. Well, they have some rights. They cannot carry a weapon. It's like Democrats never leer. Like literally, they never leer. How many times? How many times was that guy, like that criminal, released from jail before he killed that Ukrainian refugee woman on the bus or the train? Repeated offenders. Repeated offenders. He goes in there, and I make a comment on here that they got drinks. And they're not talking about water. They got drinks. And expensive food, not the regular food that it costs us a lot of money already. Expensive food that they don't want to give the details. And I make a comment that they bitch and complain about lobster and steak for our military. And the stupid ass son of a bitch on the chat says, oh, like the military were eating, enjoying all that food while everybody else struggles. The stupidity of these people. Our military dies for us. Do you understand the difference? The criminals kill us. Our military dies for us. You wonder why I get pissed off? You wonder why I cuss you out? Why I have to say that? Abolish ICE. Our federal agents who are fulfilling a law, enforcing a law, they are the demons. The ones enforcing the law are the demons. And that's why I love them even more, Joey, so shut the fuck up if that makes you happy. Yeah, I didn't join the military, but I love them. I appreciate them even more. What the fuck have you done? You see the difference? I don't bitch and complain about them. I honor them. I respect them. I love them. They do things that I can't do. It's a different mentality. That's why we are better than you retards on the left. You have no common sense. That's why when you see the truth, you can't see it. You don't understand it. He says that Bibi Netanyahu and all these other libtards around the world that says that Bibi Netanyahu is wanted for war crimes. And yet, this war criminal goes out of the way to announce to his enemies that he's going to attack on this location, this location, this location. Put the children and the innocent women out of the way. And yet, Hamas puts them in the way. And you fucking morons support that. So shut the hell up. Israel sent tons of food and water. What war criminal does that? Fucking think. God bless you, Israel. God protect Bibi Netanyahu and the people who fight for Israel. The rest of you retards, if you don't want to learn the truth, move along. Go to another channel. Go to another channel. Jesse, kiss my ass on the way out. Peace out, little bitch. Go shave your pussy. $4.5 trillion to socialist programs, and the sons of bitches want more. The fuck is wrong with you people? Huh? You lazy socialist communist bitches are out there bitching and complaining about the money that goes to Iran while they're fighting terrorists in the Middle East and they're our friend and ally. And you are getting $4.5 trillion in socialist programs and you want to bitch about it? Shut the hell up. Why don't you help us stop fraud? Why don't you help us start fighting criminals? Help us stop that. And then you can say something. But you're retards. How can I defend you? How can I say something nice about you? You got to get your head out of your ass. Listen for once. Try to use some critical thinking and maybe some common sense might come in there. I don't know. There's no cure for stupid, but you might find it. Do research. Maybe you'll find a cure for your stupidity. Don't come into my channel with stupid shit. You celebrate criminals eating good food and drinking. You celebrate a senator going down to El Salvador, drinking some margaritas, dancing la cumbia with an MS-13 gangbanger who abused his wife, is a human trafficker, and you call him a Maryland husband, a Maryland father. You celebrate that shit. Don't worry. I know most of you are illegal, un-American, or out of the USA. So it's okay. I understand. You fucking morons will never learn. And most of you are just jealous that the United States is the greatest country on earth. And you are just jealous that we love our military. You know what's crazy? Some of you have served in the military, and you fucking cowards have reneged on the oath that you made to the United States of America. Thank you for your service, but you don't get honor nor respect from me. You get thanks. That's it. The rest of the patriots, the rest of the people who served in the military, until this day, now that they are retired, now that they are veterans, continue to uphold that oath. My people. What's it my veteran patriots over here say all the time? Once a Marine, always a Marine. Apparently, libtards, they don't know what always means. I don't know when is going to be my last day on this earth. Lord knows I'm ready to go. But every day, I get the privilege to celebrate and honor those Americans, those patriots who have made the sacrifice to sign up. That despite the fear, they stood up, listened to the call. You see, I didn't serve in the military. I tried. That's irrelevant. I tried. It's irrelevant. But I didn't serve in the military. And you know what I don't do? I don't dishonor those who have died for me. Every youngster in the military, every service person that dies in training, in battle, in accident, I love them. I honor them. I respect them. And I thank them from the bottom of my heart. There is no other military in the world that I love more than the American military force. I love it. I love this country. They haven't died for you, they say. What a fucking idiot. What a fucking idiot you are. They die for every American, even you retards. Even for you retards, they've died for. Joey, you're a fucking moron if you don't understand why I talk the way I talk. All you do is disrespect Americans that have a different view than you. No, you're a fucking idiot. That's why. You have to earn respect. I don't need your respect. Fuck you very much. You don't like it? Get the hell out of my channel. Never forget Pearl Harbor. You know, it's funny. I know people, religious people, you know, that they don't come to you, even when I was a pastor. You know, they don't come up to you and be like, hey, my name is Joseph. No, hey, I'm Pastor so-and-so. Who gives a shit? I don't care if you're a pastor, a prophet. I don't give a shit. Who are you? Be humble. They use titles to put themselves above others. You know what real American patriots do? Real American patriots do? They don't even take credit. They don't. They say they're veterans when they have to try to prove a point, but not to make themselves better than others. A lot of you condescending bitches out there that have served in the military, probably dishonorably, since you don't love this country, since you go against the president, the commander-in-chief, whether you like him or not, you are bound by your word, and if you don't, then what the fuck did you sign up for? Anyways, you guys are all a disgrace. I love my real veterans. I love how the libtards, it's always the same. Every single libtard, even if you consider yourself a conservative Republican, you're a little bitch and you're a libtard. Every single one of them always takes the side of our enemies, always defend criminals, and always want to break the law. Same thing. Same thing. American patriots, protect the border, respect the law, honor our servicemen, love our countrymen, fight for this country, protect the innocent, protect our children, protect our families. I choose the real Americans, the real patriots, those who, when they were going through the pains, when they were in desperation, for Pete's sakes, I have seen soldiers get shot and be like, oh shit, I got shot in the arm, son of a bitch. And they just get up there and fight more. Wow. Damn. Inspirational. when I heard that our Navy was getting some lobsters and some steaks, a couple of tears came out of my eyes. And I thought, if they died today, they had some good lobster and steak. God bless your military, man. God bless your children who are serving. God bless your fathers who are serving. I don't like women in the military, but God bless the women in the military. I wish they weren't there, but they're fighting for us. They're serving the country. And as an American citizen, yes, they are dying for me. And I love them even more. Even if they look at me and they don't love me, I still love them. Now, these retards, I'm going to tell you, you don't make it easy for me to love you. I'll tell you that right now. You don't make it easy. For sure, you don't make it easy. Woo! With that being said, where is President Trump's speech? I don't think this is going to be that long, but we're going to switch gears and get back into our streaming mode. You know, I thank God for the libtards, the trolls that come into my channel, because they keep making me reflect on why I love this country. You know? They keep making me reflect on why I love and honor our military servicemen. I love it. All right, let's see what President Trump is up to here. I haven't watched it, obviously. They just went live not too long ago. Here we go. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
Nice to be with you. Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's an honor to be here, and welcome to, this is really the new Rose Garden, how beautiful it is, with the white stone that matches the White House. This used to be grass, and it was always wet. You know, the White House is built on a wetland, and when you're built on a wetland, the grass is wet all the time. If it didn't rain for 5 days, it was very wet. And we had a lot of very upset women. They'd stand in there with the high heels, and they'd just go down like quicksand. And that took place for about 150 years. And I decided to do something about it. And this has become an incredible place for dining and for news conferences and for events like this. And this is a very special event because it's the Dodgers, and they're the world champions. And Mark, this is the first time we've ever used the new Rose Garden. You see right up there, the Rose Garden. I put that up. Looks very nice. This is not, do you think Biden would do that? I don't think so. I don't think Biden would do it. And we created the Presidential Walk of Fame. That wall for 150 years had absolutely nothing on it. And it always used to amaze me. I said, what are we going to put on that wall? Now, I could put some of the great Dodgers on the wall, but I figured maybe it's more appropriate that we put the presidents. So it's been quite something. And we did from Washington to Trump, and people love it. And they study the plaques. And generally speaking, I was very nice to the people up there. A couple of them probably not as nice as I could have been. But I just want to say that we're delighted to host the 2025 World Series champions, the Los Angeles Dodgers. Amazing. And for the first time in the proud history of this famous franchise, you are repeat champions. I didn't know that. That's the first time, huh? Well, great ownership, great management. And so I'm thrilled to say welcome back to the White House. And maybe I'll see you again next year, I hope. But it's truly a great, when you talk about a brand, it's one of the great brands anywhere in the world, no matter where you go. The Dodgers is one of the great brands, and certainly it's been enhanced as long as these two gentlemen were up here and were with us. I want to thank Dodgers owner and my friend Chairman Mark Walter for being here. Thank you, Mark. Great job. Along with President Stan Kasten and manager Dave Roberts. That's a hell of a manager. What a manager. And I also, here we have some of their fans. They're big celebrities for the most part themselves, but they're fans. Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins. And by the way, prices are going down very substantially. Thank you, Brooke. We got them down. We inherited the highest prices in history, and we're getting them down very quickly. Thank you, Brooke. Secretary of Health and Human Services. He wasn't supposed to be here, but he's a big Dodger fan. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Thank you, Bobby. And his incredible wife. Thank you. Are you a big fan of the Dodgers? I didn't know that. Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullen. Mark Wayne, thank you. Look at the hat. Don't put that hat on in Oklahoma, please, Mark. They won't be too happy. Acting Director of the National Intelligence, Bill Pulte. Bill, thank you. Good job you're doing. U.S. Ambassador to the Republic of Korea, Michelle Steele. Thank you very much. Thank you. And many representatives and some of our wonderful senators and congressmen, I want to thank you all for being here. Also Vince Fong and Young Kim. Thank you very much. Thank you both very much. A lot of politicians. I'm not going to introduce the politicians. We'll be here all day. The 2025 Dodger season was one for the record books in 150 years of Major League Baseball. No player has ever earned more than one unanimous league MVP except for an international legend named Shohei Ohtani. Shohei Ohtani. That's him. He's amazing. He's amazing. Everybody loves him. Last year, Shohei did what was previously unthinkable. Nobody thought it was possible. He collected his third straight unanimous league MVP with a franchise record, 55 home runs. And if you would have told me you can be the best pitcher and the best hitter at the same time, you know, Babe Ruth was pretty close to that. They drafted Babe Ruth. He was 19 years old. I know something about baseball. Babe was 19 years old. They consider it the worst trade in the history of sports. I would say Babe will always take that. He was 19, and they got a 36-year-old third baseman and $100,000. So I would rate that pretty bad. They drafted him as a pitcher, but he did something very unusual. He led the league in home runs as a pitcher. That one you have to do. He's pretty close to doing it, I think. I think you're pretty close to doing it. But Babe did something that nobody, and so they made that trade, and that goes down as the worst trade in the history of baseball. And but the Babe was the Babe, right? You know the second worst trade in history, just out of curiosity? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for the entire Los Angeles Lakers team. Okay? They traded the whole team to Milwaukee, and they won plenty of championships with Kareem. But this group started their title defense with 9 pitchers injured before the first fastball was ever thrown. They played their opening game in Tokyo and traveled more than 2,000 miles. It's more than any team has ever traveled. In fact, from the first pitch to the final out, they endured and triumphed through the longest season of any team in the history of Major League Baseball, 229 days. I didn't know that. Did you know that? That's a pretty crazy fact. I mean, it's not the kind of fact you think about. What is it going to be, a half a day longer or something? I don't know. That's a different kind of a fact, Mark, than I ever heard of, but that's what they give me to read, so what can I tell you? 220, the longest season ever. I don't know what the hell that means. In the postseason, the Dodgers exploded with 9 wins in their first 10 games. Unbeatable. In the National League Championship Series against the Brewers, the brilliant Dodgers pitching rotation of Blake Snell, Tyler Glasnow, Shohei, and of course, Yoshi Yamamoto combined for a record-setting ERA of just .63. In other words, if you get 1 run, you're in good shape. That's amazing pitching. And by the way, I just asked Dave, I said, how are you doing this year? You know, I've been a little busy with Iran and some other things, so if I know too much, you wouldn't be happy. I wouldn't be doing a good job if I know too much. But I said, how are you doing? He said, we have the best record in baseball, right? So far, right?
Yes, sir.
That's good. Might see you back next year, I hope. So, not starting rotation, and think no starting rotation has ever done anything better or anything even comparable to the championship series in the history of the sport, with some great pitchers, some of the greatest pitchers ever. In Game 2 of the same series, superstar Max Muncy hit his 14th postseason home run. Where's Max?
Right there.
Come on, Max. Guy's a winner. They're all winners. His 14th postseason home. That's a lot of home runs in the postseason. That's, breaking the all-time Dodger record. Who's second? Who did you break there, Max? Who was second? Pretty good player, right?
I'm not sure.
I'll let you know later. I'll let you.
He's not done yet.
I'll figure it out. He's got a long way to go too. Then the decisive Game 4. Shohei pitched a 6-inning shutout, struck out 10 batters, and on the other side of the plate hit an unbelievable 3 home runs. In fact, I was watching the game, and before the announcer said it, he said that might be the greatest game ever played. The guy pitched 6 unbelievable innings and got 3 home runs, won the game. His Herculean effort sealed the National League pennant and lifted the Dodgers to the World Series championship. Think of it. You have a man on the team who pitched perfectly and hit 3 home runs, I think in a single. And I said to myself, that's the greatest game ever played by one person, because you did the pitching and the hitting. And he's not finished yet also, right? He's not finished. He's got a lot of them left. That World Series against the Toronto Blue Jays proved to be among the most thrilling championships in the history of the sport. I watched it because I was having a little bet with the Prime Minister of Canada. I had a little bet. I was not feeling so good for a little while. It wasn't looking so good. Neither were you. After splitting the first 2 games, Game 3 went to extra innings, forcing this pitching rotation to grind through some incredibly tough spots. In the top of the 12th, it went a long time, legend Clayton Kershaw. Where's Clayton? I want to see.
Winner.
He's a winner. You talk about a winner. Fantastic. Look at that guy. I watched him beat a lot of our teams that were supposed to do well. They didn't do too well against him. And he's still pitching well, I'll bet, right?
Well, he's spending time with the family now, sir.
Well, it's called, yeah. But it is called ultimately talent, right?
Yes.
Would you say talent is the whole ball game? You could pitch right now. If they needed you, you'd be out there, right? No? And he's smart. Anyway, Clayton took the mound for his last time in Dodger blue, and with the final pitch of his epic career, and it was an epic career, he got this team out of a bases-loaded jam. That was really something. They picked the right person. The rest of the bullpen did not allow a single run, including the very last addition to the roster, reliever Will Klein. Where's Will Klein, Clayton? Where is Will Klein? Hi, Will. He's a big guy, too. Were you nervous? He was a little nervous. That's great. Thank you, Will. He pitched 4 scoreless innings, that's right, and sent the game to the record-tying 18th inning at almost 3 a.m. on the East Coast, and I actually stayed up. I was watching it. I was watching that game. I said, will this game ever end? It was a long one, but it was amazing, actually. I thought it was a game that you were going to lose about 4 or 5 times, and you ended up winning. Luck is okay, too, right?
Luck is okay.
Yeah, it's
Absolutely.
okay. Well, but with talent, you get a lot of luck. in the bottom of the 18th with a chance to end the game. Who else would you want at the plate other than Freddie Freeman? I love Freddie Freeman. Where's Freddie? I spoke, I was with the Atlanta Braves yesterday. I said, great going losing Freddie. It's true. I was in Atlanta. I made a speech, and your general manager and president of the team, two great people, by the way, and they do love you. I wouldn't say they're thrilled, but I talked about it. I said, what about Freddie? Could you have kept him? And I don't know the answer to that, but all I know is you've been just as good here as you have been. Usually it doesn't work out that way, You go, and it's not quite the same. We could name a lot of players. I think you may be even better. Is he doing pretty well? Shohei, is he doing a pretty good job, right, Freddie? It's pretty good. Freddie's pretty good. Well, they are not happy. Let me just tell you that. They were very nice people, but they weren't thrilled at my bringing your name up. On a 3-2 count, Freddie squared off with a fastball over the middle, blasted it 406 feet to center field, raised his arms high, and walked off a World Series game for the second year in a row. That was the second year. That was something. Then World Series MVP Yoshi Yamamoto, oh boy, did he pitch well. Pitched an incredible Game 6, sending the Dodgers to an unforgettable Game 7. Where's Yoshi? Very smart. You are something. That's great. You are something. You're both something. But it's an unforgettable. Game 7 was about to take place multiple times. This team was one play away from losing it all. And I knew that. I mean, you had like 4 incidents that you came out on the right, including the catcher. Where's the catcher?
No, he's hurt.
His foot went back on that plate. You think I'm playing games. This isn't it. Most of them would have tried to bluff it, but he didn't want to do that. He went back by about a quarter of a second he got there. If he didn't go back, most players wouldn't do that. A lot of reasons. You guys are we're lucky to have them here, right? But he did a great job doing that. That play was amazing. And you had many amazing plays in that game. And the last 2 and the last 3 games, down 4-3 in the top of the 9th inning, Miguel Rojas slugged his first home run in over 40 days to tie it up. I expected he was going to do that. You know why? I heard he's a winner. I heard he's a winner. Where is Miguel? Where are you?
He's a winner.
So did you expect that to happen? Absolutely. Just say yes. You thought he was going to. That was great. That was amazing, actually. In the bottom of the same inning, he threw out a Blue Jay. Oh, that's right. You did that great throw, too. Boy, that was a hell of a. You giving him a little increase, please?
That's his department.
All right. So that was pretty good. Yeah, that was a rather good game for you, wasn't it, huh? Was he the MVP of that game? Or close? Maybe not.
No, I think it was Yamamoto.
I don't know. Yeah, that's right. You had a lot of them. But they were 2 incredible plays. Good. Would you give it to him? Huh? Got to go with them. They got to go. Great job. But sprinting home by a fraction of a second, that was the one I guess I'm talking about with the catcher with the foot, right?
Yes.
It was unbelievable. His foot was off the plate. But instead of just sort of bluffing it like I would do in baseball, I'd bluff it, like pretending it was on. He went, and then he went back and touched the plate. And if he didn't, that was the end of that game, right? Yep. Unbelievable. Congratulate him. Then Andy Paez. I wanted to get that one right.
You got it right.
I wanted to get that one right. I had to get that right because the Y is an H.
Yes.
And it was easy once they told me that. I can't get you wrong. I'd be in big trouble. But Andy came off the bench for one single play in the outfield. The Blue Jays drove a deep fly ball over his head. So he turned and he sprinted over 120 feet, colliding with his teammate and making one of the most memorable catches in the history of the World Series. It was crazy, that catch. That was unbelievable. And he was put in for defensive purposes. Was that a good move? Do you think you have a good manager, maybe? You did that for defensive. Because that was a hell of a catch. And then 2 extra innings later, the Dodgers. I mean, this was truly a great World Series, right?
Maybe the best in history.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching it, and I had a reason, but I was watching it, and I thought it was incredible, actually. 2 extra innings later, the Dodgers scored the go-ahead run, and Yoshi closed out the game on 0 days rest, becoming the first pitcher in over 2 decades to win 3 games in a single World Series, and he hit real well, too. This team proudly brought home the championship for the USA, and if they managed to repeat this year, they would become the first team to win 3 in a row since the days of the legendary baseball dynasty, the 1990 New York Yankees. And I was there for a lot of those games with George Steinbrenner. He was a friend of mine, and he was a guy, he liked winning. He would do anything to win. He would do anything to win, I tell you. But you're doing the same thing. It's amazing, Mark. Once again, congratulations, everyone, on this historic trip, this great journey that you're on. And, I know so many people in baseball. I know the owners, they work so hard. They spend so much money on talent and everything else. And I see you here again, and probably again and again and again. And it's a real talent between you and Dave and the people that do all the selecting and these unbelievable athletes behind me. I have great respect, really great respect. So, Mark, if you'd say a few words, and then Dave. And I want to thank everybody for being here. This is really a special team. It's special winners. They're champions and just unbelievable. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them back again. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's truly an honor for us to be back at the White House again. We are so proud of our 2025 championship team and our back-to-back titles. This is such an exceptional group of people. Oh,
I think, sorry about that.
okay.
Sorry.
Okay, yeah. Okay. It's back-to-back titles, and we're once again here to celebrate with this great tradition of celebrating a championship with the President of the United States.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We're grateful to be here following another incredible season with what many believe was the greatest World Series ever played. Winning back-to-back championships is an extraordinary accomplishment, and it reflects the talent, determination, and character of everyone in the organization. Thank you for welcoming us today, Mr. President. We're proud of that team and what it has achieved, and we hope to be back here again next year.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mr. President. And I had a script, but I just want to say that we're very grateful to be here. And you said the term winners many times. And this group of men and some men that aren't here that were part of the 25 World Series championship were big parts of this. The support staff, the coaches, front office, ownership, men of character, people of character. And we did something that hasn't been done in over 30 years, going back-to-back World Series champions. And we are going for a three-peat. We're in the middle of this season right now, the grind. So thank you. The only thing I'll have to say is I hope when you watch our guys play, you can be proud and say these guys do things the right way. Their names are everywhere on social media, in the news, but when it comes to winning 11 games in October or 13 last year, these guys all come together unselfishly, and you never know what moment is going to present itself, but we have all these guys here that are ready when called upon. So we're very fortunate to have these guys, and hopefully we got more Dodger fans. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Great job, Dave. Thank you. Wow. Oh, that looks good.
We'd like to present this to you as a
Oh, wow.
honorary.
Oh, you have to be kidding, huh? Wow. Do I have to report this? I don't want to report this. That's beautiful. Thank you very much.
It's got your name on it, so
That's
it's
so
only
good.
worth it to
That's
you.
right. That's really beautiful. That's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, fellas. You know what that looks like. Thank you very much.
And?
You know what? I'll put it right
Yeah,
here.
right. Right. And a World Series jersey.
Thank you very much.
47.
Wow. Thank you. And I just want to say something I don't do often, but So right behind me is the Oval Office. And as I said, this is the first time we've ever done this here in the Rose Garden, because now it's equipped to do it. And I hope you like those cushions, because they are 4 inches as opposed to 1 inch. It's supposed to be 1 inch like this, like a little pad. And I said, get me the 4-inch ones. They don't make them. Now they're going to make them after they see this on television. They'll probably they'll make a fortune with them. But they are pretty cool. But I just want to say that we're steps away from the most powerful office in the world, the Oval Office, where everything begins and ends and begins. It's all, there's nothing like it. Most important people in the world go in here. We had King Charles here 3 weeks ago. We have President Xi coming in another 3 weeks. He's going to be coming here in September. But people walk into the Oval Office, and no matter who they are, they just sort of feel sort of different. And it's a great place to negotiate, because everyone's all discombobulated when they walk in, and this is a great time for me to negotiate with them. So we do that as often as possible. But I did it with the Dodgers the last time, and I'm going to do it with the Dodgers this time, because we have a special, beautiful coin that everybody loves and everybody wants. And if the Dodgers would like, we're going to walk, and this time it's much closer, because last time we had to walk all the way from the other side of the building. There's the ballroom and the military facility. Here's the helipad we're building. We're building a beautiful helipad. After many years, the helicopters are landing on the grass, and the new helicopters didn't do well on grass. So we're putting up a beautiful helipad and have a lot of things going. We're bringing this building to a level that it was not at even when it was first built in 1792, if you can believe it. So we're doing little things. As a real estate person, I love doing it. To me, it's an honor. It's a great honor to do it. But so what we're going to do is we're going to take this unbelievable team to the Oval Office, and we're going to present them with some great things. And I just want to thank everybody very much. This is a special moment, and I think especially because it's the Dodgers, and it's Dave and Mark and people that are unbelievable in their own right, unbelievable talents and leaders. Thank you very much, and a job well done. Thank you very much. So let's go. Come on.
Now that I have ate some chips, I can wait a little bit longer to go get me some Taco Bell. I love me some Taco Bell. I'll tell you that right now, man. Now, if you're watching this live with me right now, all right, today, Thursday, where is my clock? Thursday, 2:54 in the afternoon. You are going to be watching this next video, which is from the Times Archives. This is the U.S. Marine Corps recruit training in San Diego this summer. I want to be able to play this and just, let's watch a little bit and see what's going on there in San Diego with our new recruits, just to honor them. If I get hit with a copyright, I'll have to remove it, but I want to share that with you guys right now. Hope you guys like it. Let's check it out together.
You're a born Marine Corps recruit team for San Diego, building 622, receiving company. From now on, when told to do something, you will respond with aye, aye, sir. Do you understand? Aye, sir. Aye, sir. You will be punished. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Member, you will not sexual assault, sexual harass, another service member. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Article 31. Come forward now. Yes, sir. When I say do you shut up? Yes, sir. Remember this line, get it. Do something, trespass, with aye, aye, sir, do you understand? Aye, sir! Let's go! Let's go! fun now. Have fun. Come on, take it easy. Throw you in jail, do you understand? Yes, sir! Article 92, Article 134, General Article. What this means, if you bring discredit upon yourself, upon Marine Corps, you will be punished, you understand? Yes, sir! You understand? Yes, sir! Left now. Aye, sir! On this portal, watch the future of the USS Marine Corps. Attention, you understand? Yes, sir! 60 seconds to announce. Read the business literature. Hey, you know something on the deck that you feel is religion? Officer! Now on. Hey, drill instructors, does that make sense? Yes, sir! One on station, does that make sense? Let's go, Rita! Let's go, Rita! Let's go! Quick, sir! Who has a freaking air? Put your toes. What are you right now? Put your toes on the air. Yes, sir. Ears! Officer! Hi, sir.
That's how I want you guys to win the case.
Officer! Now we one faster. Now get back, come on. Aye, sir. Now go all the way back. Aye, sir. You check their face radars, both y'all. Aye, sir. Short next to him. Aye, sir. Both y'all. And go, power one. Which one? Now get back. Yes, sir. Aye, sir. Aye, sir. Power. Face me. Aye, sir. Go back inside. Just off your neck and save the rep. Nine.
Vamos! Big up the point!
Seven. 8. 9. 10. Spring! Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Who does not have their cue cards? All you look left, look right.
Yes, sir.
Who does not
Where's Captain G? Gio. Usher! Fight! Oh! Hey, now you want to kill him. Yes, swing! Swing, kill him! Kill him! Hey! Get out! Get up! Push him! I got it! Got it! Move! Usher! Get up! Scream! Elbow strike! Elbow strike, I sir! 1, Mother ears! Counter it to the muzzle grip! Change of word! We're just going to go out there. We're going to pick sitting or kneeling, whichever one you guys want to work on. We're going to do that for an hour. Come back. I'll teach you guys rapid fire or prone. Friday, we'll talk about weather. Assume a good sitting or kneeling position and
All right, you're not just pulling.
Firing now! 10 rounds, 60 seconds. One, go, condition one. Go, get up here to the 300-yard line. Let's go.
Do not shoot. 42. Pull and mark.
So where are you aiming at?
9. Good. Maintenance Hotel, good morning, good morning, gentlemen.
Hi, sir. Hi, sir. Stand it up. Sit. Hi, sir.
Cold in the Sea of Fallujah. The U.S. military called it the heaviest urban combat since the Battle of Wave City in Vietnam. The city, the force committed the assault, total of 4 Marine Light Infantry battalions and 2 Army mechanized battalions on November 8, 2000. Pledged tremendous heroism and courage, fighting houses to house and systematically clearing all buildings as they advanced. By the afternoon,
Big hole. Aye, stick leader. Aye, stick leader.
Hey, Steve.
Steve.
Oh, sir.
You got 600 seconds to get up this hill.
Aye, sir.
Ready, go.
Yeah.
600.
600.
Solomon. Over the hill. Crush your stick now.
Your feet together.
down.
Yo, it back.
Your son, zero.
Aye, sir. Up.
Jackson.
Get down.
Switch Scotland, Jackson.
Down.
Switch to Scotland.
Get your rifle up. Okay.
Hey, come in together with each other. Nice. All right.
So we get up there.
2 people get on that one platform.
Yes, it's better. You get more momentum, right?
Yep.
No.
Scotland.
Just throw the roach on.
Go all the way.
No, but I'm a ghost. Anyway, actually, there's only one.
Senior drill instructors, confer upon these recruits the title United States Marine and bestow upon them the coveted emblem, the eagle, globe, and anchor.
Aye, sir. Good morning, Sergeant. Good morning, sir. Good morning, Sergeant. Good morning, sir. Aye, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Aye, sir. Great, sir. Yes, sir. Aye, sir. Aye, sir.
You know where that's from?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So how you gonna take that? You're gonna take that to the Marine Corps. You're gonna expand the Marine Corps and keep it alive. All right, sir. Does that make sense? Yes, sir. Congratulations, Marine. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. Sergeant.
I want you to build whoever private or public been home here.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Aye, sir.
Yes, sir.
Most importantly, that we still with our institutional core values of honor, courage, and commitment. It is now your duty to uphold it. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, we fight our country's battles in the air, on land, and sea. For survival, rights, and freedom, and to keep our honor clean. We are proud to claim the title of United States Marines.
Are you gonna go turn them off the
Okay, pop down here, put on a pair of green ones, come back and see me. Okay, go ahead and check in with those. You got 2 pair of green trousers the same size.
Oh, they stay back at home? Yeah, so during makeups, you could bring that camis, got it? Make sure you bring it and then you can turn. Got it? Aye, sir.
Left hand. Always carry with your left hand.
What's the most important leadership trait in your life?
Yes, sir. I don't know. Okay, you take the shooting badge off or you're using it, right? No, sir. You know you're
What's your 10th general order?
To salute all officers. Salute all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Trying to take one step forward. Us. Stop it.
Forward. Step back.
What's the issue here?
Okay, post your weapon and go.
Aye, sir.
What was the most difficult part? Good morning, Sir Sergeant. Bobby.
to listen to these un-American, ungrateful people, all these trolls. Man, what an honor to be. I don't know about you, vets. Those of you who serve in the military, I've always been called crazy and, all this stuff, but I've never been this X guy, like extreme games type of thing. But I always hit everything full on without a care. I am so competitive with so many things. It's crazy. But where people think that one would cower away, it's scary, exhausting, stressful. I get it. What a great honor. What a great honor. Thank you to all of you who served and continue to uphold your oath that you made to your countrymen, to your nation, and to your president. You guys are amazing, man. You guys are amazing. Man, I'm telling you, who knows? Maybe I'll get the chance. Maybe we'll get invaded before I die. Maybe we will be forced to a draft. And then I'll just say, okay, well, this is my body, and I'm going to work to make it as best as I can. And I can tell you right now, I would be very proud to die next to these young men fighting for this country. I don't give a shit what the reasoning is in the world to represent the United States of America. That, my friends, is a privilege of our most high honor in our life. So, with that being said, it looks like we actually got President Trump makes an announcement on the Ratepayer Protection Pledge. Let's go ahead and take a listen to that. This happened a couple hours ago. I'm assuming it's going to be about probably the same length as the other one. Do I have time? Maybe. Yeah, I got time. Let's go ahead and get into it.
Thank you very much, everybody. I heard about this group, and they said, could you come over and run over and say a few things? And I said, absolutely, I will. And they gave me the lowest seat I've ever sat in. I think they set that. They do that on purpose. I don't think it was Chris that did it. I'm just trying to compare them. Chris wouldn't do that, but it happens. It's really an honor to be with you, tremendous people, and it's a really important subject, so I wanted to be here. I'll say a few words, and then I'll head out, and you'll handle it, and it's something you're very familiar with. But the people in the room are real doers, real amazing. It's an amazing group. We're here today to continue the incredible progress we're making in communities nationwide to ensure that as new data centers go up, and they're going up all over, electricity bills for American families will actually come down. You're going to be building your own data centers, and you're going to building your own electric plants. You're essentially becoming a utility, like Con Edison in New York, but maybe at a level that nobody's ever seen before, because we've seen some of the plants that they're building are absolutely incredible. They're absolutely incredible. They're electric plants, electric manufacturing plants. It's hard to believe, but you need double the electricity that we have right now, maybe even more than that, to really fulfill what you want to do. We're leading China by a lot, and using our old grid would not have worked. And I came up with the idea that, build your own plant. This way nobody can complain. You won't call me and say what a terrible job I'm doing, because we have a 200-year-old grid that's not the best in the world. You look at some places, you take a look at California, you have brownouts
and blackouts every weekend. The last thing they're going to be able to do is supply electric at numbers. Nobody's ever explained to me why it's so much electricity, why you need so much, nor did I care that much, to be honest with you. All I know is you need more than double what we produce right now. Think of it. So we produce tremendous amounts of electricity for every business, and this industry needs more than double that amount. So we're letting you build your own with the Trump administration's ratepayer protection plan. The American innovators and consumers thrive to win together because we're insisting that AI data centers and big tech companies pay their own way, and that's what they're doing, and they're happy to do it because this way they're going to be able to function and function brilliantly. They're going to have a lot of electricity left over, and they'll put that into the grid, so we'll actually end up with more electricity. The rates are going to go down. As president, I've always said that America's goal must be to dominate the future, and that includes being the _1 superpower in artificial intelligence. So important. And this is, I think, bigger than frankly, I think it's bigger than the internet. It's bigger than anything anyone's seen thus far. Maybe someday there'll be something bigger than this, probably will. But I think up until this point, AI is probably the biggest thing anybody's ever seen. And whoever wins that race is probably going to win, period. And again, we're leading China, and we want to keep it that way. President Xi's coming over on September 24th, and we talked about it when I was over in Beijing, and we'll be talking about it again. But he was very impressed with the job we've done, because ordinarily, they don't have any problem with electric. They build a lot of electric. They don't do environmental impact statements. They just say, you want electric, we'll build it. They don't use too many windmills. They make the windmills, but they don't use them. They do it the old-fashioned way in many ways. The United States never settles for second, and we don't under this administration. I can tell you that. You see that because we have the hottest country right now anywhere in the world. We live by the motto, America First. That's what's made us very strong, and we're leading China and all other countries by a lot in AI and just about every other category, including crypto. We want to stay in front in crypto. They'd love to take that over. So many other things they'd like to take over. They're highly competitive, if you haven't noticed. But thanks in part to this incredible technology boom, investments are pouring into the United States from all over the world. $19.2 trillion, creating hundreds of thousands of jobs. So think of it, $19.2 trillion in 12 months. Okay? And the previous administration had less than $1 trillion in 4 years. I would say that's an improvement. Do I get credit for it? No. Get no credit. Think of that. It's a 19.2 in 12 months versus less than 1 in 4 years. It's hard to believe, right? But that's the way it is. No credit, but we just keep chugging along. But as I say, I get no credit for anything, and then I look around the Oval Office. I said, oh, but we're in the Oval Office. So I guess we do get credit. But less than 2 years ago, our country was dead. And I've had this said by so many leaders. They use the expression a little bit different sometimes, said differently, but meaning the same thing. They say, sir, less than 2 years ago, your country was dead, and now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world, and we are the hottest in the world. At the same time, we know that the data centers and AI are dramatically increasing the demand for electricity. It's only fair that the cost of building the new infrastructure required to meet this demand should be borne by the corporations themselves, not by the American consumers and the American patriots, American citizens. And I think everybody agrees to it. And actually, they really don't have a choice because there's no way of producing that kind of electricity, the kind you need, and they want to do it themselves. And honestly, they're coming up with some plans that are genius, just like they are. That's why earlier this year I introduced the Ratepayer Protection Pledge. Under this groundbreaking plan, America's largest tech companies have formally committed to fund or build all energy infrastructure required to meet the demand they are placing on the grid. So they're going to be funding all of those electric needs, and we're giving them the right to build their own power plants. Lee Zeldin is here. He's phenomenal, and he's getting it done quickly. And thank you. Stand up. Stand up. He is phenomenal. He's incredible. He's an MVP candidate, I will tell you. He is doing things at levels, and by the way, everything perfectly. He's totally into the environment, but he's getting things done in 2, 3, 4 weeks that used to take years and years. And people are getting their approvals, and they're building buildings. We're building more buildings now, plants, and all sorts of manufacturing capability that we've never done anywhere near it many, many times. And companies are pouring in. Toyota, the other day, as you know, announced that they're moving into our country from Mexico. They're going to be, I think, closing up a lot of their operation, maybe all of it in Mexico. They're moving to this country. We have we have more car plants being built now in the United States than at any time in history. And you know, we went years before me. We went many years with no car plant being built. I mean, they wouldn't even think about building in this country. Now, with a hot, same thing with chips. We'll have about 50% by the time this term is over. We're going to have probably 50% of the chip market. A year ago, when we began, we had no chip market. We had virtually none other than Intel. We had Intel. And we made a purchase of 10% of Intel. We got it for the right price. And we made approximately $72 billion on that deal. So it was good. Do I get credit for that one? No. I get no credit. None. But we did that, and we made a lot of great deals, I'll tell you, and we keep it going too. But Intel's been fantastic, one of the hottest companies anywhere in the country, and when we met them, they were really having very big difficulty. We worked with them, but the stock price has gone up many times. I think it's maybe the hottest or one of the hottest anywhere in the world. So that was an honor to do it. I love looking good, but we made a lot of money. We made, I guess, over $72 billion on that profit. They've also agreed to invest heavily in local communities where data centers are built, supporting job training and local services. They're really spending a tremendous amount of money. In other words, the governors in the room, you have great governors in this room, and these companies are spending tremendous amounts of money on the communities, the local communities. So I think it's important that we tell the local communities that, because other nations are trying to get us to slow down, and they're spending a lot of money on propaganda, on press, PR, trying to convince everybody that this isn't a positive thing. And if we don't do this, we're going to be left behind. And even communities compared to other communities. You have some communities that really want this. This isn't all negative stuff. You have communities that really want the data centers. And frankly, those are the smart communities, because it means tremendous numbers of jobs, very little actual disruption. And the ones that don't want it, you know, the happiest people in the world are foreign countries, number one, and number two, other communities within our country, because they're begging for them to be there. And some of them are great communities, very, very forward-looking communities, very smart communities. Since I introduced this plan just a few months ago, more than 220 utilities, tech companies, state governments, and other partners have signed our ratepayer protection pledge. Electricity rates for 80% of the power distributed in America are now being kept in check by the plan. We have kept rates down, way down. You know, we inherited the worst inflation in the history of America from the Biden administration. And as you know, last week it was announced that inflation is way down. It's down more than it's been in over 6 years, and other things are happening that are so fantastic. And when all these buildings, plants, factories that we're talking about start opening up, all I know is I'd like to be the next president, because I'm going to make somebody look very good. They're going to sit there and all this stuff is going to be opening, and they're going to be saying what a genius they are. That happened with Biden. I got cuts in medicine prices that statutorily took 2 or 3 years. And I got these tremendous cuts, and then they sat there and said, oh, yeah. They didn't even know where they came from. But I got them, and this is going to be a much bigger example. You have all these plants that are going to be opening up over the next 2 years, sooner, but 2 years. And somebody's going to look very, very smart, and I hope you remember me, because what we've done is something that nobody thought was possible. For example, Southern companies. Georgia Power has frozen base rates for households until 2029. Is anybody here from Georgia Power? There's a certain governor who's here. A certain governor who's here. Congratulations. Good job. That's a great job. I've heard about it. Congratulations to both, and it's fantastic. And Georgia, the revenue from Google's data center construction is allowing them to eliminate property taxes entirely. And that's what you call using it to your advantage. The numbers are so incredible. Nobody's ever seen. You know, all my life, the biggest building in the whole world was the Pentagon. And you can fit 25 Pentagons into some of these buildings, 25. And if you happen to be a community, and there's very little disruption. They're just large. They go on for miles. And frankly, if you like certain types of things, they're incredible to look at, to see that we could do something like this. But they also throw off tremendous amounts of money for the community. And when you look at Georgia and you look at the revenue, think of that, revenue from Google's data center construction, allowing them to eliminate all property taxes. Did you know that, Brian? That's not bad, right? So thank you very much. Great job. That's a great job. And you probably had some negative stuff, a little heat. Oh, we don't want a data center. Usually those are the people that actually want them and they'd like you not to build them. Because you know what? If it doesn't go to you and if it doesn't go to Georgia, as an example, it's going to go someplace else. And those people are very happy to get them, too, the smart people. American Electric Power now projects that their customers will enjoy as much as $16 billion in cost offsets for consumers thanks to their data center contracts. $16 billion. So think of that. That's cost offsets. In Iowa, Alliant Energy data center deals. Where are you, Alliant? Alliant, where are you? Are you here? Thank you. Data center deals are allowing them to freeze electric rates for consumers for at least 5 years. So your rates are going to stay the same or lower. In Louisiana, there's a guy looks like he's from Louisiana to me. Public school teachers in so think of that, Richland Parish are getting as much as $50,000 in bonuses this year thanks to a $27 billion project by Meta that will also save local residents $2.6 billion on their electricity bills. Their electricity is going down in less than half. That's big stuff, Mr. Governor, right? You didn't have any doubt about it. Here's a governor doing a great job. We have some really great governors in this room. With the Ratepayer Protection Pledge, we're creating a fair deal for everybody. This is how we'll grow our economy, lower the cost of living, protect American consumers, and lead the world in AI and high tech, all at the same time. We want to lead the world. And it is said, if you come in second, you're going to be second overall, because there's never been anything big like this. There's never been any, like in Georgia, there's no other thing you can do to create numbers like you've created, Brian. Both of you, there's no other thing. You can do 100 different deals, 100. It is nothing close to what you've been able to do. And why? They put a big, gorgeous new plant in a certain location. Big deal. It's so incredibly positive. Unfortunately, there are some who would like to lead us down the opposite path. And I call them the radical left communists. They call them socialists, but these people are communists, actually more. I think it's a much more accurate term. Want to shut down all new development, kill our most successful industries, destroy hundreds of thousands of jobs, and surrender the AI race to China. And China, look, you know, I'm not blaming them. I have a lot of respect for them. I have a lot of respect for President Xi, but they represent China. We represent the United States of America. And they lobby against these things, and they spend money on it, and they want communities to reject them as much as possible because they'd like to be leading the race. But we're leading the race, and unless we're very foolish and frankly very stupid, we'll continue to lead the race. We have a nice lead. A lot of people didn't expect that was possible. Perhaps even worse, the radical left's plans would not lower your electricity bills, but they would actually increase them very substantially because you wouldn't have all of this money pouring in. You'd have American energy would be far more expensive, and regulating oil, natural gas, and clean, beautiful coal, it would be the end of all of it. Be the end of all of it. It would be the end of, frankly, it would be the end of great success for our country, because we've never had anything like what's happening right now. I call them the Democrats because their policies are so bad. Look, think of it. No men. We want no men in women's sports. Transgender, they want transgender for everybody. I call it transgender mutilization of your children for everybody. Open borders where the world can pour in, where prisons from all over the world are released into our country, and we've done a hell of a job in getting them out. Murderers, 11,888 murderers let into our country under the previous administration. We've gotten a lot of them out. We're getting the rest of them out fast. But the Democrats in Congress want less energy, not more, and if given the chance, they'd send your prices soaring and inflation skyrocketing, which is exactly what would happen if you had somebody else sitting in the position that I am right now. And just like we did with the Green New scam, where we were scammed, the whole country was, I wasn't scammed, I got it right from the beginning. I got it from the first minute when I heard this crap, you know? They were saying wind was so wonderful, except you couldn't watch your television. They wanted to watch the debate. Donald Trump against Sleepy Joe Biden. Nobody could watch it because the wind wasn't blowing. Remember that? Darling, we'd like to watch the debate tonight. I'm sorry, the wind isn't blowing. No, that's one of the great scams of all time. But, you know, if you dislike another country, let them keep building windmills. They are going down. People are finally figuring it out. But we're not going to let it happen to this country. We're going to use the kind of things that work. And they're working better than anybody ever thought possible. So experts have observed that the amount of energy a society produces is the single greatest indicator of its advancement as a civilization, its success as a country. Think of it when you think the amount of energy produced, Lee. So when you give those fast approvals, that's a positive thing. I want you to feel good. Yet instead of offering a positive version and vision for carrying American civilization to new heights, the radical left only wants to limit our energy consumption and rein in our American dreams. We have the American dream. Until we came along, we had a great first term. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country, and this economy will blow it away. We're doing very well against the Islamic Republic of Iran. We're doing extremely well. They would like to do something, but I say they're not ready yet. They need more of the same. They're not ready yet. They got some evil intentions. We cannot let them have a nuclear weapon. If we did all this that I'm talking about your data centers, isn't that important? When they start blowing away communities one by one, we cannot let them ever even think about having a nuclear weapon, and that's exactly what's happening. They'll never have a nuclear weapon. And by the way, this should have been done by they've been saying 47 years now for about 3 years, but this should have been done for 50 years by other American presidents or other countries. Didn't have to be us, but it seems if we don't do it, nobody else is. But I will, and nobody else has the capability to do it either. We built, in my first term, the greatest military anywhere in the world, and we're using it a little more than I thought, but that's all right. We had Venezuela, that Chris is doing a fantastic job, and we've paid for the cost of that war many times over. We're taking millions and millions of barrels of oil, and it's going to Houston and Louisiana. You know that. You see those ships lined up. And again, we've paid for that many, many times over, and we have a great relationship with Venezuela. And the people are happy in Venezuela right now. They can't believe what's happened. We have the biggest companies, the biggest oil companies in the world going in and doing business like nobody ever thought possible. And we're taking some, we should, and they're taking some. And, you know, it's very interesting that they're making more money. Chris was showing me some numbers. They're making more money, Venezuela now, than they've ever made before. And we're making a lot, too. And I think we're entitled to that. So it was really something. We took it was a one-day war. It took one day. People said, oh, we're going to be tied up there forever. And here, you know, we were in Vietnam for 20 years, lost thousands and hundreds of thousands of lives, but thousands and thousands of lives. We were in Afghanistan for years. We were in all these wars that you heard about for years and years. We were, you know, I called them never-ending wars. Well, we're in for 4 months, and I had a very sad day yesterday. I went to Dover, 4 great American patriots killed. That's 18 in 2 wars, and 1 is too many, but it's 18, whereas in Vietnam we lost 200,000, we lost thousands and thousands in Afghanistan, we lost thousands in every war, the Korean War, thousands, and these wars all lasted for years, and we want to get it over with, and we want to do it right, but we have to do what we came to do, and that's we can't let these people, very violent people, we can't let them have what they want, which is nuclear weapons. It came from all of this success, came from innovation and ambition and drive. In this country, we build the future fearlessly and confidently so that America always will be strong, prosperous, and dominant. And the other thing we're going to add to that, we want to be free, and we're going to continue to be free as long as we're smart. And we can't be hoodwinked. We can't be taken advantage of by people that say you're going to have a free home, you're going to get free rent, everything's going to be free. What they don't say is a year later, everything is going to end up in squalor, destruction, and death, and also death for our country. So we have to stop the threat of the communist rhetoric that you're hearing right now, because these people, they don't act. I'm very happy a poll came out. It said they're highly educated, but doing very poorly. In other words, they're losers. They went to school, they got a good education, now they don't know what they're doing, so what they do is they complain about people like yourselves that have done so well. But we can't let the communist ideology we don't want to even think about it for this country. It would be terrible. So we're joined today by some of the people helping to do all of the things that I just talked about, putting the Ratepayer Protection Pledge into action. And here with us are Secretary of Energy Chris Wright, who's an outstanding person. Doug Burgum told me about Chris. I didn't know Chris. I wanted Doug to head up energy, and Doug said, no, there's one man that's better. Who? Chris Wright. I said, who the hell is that? Turned out to be this guy right over here. And he's turned out to be incredible, really incredible. He's running Venezuela. He's running a lot of, more than anybody has ever run before, I think we can say, Chris, right? He's doing a great job, so we appreciate it. Thank you. A friend of mine, the governor of Louisiana, Jeff Landry, popular guy, really smart, street smart and book smart, which is a rare combination, by the way. We have the governor of Nebraska, Jim Pillen, who's done a fantastic job. He's where's Jim? Is there any someplace? Where are you? Oh, hello, Jim. You're looking good. You don't change much? Thank you. You don't change much. How's Nebraska doing? Good? Do they still like Trump in Nebraska? I think so, huh? We had a very good night 2 nights ago in a place called Arizona. We're 14 out of 14, and we're doing that kind of numbers in Nebraska. I think we're doing those numbers everywhere, and it's all based on common sense. You know, we're conservative, we're this, we're that, whatever you are. The most important thing is we're people of common sense. We want to have strong borders, we want to have good education, we want to have low taxes, we want to have a great military. We're people of common sense, and if you do that, you'll be very successful at politics. Governor of Idaho, Brad Little, thank you very much, Brad. Governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp, thank you, Brian, great honor. Entergy CEO, Drew Marsh. Drew, thank you very much, Drew. Thank you, Drew. Great job you're doing. Southern Company CEO, Chris Womack. Chris, hi, there he is again. Chris. I didn't know that was your name. Just saw you. I said, that's a smart guy, because you did that big job making people in Georgia rich, right? That's Meta President Dina Powell, who's been my friend. She was with me for 4 years in the White House, and I called up Mark. I said, you hired the right person. You got the right person. So great, Dina. We're proud of you. Columbia County Commission Chairman Doug Duncan. Doug? Thank you, Doug. Congratulations. Job well done. And Sheldon Jones of Louisiana's Richland Parish School District. And thank you very much. Good job. You know him, don't you? Huh? Thank you. I heard you're doing fantastically well. And again, Lee Zeldin, who's been so outstanding. So, thank you. So I want to just, I just want to leave you by saying that it's an honor to be here. I'm going over now to talk about various and sundry subjects. One is the Iran war, where again we're doing very well, very, very well. I would say better than anybody expected could be done. We've knocked out their Navy, their Air Force, all of their radar, most of their capability in terms of manufacturing. Their drones are down 84%, their missiles are down 91%. And I had a newspaper say, they're in stronger position today than they were 4 months ago. No, that's not the truth. That's not right. I can't believe they're even allowed to say it. New York Times said, they're in stronger position today. They have no military. They have no Navy. They had 159 ships. Everyone's at the bottom of the sea. They had 212 airplanes. Everyone is gone. They have no radar. They have no anti-aircraft. They have no nothing. Other than they're mean and they're smart and they still have some capability. But 4 months ago, trust me, they were much, much stronger, okay? I want to give you the non-fake news. But we're going to do that, and we're going to then have the Dodgers, the World Championship Dodgers are going to be over at the White House. They're going to be waiting. And I'll meet a man who's just about the best pitcher in baseball and just about the best hitter in baseball and just about the best fielder in the outfield in baseball. And needless to say, I guess he had a game where he pitched a almost perfect game, and he had 2 or 3 home runs in that game, and they said it was probably, I said, you know, never seen that. Only Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth was a great pitcher, and he was a great hitter. But even the Babe didn't throw a one-hitter and hit 3 home runs, which would make it, I would imagine, about the greatest game ever played. So we're going to meet him and all of the people of the Dodgers. They won the World Championship, and we see the champions, the Super Bowl champions, and the baseball, and basketball, all of them. They like to come over to the White House. We're going to have a little thing in a few minutes. But I want to just thank everybody, and we're really talking about the ratepayer protection plan. To me is very important because you have to convince your community how great these things. You can't fight it. You have to go with it. And you're going to have all that protection, and we're giving you automatic protection, but you're going to make a tremendous amount of money. You're going to reduce taxes, and you're going to have something that if you don't have it, everybody else wants it. So these are the smartest people. Most of you in this room, we have a couple probably on the other side of things. They disagree, but I don't know how they can disagree. Your community and your state's going to become rich, and there's very little disruption. And again, if you don't take all that money, somebody else is going to take it. You might as well do it yourself. So it's an honor to be with you, and maybe I'll let Chris and Lee and the group and Jeff and Brian, everybody just take over, have a good free-for-all, and figure it out. And if you have any problems, I'll come right back and I'll straighten those problems out, okay? Thank you. Great job. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. You want to come to a football game with us? Yeah, I will. Thank you. Appreciate your leadership.
Thank you, thank you. I appreciate all the applause. I am laughing here at K-Dog. Bro, I heard so many bad things about the Amarin down in California, bro. It's just, it's crazy. Hey, don't get mad at me, man. I'm just giving you what is out there, bro. I am just giving you what is put out there in the open, all right? There are criminals posing as utility workers distract homeowners outside while an accomplice enters the house to steal valuables. Spoofed caller ID and fake websites. He said Amarin doesn't have people that go around asking people to install solar panels. You have to contact their website, you idiot. Bro, it says call. I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. Look, that's what it says, bro. Callers mask their numbers to look like Amarin on caller ID or use fraudulent search engine listings that mimic the official website to steal your information. Man, it's just even going to the website. How do we go? How do we do this? Oh, man. Oh, man. It is what it is, my friend. Tell him, Mike. Tell him. Tell his fool. That's enough out of you. No more advertising for Amarin fraud. Stop it. See, if you would have paid a sponsor fee, maybe I would have said something different. You know what I'm saying? I would have swept the information under the rug. I don't want to. I don't need to. What the fuck? This guy just got mad at me for that. What do you want me to do? I'm just posting the truth. The truth is out there. You got to get it. I did not make that shit up, bro. All right. Well, here, let me give you some advice. Now, Amarin is not sponsoring this video. I'm just going to do it for K-Dog. All right? Verify employees. Legitimate Amarin employees carry official photo identification and drive logoed vehicles. Never pay via app prepaid card. Amarin does not demand payment through prepaid Green Dot cards, Zelle, Cash App, or Venmo. Check your account first. If you receive a suspicious call or visit, hang up or close the door. Call the official support line, 1-800-755-5000. For Illinois, it's 1-800-552-7583 for Missouri to verify your account status. Go direct. Avoid searching for contact numbers online. Always navigate directly to Amarin customer service for official website. Anyways, do some research. Do some research before you go and step on doo-doo. Don't step on doo-doo. Breaking. Kuwait confronts incoming Iranian missile drones. What? What is this?
So this is the latest. Iran is now warning the UK. They have a brand new prime minister, and they've given us a little bit of backup here. But now Iran says that they should not be allowing, the UK should not allow U.S. bombers to use the UK bases. And that's coming from the Iranian media. That new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, reportedly continuing a policy to let the U.S. use the bases for defensive strikes. You know that President Trump has been very unhappy with the backup that we've seen from Europe, especially given that they use oil from the Strait and energy from the Strait in such massive quantities. But they're happy to sit back and let the United States take care of this issue. Meanwhile, a live look at oil prices. That's not good. Getting close to 90. $100 a barrel earlier, but has backed off a little bit after the attacks on Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea by Iran-backed Houthis. So they're sort of firing up the Houthi arm of the proxies of Iran in a rather significant way lately as well. So former CIA covert operations officer Mike Baker is here with me live. At First Two Chief International Correspondent Steve Harrigan in Tel Aviv, as the wires are crossing now that the Kuwaiti army says air defenses are currently intercepting Iranian hostile drone threats. Steve.
That's right, Martha. This is something we've seen now for the past 24 hours. Iran continuing to attack U.S. allies in the region, places where there are U.S. bases. Just seconds ago, Kuwait saying it's activated its air defenses. Earlier in the day, parts of Kuwait were hit. They were attacked by drones from Iran. No casualties in those attacks, but definitely some damage done. So Iran continues to reach out, to lash out against its neighbors in the region. In the meantime, the Revolutionary Guard is now threatening the United Kingdom, basically saying, because you have allowed the U.S. to use your air bases to launch B-1 bomber missions against Iran, that your bases now are legitimate military targets for Iran. The UK responded quickly, saying the UK stands ready 24/7 to defend itself. As far as that B-1 bomber goes, this is really a game changer. It carries 75,000 pounds of conventional weapons. They are huge. They don't need stealth features if you do control the sky, which is the case in much of Iran. They can be refueled in the air, and they can hit multiple targets on the same mission. So really a potent weapon now being used in the region. And it comes as oil has now topped $100 a barrel. This comes after Houthi terrorist rebels in Yemen managed to attack and strike 2 Saudi tankers in the Red Sea. By doing so, they've caused the price of oil to spike and also potentially raised a potential second front in this war. Martha, back to you.
Steve, thank you. Steve Harrigan in Tel Aviv. And with that, as promised, Mike Baker joins me here, former CIA Covert Operations Officer, CEO of the Portman Square Group, and host of the President's Daily Brief podcast. Mike, where do you think this is? Thank you for being here, first of all. It's always good to see you. Where do you think this is going?
Well, it's not going to end anytime soon. I feel pretty confident in saying that. The problem is the Iranian regime has essentially come to a point that they've been thinking about for decades, which is an existential conflict with the U.S. And the regime, the leadership, believes that's where they are right now. So they pushed all their chips in, right? I know that the White House is saying, oh, they're desperate to make a deal. They keep talking to us about they want to make a deal. But we, meaning the U.S., aren't ready. Well, interestingly enough, the Iranian regime is saying the same thing about the U.S. So the Iranian regime is saying, well, the U.S. is desperate to make a deal, but we're not ready. So that kind of tells you there's no off-ramp just yet. And I think that the problem is that every time we engage in another strike, right, we get the same, it's like Groundhog Day. So we get the same response from the Iranian regime. And at the end of the day, unless this regime goes, and nobody in Washington wants to say regime change, right? So we've defined the mission as they'll never get a nuclear weapon. But that's kicking the can down the road, which every administration has done, right? So every time you say that and we've got to deal with them, right, you know that you're just putting lipstick on a pig, right? And you're saying, okay, the next administration can deal with this. So I think we have to define the mission as, if we want peace and stability, long-term opportunity for the people of Iran and that entire region and the U.S. national security interests, the regime has to go. But they hate to say that.
Yeah, I'm so glad you're saying this, because it's the elephant in the room.
Right.
It's the most obvious element of all of this, is that if you don't get rid of this leadership, which now really looks a lot more like a military leadership than anything else. The IRGC seems to be really running the show. And now they don't have to answer to the Ayatollah anymore, it appears, because the Ayatollah is quiet and we haven't seen him.
He's like the Claude Rains of Ayatollahs.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
He's made no appearance.
Exactly. So we haven't seen him since the February strikes. But you know, that does feel like the reality. You need a catalyst shift. Either it's a massive attack that changes the dynamic, but your point is well taken, that we see this back and forth. You need a massive shift in military structure and strength, or removing another layer. We got 1 and 2.
It doesn't. You can keep removing layers, right? Again, they've thought about this since 1979, in a sense, right? I mean, they've been chanting death to America since then. They've been thinking about this and what this could look like. So you can take out another layer. It's like taking out leadership in a terrorist organization like Hamas or Hezbollah, which of course are funded and financed and trained by Iran. They've got a limitless pool of talent.
Plus, attacking them inspires some of the younger members,
right? It inspires the younger members.
They want to move up.
Right. So you're absolutely right when you say it's a military leadership. That's, by all credible intelligence, that's what we're looking at now. You're looking at the IRGC has hardened their leadership position. They've climbed to the top, and they've always been important, obviously. They've got their fingers in everything in that economy. But
every business, they have ownership in oil. They've got they've got their hands in every bit of the business.
Right.
And they don't care about the people of Iran.
Well, when you slaughter thousands and thousands of your own citizens, I think it kind of tells you where they sit. But so I think Mojtaba Khamenei is basically rubber stamping. If he's alive, he's basically just being presented with, okay, this is what we're going to do next.
How good do you think the intel is on him, with your intel background? I mean, Is he alive? Is he in another country? There was some indication of that earlier this week.
Yeah, Israeli intelligence was saying, we believe that he may have fled or they've moved him out of the country. The intelligence is very imperfect. Unfortunately, it's a little bit like our bomb damage assessments of Natanz and the other nuclear facilities. How much did we do? We didn't obliterate it, but what did we do? It's still hard to figure that out. Intel has always been a heavy lift for Iran. We've always relied heavily on
Israelis are pretty good at it.
They're very good, and we've relied on our liaison partners, the Gulf partners. You talked earlier about this idea that nobody's helping, right? We got to be a little careful about that, because the Gulf states have been very helpful in their own ways. They just don't want it publicized.
And it feels like that's the ticket to the game change shift. A really forceful entry by the Gulf states to make it very clear to Iran that they are the man out.
Yeah, and the Saudis may do that now.
They may do that.
Yeah,
they may do that. Very interesting. Mike Baker, always great to talk to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining me. Thank you.
Man, I got to say, that's some great conversation, man. I like it. You know, if you are new to my channel, I'll say thank you so much for being here with me. Thank you for hitting that like button. I think we almost hit 400, likes today. It's nice to have, people, I enjoy people that have the that survivor spirit, the whole, surviving in the woods, and what we've been talking over here with, being independent from the grid, solar power, diesel generators. I think, depending on where you live or how you want to be independent, I'll tell you this. I'll give credit. Let me see if I can find them. If you want to, you can go to their channel. Let me find it here really quick. See if I have him on here. Let's see. Let me just look him up. Let me look him up. I want to share this with you guys. Let's see. Let me see if I can find them through here. Yeah. This is him. All right, I'm gonna share this channel for you guys. Now listen, we're done with the politics. We're done with all that stuff. I think Trump is gonna do another live. I'll probably play it tomorrow. We'll see. But I want to share this for you guys. I want to share this channel, not to promote, to say that I want to promote his channel as a content creator or whatever you might think. But he is, his name is Finn Snow. I don't know if you guys know him. He's Finn Snow. He lives in the Philippines with his wife. They've been together for years. They just got married, I think, about a year ago or so. And they live off the grid. Here, they're very humble. But I'm going to share their website so you can see it, okay? I want you to look at this. Okay? They became very independent. They're off-grid. So they have the solar panels. They have water tanks, filtering system. Water power is free for them. And then they also do their own little gardening. I mean, you can look at the house right there. That's beautiful, right? Let me move the screen more this way. We'll concentrate just right there on the side. You see the house? He's got the solar panels up top, and then he's got the what do you call those fruits? Those cactus fruits? Dragon fruits? I think it's called dragon fruits. You know what I'm saying? Let me go right there. And so they've been doing this for years, and they have an AC in every room. They have their washer and dryer. They got a fridge. They got a freezer. They are completely independent. And now they live in the Philippines. They found this area up on the top of a hill or a mountain. And they saw that there was a lot of wind, but there was a lot of sun. And it rains a lot. When it rains, it rains. So he's got all these tanks, all these water tanks. And he also has, he has his own business. He has a partner. They do scuba diving, tourist things like that, and etc. But I mean, here, let me show you this part right here. If I can, I don't know why I took it off. Let me show you this clip. See if you guys can see this well. You see that? You see right here, right where he's talking? You see how the water is all brown? Well, the water, I don't know, I don't remember what it was, but it was something in the water that was, I don't know, I guess it was like a natural thing, but the water got like corroded or something like that. I don't know what the hell happened. And, they just cleaned the pool, they did the regular filtering and all this stuff. And now you have rain that refills the pool. Now they have filtering systems, and they have their own water, their own power. And I'm telling you, man, their house is hooked up. Now they've been building this house for years. This didn't just happen in 6 months. They built a house as much as they could so that they can move in, and then they moved in, And so they made a sacrifice, and I think it's doable. And depending on what you want to do, you can say you can have solar or you can have diesel, however you want to do it. But, for me, I don't know. I'd rather have solar power for the house. You get your inverters, the batteries, that hold the power. You do have to be aware that those batteries that you restore the electricity on, they have a life span, maybe 10 years. And the more you use them, the less power they charge. So he found some batteries where it would hold the charge a lot longer and it will charge faster. Technology is getting better. So a lot of companies, I know a company, that makes solar energy, batteries, inverters, and all this other stuff to go with, for the solar power. They are getting so good, giving better efficiency, more kilowatts, more hours of power, more, stronger energy for the house. And I mean, there's so many things that you can do to be independent from the grid. You don't have to depend on the government. You don't have to continue to pay high prices. You don't have to do none of that. So I think we have one more talk here from Tom Holman, I believe. Tom Holman. Let's see what Katie has for us here.
So a lot has happened between now, we're in July, and the beginning of the year. Of course, we want ICE to improve as we go on. Do you think that ICE has improved as an agency since January?
Yes. I mean, as far as performance, yeah, I was honest with American people, in the last few months that the ICE arrest numbers were down because the department was shut down, right? Mm-hmm. And Democrats shut the department down mainly because of what occurred in Minneapolis. I was a part of the negotiation team on the Hill, and everything they brought up they want to change this before they opened the government was a reflection on Minnesota. But as soon as we got the reconciliation done, we got the funding, numbers are up. I mean, in June we had the highest numbers of arrests in the history of the agency of ICE, and July is tracking to even beat that. So we're hitting on all cylinders now. We're deportation maxing. Since we're fully funded, we just got to keep going.
I know that the work for you, this administration was put under enormous pressure as a result of the previous administration letting in tens of millions of people who we had no idea who they were. We, of course, saw a number of cases where criminals committed crimes against Americans, including murder of young women all across the country. But there has been criticism that there's not enough happening in terms of what the ICE agents need at this point. There's this astonishing headline in the Washington Examiner that says ICE melting under Trump's expectations, and accusing the agency of not giving ICE officers enough time to train new agents or enough time for agents who are already in the field to get a break so that they don't make mistakes like we've seen over the course of the last couple of weeks and the last couple of months. What is your response to the accusation that morale is lower inside of ICE now than it was under the Biden administration?
Oh, that's That's no way. I mean, Biden administration, ICE officers were retiring and quitting at record paces because they weren't able to do their job. Right now, look, ICE they're working hard. They're working 6 and 7 days a week, and I'm all supportive of giving some time off. They got to have some, mental health break, getting out there every day and enforcing the law, so they need time off. I work very closely with Dave Venturella, who's the acting ICE director, talking about how we can run operations and still give these men and women time off. But their morale is nowhere near as low as it was under Joe Biden. And as far as training, look, we can never have too much training. I'm a big proponent of training. As a matter of fact, last year, training was changed. And I'm a big proponent, again, working with Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen and Dave Venturella. I've asked for additional training on top of what they received. So, it's something we're working through. But the morale of ICE is much, much higher than it was during Biden administration because they've seen the results of their work. Again, the numbers speak for themselves. Highest numbers of arrests in June in the history of the agency. And for those who say they're not doing enough, we got record arrests. We beat last, the numbers right now are 40% over what they were at the same time last year, now that we're fully funded. Was there months we were down? Of course, the government was shut down. But what people don't understand, even though ICE is hitting record numbers, they're doing that despite the fact there's over 100 nationwide injunctions filed by radical judges that affects our arrests, our detentions, and our removals. We have over 65,000 findings of habeas cases where we couldn't detain these people and had to be released. So, the radical judges, the open border advocates who have a lot of money are suing the Trump administration every day. Matter of fact, there are more nationwide injunctions against us right now that slows us down. Over 100. That's more than every other president in the history of the nation combined.
So can you give us some
despite that, we're hitting record numbers.
Can you give us some transparency into how these decisions are made when there are mistakes that do occur very publicly? 2 separate traffic stops in the last couple of weeks resulted in the shooting deaths of individuals who are not subject to active immigration enforcement in Maine and Texas. So on one side, you have this obligation to the country and to the people who voted for mass deportation, especially of violent criminals. But on the other side, you're hearing, according to this reporting, that agents inside ICE are saying we almost feel like our hands are tied in a way, but also we're being overworked, especially when it comes to traffic stops being taken away and now they're put back. Can you give us some transparency into how these decisions are being made so that the officers on the streets can make the best decisions in real time?
Well, to be clear, ICE and CBP both fall under control of Secretary Mullen. They work for the Secretary. I'm the White House Board Czar. I work very close with Steve Miller. We develop strategies and push them down to the programs to enforce immigration law, whether that's securing the border, whether that's making ICE arrests, or whether that's dealing with citizenship and immigration services. What's the strategy looks like there? What Mark Wayne Mullen made, he made a decision that he wanted to put a temporary pause on traffic stops. I think one of the main reasons he did that, consider that, was the safety of the officers. Do they have what they need? Do they have the equipment they need? Does everybody involved at traffic stop have the same level of training? Because it's only a matter of time until when you weaponize that 2-ton vehicle, where officers not going to be able to react in time, then we're going to be bearing an ICE officer. So I think he did a temporary pause. The president said he wanted to continue, so that's why they're continuing. So the vehicle stops are back on.
So you talked about equipment, making sure that agents have what they need. DHS, and again, that's run by Secretary Mullen, says that about half of ICE field offices have body cameras, with the rest deploying in 60 days. Do you think that will be helpful in terms of operations as a result? Because there's been a lot of accusations when we've had these things happen on the streets of what did or did not happen, and it's always better to show people with body cam footage exactly what the situation was.
Look, I'm a big proponent of body cameras, always have been, because you look at studies, they exonerate officers like almost 90% of the time. But also, I'm a big proponent because I want the American people to see what that officer sees when he takes some action. Yeah, people from the side view, you can do city cameras that see stuff. You can, have witness statements, but nothing is going to be more meaningful than a body camera of an officer who's making that arrest, who takes an enforcement action, because the American people are going to see exactly what he sees in real time. And I think that's important. And look, if the body camera shows someone, an officer's acted inappropriately or illegally, then he'll be handled. And these the two shootings you referenced earlier, they're both under investigations. I'm not going to comment on the investigations or what I think it's good or bad, actions. We'll let the investigation play out, and where the chips fall. If someone was violating policy, they'll all be held accountable, just like we held people in Minnesota accountable. There's been agents in Minnesota been indicted for things there. So we'll hold the agents accountable if they act inappropriately, and body cameras does that. Plus, it helps exonerate those who acted appropriately.
So in terms of the body camera footage being released publicly, I understand that when there's an ongoing investigation, some of that evidence may be sensitive, especially if there's a fatality involved. But do you think that information should be released to the public as soon as possible to kind of alleviate the speculation on some of these situations? I think all evidence should be available on any criminal case that's allowable by law and allowable based off we're not violating Privacy Acts and protecting, certain privacy issues. But no, I think the administration needs to be totally transparent on what they do, and I think it's a good story to tell. Are mistakes made? Of course, there's mistakes. But I'd be a fool to say that. There's 30,000 officers out there, and no one ever makes a mistake. Every law enforcement officer, every law enforcement agency has officers that make mistakes, and we learn from mistakes. And I think the body cameras are going to be a great tool what could we done better, or what different can we do, or was it performed well, and we can share that with other training programs. But I'm a big proponent, and the reason we don't have body cameras across the field right now is because the Democrats shut down the government, which held up the funding to buy those cameras. So, Tom, there's been a couple of headlines in the usual suspects. The New York Times is accusing saying the FBI has been told not to investigate these confrontations that people have had with ICE. The Washington Post is accusing ICE of, packing their centers with people, that there aren't beds or showers or medical staff. Is that true? And if it's not, do you have a perception problem because so many people are reading those articles and saying, well, they must be doing something wrong? Well, when it comes to the FBI, first of all, the FBI, DHS both refuted that story, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not in the weeds on that, but I can tell you based on, the 4 decades I've been doing this, FBI investigates any shooting along with the Internal Affairs Department. They take a lead. When it comes to other confrontations, maybe assault on an officer, most of the time that's handled by Homeland Security investigations, the criminal investigation side of ICE, along with Internal Affairs. When it's a significant case, FBI may be involved. But I don't see any changes in policy that I've heard of. And like I said, what I was told, the FBI and DHS both refuted that information. As far as detention centers, look, they've been pushing back against the detention. ICE detention since I started. Yeah. And the thing is, they make all these accusations, and when the investigation's done, they find out the accusations are not true. The detention standards are pretty good, but you never see a story saying, okay, we were wrong. They just throw it out there. For instance, let's talk about Delaney Hall. Hunger strike. No, there wasn't. I went there. There was people not eating because you're buying food from the commissary. Food is rancid and terrible. I went there unannounced and sat there and ate amongst the detainees the same meal they had. Yeah. That wasn't bad at all. Was it a 5-star cuisine? No, but I ate it. Well, it probably shouldn't be. When these complaints are made, they're investigated. Yeah. Tom, maybe you can take me with you sometime so I can see it for myself. I've been covering this issue for almost 20 years and find that a lot of the time the accusations are completely false and made to push a certain narrative rather than to actually report the facts about what's going on. Finally, just one more time about the morale issue. You say that morale is fine. Obviously, people are trying to sign up to become ICE agents from local law enforcement. But what would you say to those who are well documented on the record saying that the pressure is just too high, which is why agents are making mistakes. They need some time off. Their holidays are getting pulled, their time off with their families in order to make sure they can do a good job for the mission. Like I said, they've been working hard since the day one of the Trump administration. The numbers prove it.
but they need time off. I mean, we all need time off. So I've asked the acting director to look at that and see, you know, are our agents getting proper rest? Are they, is the training curriculum changed? Are we adding additional training curriculum? We want to address
what about
their
the
needs,
training?
you know,
I mean, there's
I was
a lot of
on stage.
accusation that training has been lackluster and that they're pushing people, that ICE is pushing people through and not doing proper training. Is there any truth to that?
No, last year during mass training, what's changed? I mean, Todd Lyons, who's the acting director. Again, I haven't been to the training academy. I just tell you what, I've been being advised by the programs, but when Todd Lyons was acting director, he testified several times under oath that the training remained appropriate. I'm a big proponent, and I've been working with Secretary Mullen and Dave Venturella saying, let's add some post-academy training. Academy, once you get to the field with a journeyman, get out in the field and do some post-academy training on the field. So again, it's an ever-changing thing, evolving thing, but the training curriculum is being reviewed at the highest levels right now. I have not been involved with that, but again, because ICE has got their own management and they work for the DHS, but they're reviewing that right now, Katie. They're going to make sure, and I'll make sure, that the agents get proper training and also that the agents get the proper rest they need. Because, you know, a tired agent can make mistakes, and we just don't, we don't want that to happen. We want every agent to go home safe at night. We want every illegal alien that we're targeting to be safe too. I don't want to see anybody die. I don't want to see anybody get hurt. So whatever it takes to get that, well, that's what we'll get.
Absolutely. All right, Tom Homan, thank you for your time today.
Man, I'm gonna say this. I am way beyond my time. The bus lady is gonna be mad at me for taking so long, but you know what? I had a lot of things to cover here with you guys. Listen, solar power, diesel generator, wind power. It doesn't matter what technology, what fun things we can do to spend time as humans. We're not God. You know what I mean? We can play God, but we're not God. We just can't. We just can't compare. I want to say, hey, thank you guys so much for being here with me. Very long day. I get you. But I love doing it as long as I can do it. Hey, guys, thank you for your positive comments. Thank you for your lip tarts and all the trolls coming in here just to remind me how much you love me and this country. My patriots, God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the USA. I'll see you guys on the next one. Maybe we'll start talking some theories and more about this off-grid living. We'll see you on the next one. Good to see you, Mr. Mikey.